Hello, everyone, and welcome to what is sadly the final day of coverage here in Monte-Carlo. Triton Super High Roller Series coverage, beginning with, I have to admit, a little bit of a discombobulating combination chosen by producer James. You got two play-by-play guys in the desk when it comes to Triton. Ali Najat alongside Henry Kilbane, of course. Part of this, I have to assume, Henry, is because the 4-card streets are upon us. I know you like the great game of PLO, 100K main event action. Going to be coming your way, but you were surprised this morning as well when you learned that this was the deal.
It's either that or Rasty's completely abandoned us to go and jump in that 25K, you know. So I understand James Dempsey's choice here.
Do you know something we don't know with respect to what Czar Rast has on the docket for today?
Yeah, he's planning on firing that final event of the series. Look, I can't blame it. I'll be honest with you. A little bit of envy coming from this side of the booth. I'd love to be out there with him, firing a little 25K
Don't
PLO.
you dare orphan Randy and I up here on the last day of coverage. Coverage which has, of course, given us so many amazing and incredible moments, not the least of which came during the 150K yesterday. If you missed it, we're going to give you a glimpse, and then we're going to come back and talk about all of it. Take a listen. 9 players would take their seats at the final table. All eyes were, of course, upon the one they call Gambledor, Vladimir Krozinin, involved here with Thomas Boivin. Queen 10 versus Jack 5. It went check on the flop, and then Boivin turned trip 5s, got asked for all of his chips by nothing more than a spade draw, which would come in on the river. And the magic
was a nice spell.
of Christmas.
You were hitting that? You were hitting that?
Perhaps came in the form of a spell, as Aussie Katola, seated beside Vladimir, asked, "Did you put a spell on?"
750.
And Vladimir said, "Did you hear that?" Moving onwards, Sam Greenwood played a pot that we really have to imagine sent shockwaves all the way through neighboring France and Italy.
I don't have percentage, I only have 100%.
Pocket queens against the nut flush draw and wheel draw for Greenwood. He took the max variance route. And then, as the chip leader coming in, would take no better than 8th place. Boivin, 9th, 435,000. Greenwood, 8th, 562,000. Now again, we found Korzinen involved in the hijack. 1.2 million, enough to cover Tom Fuchs in more ways than one. Was the raise. Fedor would then move all in with 9s. Korzinen would turn his hand up, even though he hadn't yet made the call. It was for a little bit more. It all wouldn't matter in the end. King 7-5. That flush draw picked up.
Magic moment.
On the turn. Striking fear in hearts was Korzinen as he called for the magic moment. But this time, there would be no magic, as Fedor would find the triple. Tom Fuchs eliminated in 7th for 762,000. 6 players would remain. And again, the party starter would be Vladimir, making it 300,000. Dan Smith, Jack 10. Bottom 2 versus top pair.
550.
He checked over. Faced 550 of 875 requested. Jammed.
Call.
And Korzinen quite casually called.
Wow, you deserved it, huh? Oh, life gave you a present. Yeah.
Life gives you a present, you just don't fucking win after that. Everyone knew it was coming.
Even Dan Smith
Yeah, no, it was fun.
would have the laughs washed away by a 6 on the turn as Korzinen somehow found queens up to shower. Dan, first of 6 7-figure paydays, went his way just north of $1 million. Now Katola and Chidwick in an uncharacteristically absent Vladimir Korzinen altercation. It would be top pair versus king high. So they got it all in on the flop. And Chidwick would not find the necessary king or 7 as second pair fell to top pair on the flop. And Stevie would add $1.3 million to his career Triton totals. Now, Vlad back in the saddle. King-Queen suited. Cutoff raised to $1 million. Sensei Bryn Kenny would rip for 3.5. Vladimir plunked in the call. And then we listen in. Looks exchanged. 2 overs in the nut flush draw. So much for Kenny to fade. And fade he would not.
GG.
Yeah.
9 of clubs on the river.
Thank you. Good luck.
And the now trademark warm embrace offered by Vladimir as Bryn would fall in 4th. 1.6 million in change for his efforts. 3 would remain. A dominated 10-9 would make second pair versus top pair here. Fedor check calling 400,000 on the flop. On the turn, things were dry. And they were lean as well. Fedor with just 2.1 million back. Check jammed. A quick call from Katola. And the 2-outer would not reveal itself just when you thought Holtz was going to spin. Showers in 3rd. Just shy of $2 million issued. And then the 2 non-professionals would square off. Finland versus Estonia. Katola, Queen 6 versus 10-6. Again, a top pair versus middle pair situation. Korzanen, 500K follow-through after opening on the button. On the turn, he would pick up a club draw and added grease on the wheels.
Yeah, thank you.
He would move it all in.
10 and...
Katola would make the call. They were on their feet, and then the club rolled off. And an over 22 million chip pot would go Korzenen's way, ending matters as he blew kisses, but did not blow the magic of Christmas. It was enshrouded. 2.97 million would go Ossi's way. 4.35 million up top going to Korzenen in what one could only describe as the most insane final table in the history of high rollers, and certainly by proxy here at Triton.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it, Ali. I mean, we keep saying, magical, all of these kind of fun words, but I mean, explain it to me. The guy's just come in, picked up 7.8 million on his Triton debut, which is more money than a lot of the elite pros who have been grinding the tour for several years have picked up.
He's 41st on the all-time Triton money list here at his first festival. I mean, we chuckle because you just can't really wrap your head around it. The amount of sheer improbability that surrounded almost every step of the journey for Vladimir left a lot of people breathless, not the least of them Greenwood.
That was a grim hand. You don't see Greenwood, let out big size like that, and he was a bit stumped by. But look, I mean, he took it in his stride. Greenwood, this is, and then the same for Vladimir. Vladimir was it's almost like in the all-in spots, he was so stoic in every spot. It's like, hey guys, c'est la vie. Whatever happens, happens, and great to see him take that down.
Before we turn our attention elsewhere, everybody fell in love with Vladimir here at this festival. There was numerous nicknames, Santa, Gambledore, and he didn't do a winner's interview. We tried to grab him on multiple occasions here at this festival. What he did do, however, Henry, is he left us with, I don't know if we can get a shot of this. I hope we can. It says, The Secrets of Poker Success. It's on 3 hotel notepads, and it reads as follows. Allow me. You cannot lose if you do not want to win and be better than everybody else. Fair.
Fair.
Okay.
Valid.
Log that. Second one. Santa tried his best to pass victory to a magical Ossi, but life, with a joke, confirmed the above message. I love you all as one. Santa pretending to be Vladimir. How do we not love this guy even more now?
Did we really just meet the real life Santa? I mean, I'm
non-zero.
starting to believe it. Non-zero.
How else do we explain it? I don't know that Ossi felt the spirit of Christmas, though. Obviously, he had the best of it when we went to the river, but he will be spirited when he looks at the final tally from this event here, his first Triton.
I got a funny feeling that Aussie has now had a taste of what the Triton Super High Roller Series offers, and I wouldn't be surprised if in a year's time, 2 years' time, we're looking back and he's been a frequent visitor, grinding out on the tour, and perhaps, picked up his first title.
Only other non-professional at the final table, squaring off against Vladimir. Second final table here at his debut, over $3.5 million in earnings. Do you think we're going to see Vladimir again?
I'm not sure, man. I would love to, but at the same time, it's kind of like...
Job done.
Yeah, job done. He's got his thing going on, so...
Box checked, experience collected.
Exactly.
Now I need to spread this message of love elsewhere.
Exactly.
I'd love to follow him, honestly, like the Pied Piper. Okay, let's turn our attention then to some of the other incredible numbers that we can glean out of this one. Producer James pointing out one involving Bryn, Stevie, Dan Smith, Fedor Holtz, and Sam Greenwood.
Yeah. Between them, they have over $250 million in cashes lifetime. $250 million.
I mean, that's a crypto wallet this week kind of money. That's holy smokes. $250 billion now, all cast aside, showered by Katola and Korzanen. Anyway, this is mind-bending type stuff.
It's insane because, these guys are often used to competing against one another where they kind of know what to expect. I don't want to say that it's a given that they know what to expect, but they can kind of anticipate who's going to be playing the ICM rules going into a final table like this. And you throw someone like Aussie in, you throw someone like Vlad in, and all of a sudden that theory just, gets blown out of the park. What are you going to do when they're playing 4x pre-flop? They're raising to like four big blinds or whatnot. It's so tough.
I don't know how to tell you this, but Santa himself has just stepped over next to producer James. Will you just come, please? Please come here for one moment. Vladimir Korzanen, ladies and gentlemen. This is unscripted. I just watched him come over here. Can I hand you a headset? Will you speak, please? I have your notes. This is...
I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Exactly. If you do not want to win and be better than anybody else. Love you all.
Henry, you know what we have to do, right?
Yeah, give him a hug,
know what we
man.
have to do.
Give him a hug.
We have to get a Santa group hug. Vladimir Korzanen, you guys, this is the champion of the festival. No question about it, regardless. I hope we see you again.
Thank you, Vlad. Appreciate it. Good luck on your onward journey, man.
Amazing. How cool is that?
What end to the series,
Is
dude?
he accepting applications for adoption? I would like to be adopted by Campbell
Flown up north,
I don't care. North Pole, stick me in an igloo, whatever, hot chocolate. It's all fine. Hey, one more on the math
Go ahead.
Deal here at that final table. How about this stat on Bryn?
I mean, Bryn, we've been talking about it, and it wasn't just this series. I remember when he came back in London and took down the 200K Invitational for 6.8 million, and we're like, okay, how does this guy just show up and get it done in the biggest buy-in events? But, I mean, with these two results here, taking down the main, following it up with a fourth in this 150K, I think his average cash is like 2.6 million. And if you remove that biggest ever score in poker, the $20 million and change that he picked up for his second place finish in the £1 million buy-in, he would still be second on the Triton all-time money list, just behind Jason, which, I mean...
I think that pushes back on a lot of naysayers, because I've gotten involved in conversations surrounding Bryn from time to time. And I think a lot of times people are very tempted to say, oh, well, if he hadn't made the deal with Aaron Zhang in London in 2019, we wouldn't even be talking about these guys. And that one right there helps illustrate that, yeah, we would. All right, we've got about just 1 minute left. 100K PLO main event coverage, that which is coming your way. 78 entries on day one. 29 players would find a bag. 9 more would max late reg coming into this one. And it does have some player of the festival implications, Henry, involving Punat Punsri, who's in the lead, but could be dethroned.
Yeah, I mean, you got the likes of Artur, who plays both No Limit Hold'em and PLO, but perhaps even more importantly, Artur coming in as the chip leader. He currently has 888 points, so he's only, 140 or so behind Punat. And given that he's regged this event, he's going to be playing the other PLO events, he's picking up points for that. as well as having the chip lead. He's maybe the guy to keep an eye on for this player of the series.
Yeah, not to be overshadowed. Alex Foxen, 880 points toward player of the festival. You got Jesse Lonis playing. He's got 838. Luke Greenwood in there, 835 points, and feeling a little bit better today. He was a bit of a mess as something's been going around here toward the back end of this festival. 500 points will go to the winner in this one, and we are just about 10 seconds from getting things underway. Don't forget the 50K wrapped up yesterday, and then we've got a Turbo Bounty Quattro in the 4-card streets. A peek about the room as per usual.
I'm buzzing for this one. I mean, it's not often that we have an event like this at the end of a series, a 100K PLO main. You quite literally have some of the best in the business from the online realm venturing out. I mean, some names like Veni Vidi, aka Dirk Goritze. You've got Elis Parsonen, Jonas Kronwitter, Ronnie Kaiser, Espen Murnamo. I'm just scanning through the field. Mads Amott, obviously PLO legend, David Benefield, Griffith Jones, online crusher, one of the all-time end bosses in the PLO streets, Gergo Nagy. I mean, I'm trying to find... Oh, we've got Mickey Dueck in the mix. This is insane. Jonne Jukemayan, I mean...
It reminds me a lot of its 2-card counterpart, which was the field in the 150K. Henry, I mean, every table we went to was Group of Death worthy.
Yeah.
You know, and then here you are. The snipers have come down. We talk about it every single Triton. Not here for the 2-card stuff, here for the 4-card stuff, but obviously you have some ambiverts in terms of poker. Chidwick, Antonius, Watson, Rumbling. There's Barbero. Gonna try his luck. Max Light Reg.
Well, he's got a very tough Veni Vidi to his direct left, who's coming in third in chips.
Not fun.
No, it really isn't.
And if that name sounds familiar, famously squared off against Phil Galfond.
He did, yeah. I mean, it looked like he was going to be the man that sent Galfond into retirement. And I think at one point, Veni was up, I want to say, just shy of 50 buy-ins at 100, 200. Galfond took a quick break and then came back and last second turned it around.
It was remarkable because he had to thread the needle to end up claiming victory versus Veni Vidi.
Also think that, you know, shout out to Veni because what he did for the game of PLO, that really put PLO on the map. I mean, that was an event that actually ended up getting mainstream coverage.
Well, this guy, he's always looking to put PLO on the map and maybe keep himself off it, just given the talent he's got. Doesn't want to blow up his spot. That is, of course, the Finn. Elis Parsonen, deep here. Million plus in front of him. That's good for 5th overall. There's Ike. There's Luke. Fresh stack for Haxton. Danny Tang, by the way, another one of those guys who plays them all. Jason Kuhn as well. Got a glimpse at Dylan Weissman. Not afraid to play the 2-card streets, but mostly a 4-card specialist. Kuhn, a late arrival. Got himself 600,000 almost.
How about that for a killer's row? Mickey Dueck, Jason Kuhn, Greenwood, Hike.
Consider if we're looking at all those tables and they're not the feature, how good do the features have to be? And we're going to start heading in that direction. We got 2 of them coming your way.
That custom Jacob & Co. timepiece, along with the Triton trophy, will be going to the winner in this one. And 87 runners in 100K PLO.
Pretty remarkable. Don't forget the extra large trophy going to a main event winner as well. There are your 2 featured tables, each containing 5 players. Joe Chuen, another one of those guys who plays both sides of the docket, $750,000 in front of him. Our Martirosian, overall chip leader, 1.53 in sights set on player of the festival potentially, as things will get underway with the blinds at 6 and 12,000, 12K big blind ante. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. By the way, I talked about Danny Tang, reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner, playing a full docket out here today. Barely played PLO until Monaco last year when he was chasing POI. Got a third and a second in 2 of them. So perhaps Korzinen-like performances in terms of the unexpected there, but Danny has so much card sense. And how about so much of the poker world? That's what Phil Ivey's got the attention of at all times. His presence on the feature comes direct right of the chip leader, Ding Biao, out there as well. Mirmo and Tong rounding it up.
Not to state the obvious, but was incredibly impressed with Espen Mernmo yesterday. Brian and I had the pleasure of calling the action on him for a single frame, and there was like a 1 hour period where he played 4 or 5 hands, and both of us just agreed that he didn't seem to put a foot wrong.
Clean sheet, if you will.
Yeah.
Tough to do in PLO as well.
It really is.
Only 14 places are going to get paid. We touched on the fact that 29 players found a bag and 9 max late regged, which means 38 will get things underway here. Still a good bit of distance between now and the money bubble.
I actually think it makes it really exciting because you have 9 people opting to re-enter with a 20 big blind stack. It then kind of brings the average stack down, and there's a lot of people looking to spin. I mean, if they're going to make their way into the money, like you said, 38 remain, 14 paid. This could be a grindy one, as is typical with PLO tournaments. Bubble length in the 50K was a record at the Triton series. It was 39 hands at hand for hand. They were throwing around an American football. I saw a video of Yoni and Jason, a couple of guys just trying to keep warm, keep themselves entertained. 39 hands, man. 4 hours. 4 hour bubble.
It's not a short one, is it?
Ali, I know it's the last day, but what's going on?
This is just,
you just pulled
nutritional supplements. I'm not partying, Henry.
This is a fun table. I like this. Arthur chip leader, Ivy. You got the online crusher and Espen Murdermo, and then you got 2 guys that we saw yesterday. Tong very willing to play big pots, as is Ding Biao.
See, it's fun for us. It's fun for the viewers. It ain't fun to be sitting there.
From an entertainment point of view. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, a little 4-card rundown with hearts.
Like to see this as a limp. At this stack depth, playing 21, it's just horrible to raise and then face a pot behind. And then you kind of forced to put in, what, 9 of...
Oh, too much.
9 of your 21 bigs. Yeah, he has come with raise. Which is unfortunate if he faces a 3-bet. So you might be forced to spin the wheel on hand 1 of the day.
$42 ahead, double suited is Martirosian. He'll close the action from the big. 144 in the middle. As we'll get our first flop of the day here in the 100K PLO main. And it is 7-4-3 with diamonds. So a pair, a gut shot, and a queen high flush draw for Artur, the lion's share of the equity.
Very curious to see how Artur wants to play this one. Has so much of this. Does he want to check jam? There is also the potential that players check behind, especially as this was an under the gun open and a cutoff flat. Maybe just do the betting yourself. Yeah, there it is. Comes out firing half pot. Ding's got one of those. Double gut shot. Bottom pair. but I don't think he's going to go chasing. Get himself in a lot of trouble coming in with a very healthy stack, just above average. Don't want to play big pots against the chip leader, especially with marginal holdings like this.
So 72. Double gutter for Ding Biao. No hearts on board. And he's out of there. Well, Rich getting richer here early as Martirosian claims the first pot.
Chip leader doing chip leader things.
And given that the player of the festival leader, Punat Punsri, is not doing PLO things, Henry, he's got a real sweat on his hands. The closest man to him that's still playing here in Monte-Carlo has the chip lead in the 100K. So Punsri going to have some tense moments as he looks on.
I think it's very likely that Artur beats Punat just based off of entering this tournament and, you know, looking likely that he's going to min cash at least.
Don't you jinx it, Henry. I'm on your side there, but you know.
Stranger things have happened.
Mm-hmm. Just ask Sam Greenwood, chip leader coming in yesterday to the FT. Aces with hearts.
Good luck, boys.
Yeah, squaring off against Joe Schwen, who's got himself a wrap here.
Ace of diamonds in hand. Yeah, in it goes.
Yep, customer. As the three-better pre plunks in his remaining 162K. Nagy playing for 582, and that's a nervous pair of aces right there.
I hate this game.
Thank you.
I really do.
It's the one game in which I've ever heard someone turn to a guy when all in with absolutely nothing and say, son,
Oh,
wait a minute. It's full, and all of a sudden we don't have to sweat this river whatsoever. He looked over at a kid and said, son, I got no pair, and you can't win.
I had good kings
Holding
too.
over half the stub
Yeah, you
as outs, you know.
oh man. I've seen it.
Queen suited. With like
I've seen it.
Oh, with an 8. No, I'm kidding.
Well, producer James has crunched some numbers in that player of the festival race with respect to Artur. Henry, did you catch the communique?
Top 5, I believe. Needed. Also,
For Artur?
yeah, for Artur also has that 25K starting at 5 p.m., which, you know, this kicked off at 1 o'clock, so 4 hours. If he was to bust, he'd have another opportunity to collect some points. So
Obviously does not rate to be among those that'll be able to register that 25K early. And in terms of my experience calling the PLO tournaments, Henry, it's a game that slows down considerably as the field whittles away, does it not?
yeah, I mean, given that equities run so close in PLO, you just see some hands that at a glance you would think, wow, why is this guy not putting 3 big blinds in pre-flop, but folding? Like a hand like this, for example, on the bubble, facing a pot size open, would have to fold. It's different in a 200 big blind cash game. You flick
you
in the
never
call
make
with the
that
Jack
turn
10,
on the
9, 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, look at
Like you
this.
forget about
Ben
that.
just folding it from up front.
Mm-hmm.
Too good to be true.
Double paired with hearts, Martin Dahm. Limps.
Yeah, again, makes sense to see Martin limp this one. It's one of those hands that you can limp call with, but you really don't like raising and then facing a 3-bet. Jesse coming with the 5x. And this is the problem. Had Martin opened the 10-10, 7-7, Jesse's pot size raise would have been a lot bigger. It's awkward for Martin having Gergo on the button, but I think you have very clean setouts. Obviously you're not thrilled about the 10 high hearts, as they could easily be dominated, which they are here.
So the added price of admission paid by the opposition here as the effort to thin the field by Lonis proves unsuccessful, and this is not the flop we had in mind when we inflated this thing. All red, no pair, no draw.
How about it? Top set for Martin, bottom set nut flush draw for Nagy. I mean,
Car crash, as you like to put it?
potentially the fact that Gergo's blocking bottom set, which is also blocking one of the board pairs, makes it very unlikely that we do see the board pair. Martin's actually just drawing to 4 outs here, which is pretty insane given that he's got top set.
Yeah.
40.
Gonna pose a question in the face of Jesse's check. Understandably.
Nagy's just going to look back and double, triple, quadruple check that he did just flop the nut flush and a set.
He'll be quite all right keeping his hand ranking to flush and not full house, of course. It only gets worse from here.
Just always going to play his cool. He's not worried about a board pair as much, given that he has a set himself. Obviously, we could see it would be a disaster for him, but also just want to keep in king high, queen high, jack high spades.
Lonis with the easy exit. Arid 3 of diamonds on the turn now as the extra 80 brings the pot to 284.
Very curious to see how Gergo responds when he sees this check in front of him, which I assume is coming. It's 284 out there. Martin's the effective stack with 471 back. Maybe go something like half pot. Just set up a very natural river jam.
No, Dom immediately recognizing that he does have a spade in hand, that a second barrel here could get leaned on. Pumping the brakes here. Flush is obviously a concern, and now 90K. We go nowhere. Versus any size, Henry, full pot, we still have to see the river with the set of tens?
No, against pot I think we're forced to fold, but against this sizing, Martin thinks he's getting laid the right price. Obviously we can see that some of his outs are dead. It's showing 18%, but that doesn't include the 2 deuces in Nagy's hand.
9 on the river.
Check.
Dom checks. He does block any of the inside wrap type stuff. Not that we expect straight draws to be a part of the process all that often on a monotone flop in these PLO streets.
That's a great point, actually. I completely disregarded that the 2 straights completed across turn and river.
I bet the pot. I bet the pot.
Well, this is a request for all of it. Full pot size bet does cover.
It's pretty sick because Gergo shouldn't have too many naked ace of spades. Unless it was like specifically something like ace, king, queen, X that was suited to the king. Which is possible. Martin giving him credit for a legit holding.
Yep. Yeah, with the early raise, or the 3-bet rather even. And then the flat pre, and then calling the, you know, that third bet. You just have to give him credit for the ace being suited and not dry if it's over there. And it does kind of need to be the nut flush. We don't expect value pursuits out of the king or queen high spades there with that much drama attached.
15 minutes.
I would say so, yeah. I don't think he's ever jamming queen high spades. King high is close. Could see him jamming king high. But yeah, certainly leaning more towards ace high spades.
Double suited under the gun is Chidwick.
Short stack though. What's he starting the hand with? 23 bigs.
42, the open.
This is pretty spicy from Stevie. Playing six-handed.
Ding Biao. Jack 10 and 2 9s along with spades will come in, and now double suited, double paired aces for Mirmo.
I don't want to be results orientated here, but I feel like this is the problem when you raise off of 23 bigs from under the gun. You've got 5 players behind to get through, and you just, I don't know, ace jack 9 deuce just really not doing great.
Here is 180. Putting a lot of torque on Stevie's hand, and he will say goodbye.
Thing's not a folder. See if he folds this one, because he is in rough shape. But from what we've seen in this PLO, he has not been folding. He was up to around 900k last couple of levels before end of day 1.
You know, some of the toughest PLO customers are very sticky ones, Henry, but those chip graphs tend to be erratic.
Jesus.
And here we have no reason to ever step aside for Ding Biao, who hits this board harder than aces.
Absurd. Has 65% of the equity. 2 cards to come. I think with backdoor diamonds in Murmo's shoes, we just run it. Especially at this SPR.
Right, 219 effective. Murmo covers handsomely. He knows that that kind of Broadway kit is going to be smashing. That king and jack could be a part of the equation, especially because you consider the way in which Murmo unblocks all of that range.
You check?
He's really not thrilled about it. That's not the board you want to see when you've got double suited aces.
426,000.
He jams in a snap call from Ding, understandably.
I guess we're relieved that at least the aces are good right now.
They are, and the 7s are blocking his straight outs pretty nicely. Removing 2 of them.
这牌才能赢吗？赢不了吧？
So Ding Biao playing for his tournament life, not finding the help that he needs on the turn. 1 pair open ender and the spade draw. Can he possibly miss everything, as it's a pure coin flip with 1 to come, and there is the 6 of spades to give Ding Biao the double.
哎，我本来不玩的，8把输。我知道他是 AA， 我这牌也可以玩吧。
He's got chirping chips now.
除非他是带花的，对吧
AA 2门花上
？A 7
Very
He's got-
swingy graph.
He's got perhaps the most robust collection of Louis Vuitton on the entire
这
Triton
个 bluff
tour,
我有70
is what he's
都有
got.
What about the watch collection?
Look, oh, yeah.
中了一
Every day it's a different 100k plus watch.
I saw a little diamond tennis bracelet on there as well, by the way. The drip lord of sorts.
Had the Jacob & Co. roulette wheel Astronomia casino watch yesterday.
He was rocking it?
Yeah. It looks like a custom one as well. Like, yeah, we had Luke Schwartz in the booth, and Luke was loving the drip.
I think it was Kanapang Danaratakul KT of Thailand who also bought one of those once upon a time. Miss him, by the way. He's been MIA, unclear what's going on.
I think he's going to be with us in the Bahamas, from what I understand.
All right.
Yeah.
That'll be great to see him again.
I think he's just been busy trying to
1把没赢。
build the great game
Mm.
out in Thailand. Rumors of a Triton Thailand stop in the near future.
They can get their legislative act together over there. in
Yeah, it
terms of
seems
the game.
like KT and Punat are really trying to make it happen, getting closer with each passing week.
Ivy. Taking us up to 36,000. 3 clubs. 1 gapper rundown. Chidwick, 3 spades and 10s. Will dig in, and he's found himself an overpair and a flush draw versus top 2 and a gutter. And Ivy does not follow through here.
Another one of those spots at this stack depth where I'm kind of surprised to see the 3x from the small. Especially with this hand, I mean, low with 1 gap, triple suited. Just doesn't really play that well out position. And even in a spot like this where he's flopped bottom 2, technically the best hand, you're just playing a bit of a guessing game. Just not much nutted equity of this hand. Yeah, Stevie gets him to fold. Well played.
You surprised that Ivy would simply check and step away from that particular board?
No,
with top 2?
not against pot. No, it's just a very, very standard fold. I mean, even if you have the best hand, you have to remember that there's 2 cards to come. So even if you are ahead, very likely to be behind in equity.
100K to 1.1.
What did you mostly play? What games and stakes did you play to do it?
Started off with mostly 5, 10, 10, 20. And I never went above 100, no, 50, 51, because when you come close to the end of your challenge, I mean, I kept playing those stakes, but not within the challenge. So 51 at most, yeah.
On GG mostly, or?
GG and front book.
Ring games, heads up?
Everything. Tournaments, yeah.
Well done. I feel like no one ever wins those challenges. I can't even think of one that somebody won.
Usually it's the people that start them are not the ones that make money from poker necessarily.
Wow. I know that wasn't supposed to come across as shade being thrown there by Venny, but I mean, I agree with you, bro. These bankroll challenges are getting out of line. But shout out to Venny. He did complete his bankroll challenge, and a decent amount of money was given to charity.
100K to 1.1.
Well, 12K ahead was given to the middle to look up at 7, 8, 9 with a couple of spades here.
Everything.
Pairing the flush draw along with a gut shot from Martin Dom.
How did you run in tournament?
56%. Overpair for Joe Chuen. We'll ask questions with 2 checks in front of it.
That much action PLO.
It's all PLO.
Yeah.
All
PLO.
What was the biggest tournament you had?
140 at the end.
Yeah, just to let the viewers know, that challenge, he went from 100K to 1.1 million.
I'm sure I could do the opposite in like a week.
And raised 110K for
I
charity.
ended my challenge yesterday.
Without trying.
That's pretty cool.
Jesse Lona said I could do the opposite. And the thing about you doing the opposite is the charity's baked in to everybody that beats you.
What's this little card protector Joe's got? I like that. I don't know what it is, but I like it. I've seen some really funky card protectors in this trip.
It looks like a black version of the squids that we used in the Jeju Cash game, if I'm being honest, as we saw that ace hit Joe Chuen and give him a reason to keep betting. He did have the gut shot with the queen 10 working in conjunction with the overpair, so the flush draw deemed too weak to continue by Dom, who is southbound since the onset. Now sits 27 bigs.
Can I get the Diet Coke, please? Just a Diet Coke and an espresso.
2.27 million up top in this one, Ali. How about it? 3 7-figure payouts in a PLO event.
I mean, that's an $8.7 million total prize pool. And as much enthusiasm as PLO enjoys in Europe, which explains why it is that it takes the place of short deck at the Triton Super High Roller Series when we're on the continent, it still doesn't manage these sorts of numbers beyond our borders.
It doesn't. No, I'm struggling to. I mean, stateside, you guys have still got a lot going on there, right, with PLO? If I'm not mistaken.
Cash games, but in terms of the tournaments, I feel like this still stands.
What about during the series?
What's the biggest of the PLOs during the series?
100K?
Is there? I can't remember if there's a 100K. I thought it
I'd
might have
have
been
a
a
look.
50, but you could be right. We got time to chew on it as Tolerine chomps down on the Joe Chuen Open. Kings, double suited, made it 29. Ace, King, 8-7 with diamonds, made it 105. Chuen in for the ride. Tolerine just 121 back here. Call it 0.5 SPR
Yeah.
with 240 in the middle, heading to the flop.
Or something crazy.
And what are you going to say? Hold'ems as well, I guess?
Let's see 3 dealer. Tolerine in
Offside.
pretty
I think there's
rough
maybe a
shape,
mixed game
all
that'll
things
play.
considered.
Finds a pair and 1 diamond on board.
Coming?
Yeah, playing PLOs.
Chuen
How many
just playing the
PLOs are there?
kings.
I haven't looked at the schedule.
I think 3.
Checks.
150 and 20.
GG's, Ben.
Wow.
It's going to need some help from the deck.
Moves it in.
Snap.
Yeah, you see Joe asking for the
Did you play
count.
the 25K main event?
2
I
backdoors,
think the ticket is transferable, so I just rather.
Oh, you already won it?
kings.
There is this
Backdoor
early bird
straight.
package, you know.
We
You
ain't
have to
folding.
pay, 100, like 100K.
Regardless
Oh,
of the
but
fact
you
that this
get
was a
the
pre-flop 3-bet.
Yeah. Oh, but it buys you into the main automatically?
And you have to play the main, but you are getting transferable tickets. So basically, I
Man, I might do a
someone who is gonna play.
Brian Rast here and say I'm going to eat my shirt if he folds. There he is. He does flick in the call.
I thought I was going to have to bring you some condiments with which to enjoy it for a second, as Chuen did tank kind of unpredictably.
He likes to take his time, think things through.
I mean, aces are always something that lurk. When we have the kings, it feels like they're there so often. But we take our chances here. Does have backdoor hearts and clubs. Just in case, but he's actually got the best of it. Better than 2-1 favorite with 2 to come.
Hello.
Nut flush draw acquisition on the turn for Tolerine, who now, despite having 1 less card to come, gains equity. But on the end, the 9 is not the card that'll allow Ben to keep his seat, as he is directed toward the locker room by Joe Chuen. Seth Davies and Mike Watson already having been pointed
Really?
that direction.
Sharks just out of here.
Is that 2.27?
Really?
Rough
How
trip
much is
for
that
the
now?
North Americans, man.
2.2.
I mean,
This series, it's been pretty brutal.
look at Tolerine's Monte-Carlo.
This would be the second biggest PLO tournament ever
Yeah.
for first place.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. But
Thank you.
taking down the PLO is obviously nice. Picking up his second title. But a lone cash in the Hold'em side of things. 7th in the 30K bounty quattro for, what's that, 134,000?
With
And then just-
nine swings, by the way.
Yeah.
You know,
Wait, what do you mean 9 swings?
in the
That's how I
Very good.
Oh, everything else, yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
10 total swings in the 2-card streets.
Brutal, man. It really is tough out there.
Things get expensive, and they get that way in a hurry. Well, the WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. And it's the best place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Download WPT Global with code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Do it today.
Did you have a crossbow on for this one?
Only first bullet.
Oh, okay. If you had a crossbow on, this one would have been bigger for you, right?
Just the first bullet, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now it's.
But it was
but
plus
yeah, I would
10% would
have.
have done it.
Jacks leading the limp parade. Gotta go Nagy.
We're going to see a lot of this as we work our way down.
40.
Yeah.
to like the final 4 or 5 tables. There's some ICM stuff coming in already.
How much you play?
Jesse's really aggro, by the way.
14 behind.
I've watched him for the last
Behind.
couple of days. I love the way he plays
50.
PLO.
You know, his style actually lends itself quite nicely to PLO. I mean, when you do make a mistake, you don't find yourself in nearly as bad a shape generally in the 4-card streets as you do in the 2-card.
That's a really nice way of saying
Wow. I made it a
you're an
size where I
absolute
want them to
space
call,
cadet.
and if I missed a flop, then I will fold. But you know, I had a little double suited action.
Well, he took it upstairs and cleared the field, courtesy of the 2
But
suits.
I didn't think they were both gonna fold.
What about not completing?
King, queen, 10-4, clubs and diamonds.
What a legend.
I was just staring at the image myself and
I didn't want to
thinking,
go limp. I flopped the nuts with the redraw, and then I get no bets, and I'm still this. And I was like,
how do we pack that much
I
PLO
just
talent
didn't
into
want
one
to shove
vessel?
me and then me taking a decision with someone behind me. Okay.
I was gonna shove a lot of flops.
Going to the
black and
Aussie
red
Open
covered.
with him in January.
Okay.
Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Nice.
Bit of a tennis fan.
First time?
For me, yeah. I think for all of us, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah.
The Aussie Open is different than any other. You know, Roland Garros has its traditions, the clay. You got Wimbledon, the grass, and the pageantry of English tennis. And then you just got Melbourne in January and a bunch of raucous Aussies on the hard courts.
Yeah, I got a funny feeling quite a few shoeies are going to be done by the boys.
I want to give your liver a little break on the way out to that one.
I won't be drinking. I've got a big bet in 2025, unfortunately.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe fortunately, Henry, we don't have to regard it as that. 60,000 in fortune forced to be invested here by Lonis, who once more shows aggression. Double suited, ace, king, jack, 9 whiffs on this board. Nagy's jacks, the best of what's around. 6 dangler with backdoor clubs for him. Open ender for Martin Dom, backdoor spades.
This is really grim for Jesse. I mean, sorry, dude, but it was such a beautiful looking hand pre-flop, and then you get this board.
The thing is, you can blast your way out of some weird spots.
Not with this stack behind, I don't think. 130k, 204 out there. Against these two hands, I mean, Martin's got a really interesting decision because he has Nagy behind. Open ender, bad end of the open ender, backdoor spades. This would be sick if Jesse gets this through.
I mean, at this price, the jacks with a 6 with backdoor clubs, if given the opportunity, stay curious, do they not?
And the funny thing is when Martin calls, I don't know if they do. So in a weird world, it's like Martin sticking around, then folds out the best hand, and then all of a sudden Jesse has the best hand. Yeah, I love PLO, man. I mean, what an insane game we play.
So, concession from the best hand leaves Lonis in front until that turn where Dom hits a pair of 3s. But note, it comes in heart form and could grease wheels further. Lonis just 90k back. Does ship it out there. He's telling the overpair story.
He's trying to. He is trying to. I mean, Martin's got himself in a spot now where he's getting laid 4-1 on a call against aces and kings. He's in, you know, pretty bad shape. Against aces, he's got, what, a deuce, 3, or a 7 as an out. If it's aces with hearts, you're just absolutely cooked. I'd just, you know, up shit's creek without a paddle.
And 90 is is not a small chunk of 223, which is what Martin's got.
That's a great point, actually. I didn't even think about that. Like, you call and you're wrong, then all of a sudden you're down to like 10, 11 bigs.
Right. He does make the call, though, and he is right, but only by 4% with one to come. Lonus's life here in the PLO main hinging upon finding the heart. King or a jack would work. Ace would work as well. And there is the heart. Never a doubt.
He looked
says
like,
Jesse.
Yeah, he looked really comfortable, didn't he?
He wasn't doing the get up,
We had
stand
the same
up.
exact spot, Poker Go Studio, remember?
I remember.
Same exact shit. And I never have aces. I always have ace king, right? Or no, I forgot what last time. No, last time you had ace king and I had like ace.
I had ace king 3-4. You had ace king queen 5 in Vegas.
Yeah. And like you hit like a 3 or something.
Yeah, I hit a 3.
Yeah,
Got it.
And you fucking called me down. Same exact. I'm literally sitting here like I couldn't hold back the smile because I'm like, this is fucking deja vu. Fucking same thing.
Consider how many hands of poker since that exchange both Martin and Jesse have played, and
they
yet
remember it.
they both banged out exactly the spot from the cortex.
Yeah.
A little spooky. Apparently, Martin got the better of Jesse on that last occasion, so maybe the equalizer there.
Chip leader.
13, 10,000, 20,000. Leaders, please begin to.
Artur Martirosyan getting out of there. Lee Tong, who I'm not too familiar with. I've seen him show up and just play PLO events. He was here this time last year. Had a 10th place finish in the 30K PLO and a 9th place in a 25K. So seems to love the great game.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same case in Jeju. Just showed up for the PLO stuff.
It is funny, as many guys as we have who are Triton regs that'll play both sides of the docket, there are plenty who put up a big partition between the 2 and 4 card street and say, I am a PLO player. You guys can have your 2 card. And there's many who play 2 card. They go, I'm not ready to play quarters out here with you guys.
How about this for a flop?
Queen, queen, jack. Trips for Chidwick with the boss kicker against Ivy, who leads for 15,000 in a limp pot 3 ways. Nut flush draw for Espen, too.
Yeah. I wonder how Momo proceeds. Also has boat outs. It's getting laid a pretty sick price, but he knows, yeah, he could just be dead. Take note, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. I see a lot of you guys out there chasing these draws on paired boards. If you think it's scary in Hold'em, good luck doing that in PLO.
Well, good luck finding a way out of this one for Phil Ivey. As the ace rolls off, Chidwick has his man drawn dead after flatting. Now remember, Ivy had that check fold against Chidwick with top 2 earlier, showing that he's not married to any given spot. Now checking here, and let's see the sentiments in response to whatever Chidwick dials up.
This is such a clean turn for Stevie.
Yeah,
90% of the time,
Mm-hmm.
he's just, oh man. I was about to say 90% of the time he's just playing a guessing game across turn and river, but not only does he turn the second nut boat, Ivy then improves to kings and queens.
Boy, Phil thinks this is a good card. There was nothing that was going to rescue him on the river. He does bet roughly full pot.
He's going to hear from Stevie. The question is, How does Ivy respond? I mean, once he's gone bet, pot, and then faces a raise, it does start to scream exactly what it is. Ace Queen that turned a full house and wanted to just allow spades or diamonds to improve to a flush.
We expect aces to have made noise pre.
Correct.
We expect kings not to have been interested on the flop most of the time. Maybe if they had spades in an open-ended dangler of some sort, they stick around. But we have a king ourselves, so we block. Quads are an impossibility. So you really do whittle it down to ace-queen. No natural bluffs. Are there?
It's tough to think of bluffs, no, unless it's like specifically King Jack 10, which feels ambitious. And wouldn't make sense because it check turn and then to jam over the top. This feels like a very honest hand of poker being played by Chidwick. I mean, cue the highlight reel of elite folds we've seen from Ivy over the years. See if he can make this one.
This river will run red with the blood of Phil Ivey if he clicks call. Measures it out, but that's not the same thing as putting it out there.
Seeing what he's working with behind, I guess. It's annoying because Stevie could be trying to get him off a chop with the same hand.
This isn't Queen Jack ever.
Don't think so, no.
Time banks being used. As you see the action recap.
Ivy needs Stevie to have Ace King Jack somehow. And I'm struggling to see how. Although it would make sense, you know, call flop, check turn, bluff raise river. Just think you always get shown ace queen here.
5 seconds. Time.
Seldom are queens full of kings turned into a bluff catcher, but that's exactly where they find themselves here, and the bluffs are tough to find.
Not often you see Phil Ivey utilize several of his time extension chips. Against other players, I think Ivy snap folds as well, but against someone as talented as Chidwick who can find these obscure bluffs. Fold it, Ivy. Feels like you're calling for a chop at best. There he is.
He took his time, but better to burn through the banks than the stack. And despite his best efforts, Stevie unable to get paid beyond that flop bet of 15K. Credit to Ivy. Legend right there. Cash, tournament, 4-card, 2-card mix, you name it. Well, the 75 on the river, of course, needs to be factored in. You're right, Henry.
Add that one to the highlight reel.
There's a look at the hands responsible for distributing fate here at the feature table and all tables here at these Triton Super High Roller Series. Best dealer core in poker, and it isn't close. The privilege of being selected to work these events bestowed by Luca Vivaldi and the entire Triton staff here. They take pride in it too, Henry. You know, I think you might presume that there's a measure of, it's just another day at the office or apathy, but for those that endeavor to deal as a line of work, how cool is it to be sat there at a feature with no doubt players that you've watched throughout the course of your life. Now here you are, part of their process.
Couldn't agree more, man. I feel like everyone at Triton takes a lot of pride in their work. Here's the gold standard for the poker tours.
There have been some moments, I confess, that I haven't been as proud of. Yesterday, I couldn't down an entire Perrier without falling out. I don't know if you got wind of. I had a chug contest before we went with Katola versus Korzinen here at the desk, and we cracked a couple Perriers, and halfway through, I had some real esophageal distress.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Randy, of course, cool as a cucumber. I don't think he might have faked it. He might have just gone to the lips and just held. You know what I mean? Not really. I'm not, you know, he's
a bit of a shark.
You got to keep your eye on that.
Yeah, you do.
Nano's slippery.
Gives off this whole, like, innocent, quiet Nanonoko vibes. Like, okay, bro.
Like, if you're sitting over his shoulder when he's grinding online and you realize, like, oh, some of those pot-sized bets are with complete air.
That's the thing, though, is like he pretends that he doesn't play that much, and then he just bangs out, like, the most perfect strategic piece of analysis. And like, okay, Randy.
Yeah.
Sure.
We're on to him. And the chip leader is on to ace, ace, king, 6. Diamonds plus spades.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
We have found the other aces, and Lee Tong has found the 3-bet button as 36 becomes 100.
Blind v blind.
Aren't we leaning over to find out just how much is left in the clip? When it comes to pot limit Omaha, are we more inclined to C3 and then make decisions, or are there spots such as this where it's just raw firepower and let's get in as much as we can and spin that wheel?
Yeah, 100% the latter. And that stack depth where you see Lee's already invested a third of his stack, and you can put him to the test for his entire 3-2-6. Just let's go, pal. Let's run it.
And pre-flop, a hand like ace, ace, king, 6 double is just never in that bad a shape, ever.
I mean, 99.9% of the time it's the best hand by a decent margin. So Tong looking for some hearts or some straight opportunities. Martirosyan looking for diamonds or spades. He's the man with the live redraw.
Both backdoor flush draws available to Martirosyan with no heart out there. And there is the diamond draw that threatens Lee Tong, the covered stack. 664 in the middle, and 9's full of aces in both camps. Let's carve it up, boys.
That was a good sweat. We've had, what, 3 eliminations? Not as fast-paced as I thought it would be. Coming back in today. Seth Davies, Sir Watts, Ben Tollerine, all out. It's been a swingy day for Jesse.
10,000, 15,000.
Blinds going up to 10k, 15k. Sean Winters in the mix. Danny Tang, Bob Bulgaris is out there. 40 big blinds.
Who's down at the bottom of that leaderboard right now? Perhaps in the on-deck circle.
Santosh, Jones, Foxon, Mickey Dueck.
Three hearts and a diamond. Ace high. Chidwick doesn't want to open from the cutoff.
Fold. Fold.
I want to see Tong build a stack, man. Seen him play some big pots.
Ding Biao with aces and diamonds. Shoots it. Up to 50. Martirosian making the call.
One of these two isn't making the money. I can just foresee it now. These two are gonna play a monster pot. Not on this occasion, but they've already tangoed on a couple of occasions. Not afraid to battle.
I think the music's going to be stopping here.
The ace of clubs.
As the overpair for Ding Biao contemplates.
I think it's just a mandatory continue. Small sizing. Yeah, there we go. Just comes for like 25% pot. That feels like it should shed Artur, but maybe Artur's got plans to float and do something crazy.
5 seconds.
Oh man. I'm telling you, one of these two is not making the money. They're just going to play the most out of line hand against each other. Let's see if Ding keeps firing, by the way. I mean,
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable when you get called, but that ace of clubs is so powerful in his hand. He blocks the wheels, blocks the nut flush, has aces. And you don't necessarily think
5 seconds.
that Artur would be sticking around all that often for another 45,000 with this part of the deck, or I mean, I don't know. You got to be somewhat balanced. He's got the chips with which to really do as he pleases for the time being.
wow, he's going to check it back. I was really hoping to see the Ding check raise, and now Martirosian with 2 pair and showdown beating exactly this type of holding, like aces, ace of clubs.
And this is where that turn barrel might have prevented this outcome.
Felt like a really tough turn barrel to find, though. Because then you really are just repping nut flush and nut flush only after raising up pre.
5 seconds.
I mean, suited aces definitely are the hand class that like to shoot it up pre. There's some measure of credibility. This, though, is exceedingly ambitious. Just 1/5 pot.
I think this is designed to get a call from a hand like queens or kings with a club, but also to deny Artur the opportunity to bet big. And we can see, obviously, Artur improving to 2 pair. Just has a very clear call.
5 7 2 bet.
Ding's gonna see all 4 cards and just think, yeah, look at that sheepish kind of smirk on Arthur's face there. He knows what he did.
Ding did sort of acknowledge.
Look at Tog's face.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at him look over at Arthur.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're exchanging some words, pal. I'm telling you. They're not speaking nicely about him.
No.
I don't speak Chinese, but
the word fish might have been associated with that particular exchange. We, of course, know better than to think that.
So what have you brought over to me, Ali? Are you, like, we're 14 days in, and you're just trying, you're like, Henry, you know what, pal?
Well, first off, apropos of the fact that we have a poker tournament going on, I found a candy bar I've never seen out in the United States, available at the snack bar here, and it's aptly named Nuts.
Okay.
And I thought maybe you would be interested, as I've brought you one there. Don't go reading the labels now, Henry. It's just not. It's not good for you. Okay. It's not. What do you think? It's lining up with your macros? No. But I've had 1 to 9 to 10 of them since we've been here. No, not that many.
Right, not that bad. 250 cows.
Not that bad. Queen 10, 6-3 double suited. Until, of course, pot gets declared by the ace 9-9-8 from Martin Dom. This is button versus small blind, and
On 80, right?
Yeah.
Martin knows Dirk's got imagination.
We haven't raised to 55k to fold to a 3-bet double suited hand. And again, case in point, equities run super close in PLO.
This is
not going to fold a lot of flops.
a committing
I'm not counting on it.
3-bet, and you heard
Looks like you.
Martin say, I'm not counting on you folding on the flop. Dirk, before the action's even complete, says, it looks like you. But even then, 2 backdoor flush draws, a pair of 10s. Dirk is going to give him a spin. And Martin will always be happy that the ace is in front.
The last one.
Queen 10, 6-3. Backdoor diamonds needed for Vinny VD.
Something like him.
I'm looking forward to this.
It's the best bolt that you could hope for.
It's hoping for a fold.
I mean,
I like Martin. He's a fun guy. As Venny turns 2 pair.
Ouch. Now things considerably less fun for Dom, who needs an ace, 9, 8, or 5, and instead it's a 4. And that is the kind of thing that anybody that plays 4-card has to be prepared to deal with. Dom accepting fate there. GG's issued.
what were the
By the way, if you're
of those 2 hands
curious as to what's
he's
warranted this protracted absence of Henry Kilbane, it is indeed the nuts bar that he is deep into at this point, by the way. Meanwhile, we're deep into this one. Pre-flop, Martirosian made it 40. Mirmo made the call. Check called 35,000 on the ace-8-5 board with a pair and an open ender, which is turned into 2 pair on the turn. Martirosian was light, now has found 6s and the nut flush draw. Action checked over to him once more.
I'm just going to put it out there real quick. This is why I don't eat this stuff, Ali, because I could devour another 5 of those right now. But thank you. Appreciate you, you know.
Contributing to your waistline?
Yeah.
4-liner on board now as Martirosian did not barrel.
Yeah, it would have been a very, very kind of uncomfortable spot had he barreled turn, and then to get forced off of the nut flush draw, obviously not something he wants to do. Now, as played, facing 3 checks in front of him, flop, turn and river, feels like a mandatory bluff. Doesn't even need to go that big. We're just trying to fold out 2 pairs here.
What?
Okay, yeah, he's just going to mash. See if Espen can sniff this out, by the way, because no Espen's holding 8-7-6, which is blocking a ton of straight draws.
And we don't expect aces up to behave this way.
No, not at all. This feels very bluffy, and I think Espen's good enough to sniff this out. Like, the fact that his hand hasn't hit the muck yet, this isn't posturing. Like, this is him genuinely thinking about heroing off here with 2 pair, because the line doesn't make that much sense. And given that he holds an 8, a 7, and a 6 in his hand, blocking, 8-9, 7-9, 6-9. I'll tell you what, if he makes this call, man. I think Artur knows it as well. He's like, oh damn, what have I done? Gotta take this 175 back. It does suck when you just get shown like King, 9-10, Ace, 9-10.
Right. Specifically that 9-10.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't just a 9x, and that's exactly what Artur's repping here. Like, he's repping specifically 9-10. Come on, Mermo. I want a day of epic PLO cooldowns.
Look at the number of time banks that he's using. And just the fact that he's chewing on it like he is, Henry, tells you that you're dealing with the steely operator in the 4-card streets, knows what's going on out here.
Listen, man, I'm going to give you some free alpha. You see a Norwegian, Finnish, or Danish flag. Oh, no.
Then make sure you pot the river against it because it'll get through. I'm only teasing, of course, but go on.
Yeah, I mean, a Danish, Finnish, or Norwegian flag. I typically know a thing or two about the 4-card streets. But
so does Artur, by the way, and that explains why he did what he did.
Just the bulldog, up to 2 million. I think they're still calling him a fish.
They could be talking watches.
So we're going to lose Ivy. He's going to get moved to an outer table. Jason Kuhn, by the way, making a bit of a late surge up to 4th in chips. Haven't seen much of JK this series as he did show up late. Lee Davey just gave me 550 euros. I've got him on the payroll. Ali, you watch out next time we're in Riga, pal.
Envelopes being passed here at the desk. I don't know what kind of racket you're running out here, Kilbane, but I've watched some of those British gangster movies. I know better than to ask questions. Meanwhile, Martirosian, modest question being asked, courtesy of Badoogie Queens. By that I mean 4 offsuit cards. Aces, though, for Lee Tong. He's got an answer. As we go to the 3rd floor.
Rainbow, Ace, Queen, Queen 5 should be hitting the mark. And I still pick up there for Lee. A needed one as well. That big blind 15k. I have to ask Ali, you know, it's going to be what? 3 weeks before we kick things off in the Bahamas.
Go on.
Got anything nice planned between now and then? Where's Najad off to?
I'm actually headed back. Well, I'm going to Paris. Anytime I'm in Europe, I make the pit stop at least
true.
once.
That is true, you do.
To punt. Tax-free. And then from Paris back to Vegas. Formula One coming to town. And then
what, in Vegas?
Off to the Bahamas, yeah.
Like a full race?
What rock are you under? Yeah, last year was the first one.
Was it this time last year?
Grand Prix, yeah. November.
Holy, where's this year gone, bro? That's insane.
It's gone to the moon if you're looking at your Trezor and your crypto Coinbase account.
Wow. It was, you're right, it was this time last year.
Mm-hmm. What about you? Back to Phuket or a birthday coming up for you,
yeah.
Mr. Kilbane.
3 days time, hitting the big 3-0, going to Valencia of all places. Now the question is like, why are you going there after everything that's happened?
You mean, didn't it suffer through some insane mudslides and rain?
It did, unfortunately. Yeah.
You planned the trip before this, of course.
Way before. But things do seem to be improving out there. Have friends that live out there. So yeah, just going to be out there with close friends and family, celebrating the 30th birthday, which I'm really looking forward to. And then I'm just going to stay in Spain. Going to chill in Spain rather than flying all the way back to Thailand, and then flying from Thailand to the Bahamas just doesn't seem worth it for 8 days, 9 days.
As an Epicurean, I got to warn you, Henry, that you think I'm hurting your waistline. The Spaniards will tack a few kilos on.
Man,
food's just too good.
I do love some patatas bravas and some lomo, you know. Just can't help myself.
Yeah, that's the... I always say Irish in you, but you're not Irish. But, you know, the meat and potatoes, the Brits like that.
I mean, that's very Spanish as well.
Is it?
Patatas bravas.
I know that is.
Lomo.
But, you know, they don't do the cabbage, though. That's the Irish.
Yeah, I was going to say, why would you ruin the meal?
Ask the Irish. Thankfully, a couple of uneventful ones took shape there while we were rambling about Ding Biao most recently raising and taking it.
When do you get into the Bahamas?
Get there on the 6th, I think. And then we have the Triton Main and a Triton Invitational, a Triton Million, they're calling it, just given the fact that it's $500,000 per player. 3-day main, 3-day invitational, no other side events, an abbreviated sort of Triton collab that brings us to the Caribbean. And then we're going to stick around and handle the GG Super Main World Series Paradise.
Buzzing for that, man. I mean,
a lot of these guys will be there. Not necessarily the PLO killers, but the Triton guys, I imagine, will pay a visit.
I think some of the PLO guys will be out there, you know. I mean, there's a big PLO going on as well during that series. It's just like, where do we go from here? Poker-wise. Like, we've handed out, what, like 12 7-figure pay scores during this series. A top prize going to Patrick Antonis of 5.1 and change. Yesterday, saw Vladimir taking down the 150k for 4 million. I mean, now we've got a PLO with 2 million plus up top. It wouldn't surprise me, you know, and you can feel free to shower me on this, but it would not surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we see Triton hand out a 10 million plus payday for a top prize.
2 or 3 years?
Yeah.
Listen, if Bitcoin keeps moving the way that it is,
exactly.
and you might be right about that. As Ding Biao defended his big blind here, he's flopped the gutter to the nuts with the ace-king, a pair of 9s. Mirmo, the protagonist flopped the open-ender and jacks, along with a Broadway gutter of his own. Checked it back and now finds aces up on the turn. Biao also with aces up, inferior addition.
Ding should want to just get this to showdown. Same with Espen, as he did check back on the flop. Would be a disaster to get blown off his equity. Now with top 2, blocking both king queen and queen 8 gets interesting.
Still no betting, given the dampness of the texture. This is a bit of a desiccant on the river.
Yeah, I think Ding knows that once Espen checks back turn, that Espen has some decent showdown, and is he ever able to fold out said showdown? I think we just want to get ace-9 to showdown, yeah? I mean, check it through, boys. Crucial pickup there for Mermo.
Boy, he was moments away from sitting with a far different looking stack. If he would have found the call against Martirosian, who threw his weight around. Versus 3 pair. The recovery effort is underway for Mirmo. Mirmo, by the way, Henry, here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Finished 7th in the 50K PLO for 193,000. Looking to cash once more here in the main.
Yeah, been very impressed by him.
Martirosian impressed by Ace King 5-5, but Lee Tong looks down at Ace Jack Jack 3 with nut spades. Second nut diamonds from Martirosian, part of the kit. Made it 40, gets flatted.
Getting laid such a good price.
Yeah, but that's a bit of a bag of fertilizer there. Queen 6-6-5.
You'd think so. He's flicked in the call. Actually has 37% equity.
That's pretty wild. He's found a queen for the lead here. Not sure how big a fan of that he's going to be.
Yeah, I think we see Artur continue here. Ace of clubs. Very key card on this board texture. Very tough for both Lee Tong and Espen to continue. What's Tong going to do against the C-bet? If he sees the C-bet. This would be insane if Mermo just gets to check this down. Now picks up a gut shot on the turn. A gut shot which would be very costly to Martirosian, by the way, if it were to come in.
Yeah, he'd make the wheel and be up against that 7 high straight. See if the turn takes shape as uneventfully as the flop did before it.
60.
Mermo's found the bet here.
This is pretty boss.
And it's a great feeling when it gets right through.
I don't think a lot of people find the bet on the turn there. Well played, sir.
Not for the faint of heart.
We've lost the better part of 25% of the field since we picked up coverage today. A couple of eliminations. Some big name eliminations, by the way. Savannah out, Martin Dam out, Mickey Dueck out, Patrick Antonius out, Yonne Yukamayan out.
Shortest stack now, David Benefield, Raptor. 30th of 30 remaining runners with 14 paid in this one, which, as Henry pointed out, has got 3 seven-figure scores available, 2.27 to the eventual champ, 166 the min cash. Ace queen and a couple of tens. Slides in.
Oh, wait, who said family pot?
I think it was Ding Biao. Not sure.
It's a bit cheeky, I mean.
Headed in that direction, and Chidwick's check back does bring us 4 ways to the flop. As Li Tong, the only man failing to participate. Queen high, monotone. Ace of spade relevance there for Ding Biao, who's got middle set. Way the best of it.
Just showers everyone else. Don't think we'll be seeing a turn card. Like, you just want to clear out King Jack, Jack 9, 8 9, all of these gut shots. You have the ace of spades, so you should never really be getting raised. And even against call, you know, you've got 10 outs twice on the turn with a set.
1/3 pot.
Easy game.
And take it.
So 5 tables left. 5 tables of 6.
Whoa.
It's going to be a cagey bubble, you know, because when we get down to 15, it's going to go hand for hand. And it means it's going to be 3 tables of 5.
There's your next blue feature table. One that you circled during the walkthrough.
That's a pretty sick table. Sean Winter, Fox and Barbero, Ronnie Kaiser. Who we got over here? Grufford Jones in the mix. Love to see it. Dylan Weissman. Greenwood. Elis, of course. I don't know who that is in Trap 1, but he has a lot of chips. The cap and beard combo was giving me a bit of Shulman-esque vibes.
Okay, I see it.
I was like, hang on, this Nick rocked up for the 100K and not said hello.
He doesn't mind flying undercover, by the way.
I think it was the Spaniard, Lautaro Guerra. He was 5th in chips with 1.3 million. He did have a mountain of chips in front of him. 15 minutes left before we head into our first break of the day. I guess we're rock, paper, scissoring for who stays on. Should we get it out of the way with now, or should we do it on the break desk?
Well, listen, you sound like you might be in need of a little siesta, my friend. 2 4s and a 9 with a couple of clubs rolling off here. The limp on the button from Mirmo, allowing both blinds to take this swing fruitlessly. No one's got a draw, no one's got a pair, other than the 4s on board. Round of knuckles. Now the queen connecting with Martirosian. Some gut shots take shape.
Stevie's got a gut shot. Aspen's got a gut shot. It feels like I'm really stretching to find reasons to bet. It's always nice to have equity, of course. But yeah, Artur got a bit out of his top 2 and get 2 very quick folds. So when you say siesta,
nap,
I understand.
Okay, I was hoping.
Hold on, Pappy. Like, come on. Spent half my life in Spain as a
I
kid.
thought that. I was concerned
Have
if maybe
plenty
you'd
of
spent
siestas.
it awake the entire time.
You think I need a siesta because I want to rock, paper, scissors? Or
No, you had a little yawn. I thought
yeah.
maybe. Could be a misread on my part.
No. You're pretty, your read's out there. 14 days in. Countless FTs. It's been an absolute blast. Some sleepless nights, courtesy of the drilling going on.
Oh, yeah, the Monaco construction company is really announced itself in a very profound manner.
It's
right
tough,
across
man.
from Henry's room.
You get home at like 2:33, end of day. You spend like 30 minutes winding down, and then you just get this this guy drilling from 10 a.m. It's tough.
They should have given you a hard hat at check-in. You're so close to what's going on. There might be debris coming through your...
Yeah, commentator by day. Construction worker by night.
No position call.
Like when the red strong bench.
Ding Biao begins construction of this pot. Ace 10, 9, 5 with hearts, that which warrants. Martirosian double suited. King Jack 5, 4 coming along. Sharing a couple of cards, 3 of them actually, with Lee Tong. And it comes King 9, 3. Lee with the best hand. Top pair, top kick.
165 out there, 252 back. I mean, denying equity now is fantastic. Hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, types of inside straight draws, backdoor flush draws. You're not thrilled about it when someone raises, though.
It's a chunky 110 off of 252. But, you know, inside straight draws between the king and the 9, really that which we might be feeling threatened by. We do have that jack, which matters. If we're Lee Tong.
This is just a snap fold.
We're allowed to begrudge it, but yeah, Artur agrees.
Wow, down to 28. What's going on out there, man?
They are dropping like flies.
It's the Finnish Armada. They're getting showered, actually. Patrick Antonius, Yoni Ukamayan, and Elias Harala. The Bulgarian Veselin Karakitukov.
I love when I get to hear you pronounce the Bulgarian surnames, just given the time you spent.
Honestly, I don't know how I would pronounce that one. So, Karakitukov. Karakitukov. That's a very uncommon Bulgarian name.
Can we call him Tuki? I don't know. I'm just trying to make it easy on us in here.
Let's just call him VK.
That's also a possibility. As the possibilities of Ace King 6-4 are being explored by Canada's Luke Greenwood in the form of a limp. Martirosian double suited. Wants to take a peek from the button. Lee Tong likes the math. Suited ace. 3-card rundown. Ding Biao, one gapped with inferior diamonds.
Artur needs to be careful limping in hands like this, you know.
How do we find 2 diamonds on this flop? 3 players have flush draws. Note that Ding Biao has an ultra wrap to go with his.
Ding's got the supersonic wrap here. I mean, 3 through Jack. Pretty insane.
Yeah, if the board doesn't pair, there's not a whole lot that doesn't help Ding Biao. The problem for him, of course, is that the diamond variance would be no good. Some occupied, of course, in Greenwood and Martirosian's hands, as it does go check all the way around. The ace on the turn now does give aces and sevens to Li Tong. He checks. Greenwood with aces and fours. This is why, consider that Ding Biao still has the best equity, even though aces and sevens is out there.
And even though his flush draw is dominated.
Right.
Yeah, only a queen or a deuce doesn't complete a straight. Well, Martirosian's folded now, but so the queen jack hitting the mark. See what Li Tong wants to do. He's going to call one off. It's another one of those where it feels like a mandatory call, but it's so difficult to navigate rivers when the texture is going to change significantly most of the time. Big river incoming.
50K ahead, and the 9 rolls off. Ding Biao with the 10 high straight.
See if he leads out here. You want to get value from 2 pair, from sets. Don't even need to go big. You can always bet fold your hand as well. Should he get raised, of course. Still losing to Jack 8. I really like this sizing. He's targeting exactly those types of hands. 2 pair and a set.
And for Greenwood, it's pretty face up, that which threatens. You know, a lot of that Jack 9-8 type stuff that might have been sticking around. We block nut flush draw, so the straight draws tend to feel more within the range of what was hunting this river.
Agreed. We also block like King, Queen, Jack, which is perhaps one of the hands that decides to bluff. I'm stretching a bit here, but also have a player behind to worry about. Tong could very easily be getting tricky from the small blind.
Look at Li Tong thinking, I'm the guy that's got to be a hero.
Tong's really chewing on this one. He's got a 6 in hand. Unblocks diamonds. Unblocks all of those Broadway wraps.
Maybe a hand that contains not 1 but 2 8s. Absent a straight. Decides to activate in this way with some frequency.
He really wants to put on the cape, doesn't he? Oh, well done, mate. It's tough in those spots where the mind starts wandering down the path of, okay, this guy is good enough to have bluffs, is he bluffing, etc., to then follow it up with a fold. Well done, sir. You can, well, I was going to say fold your way to the $5 million Invitational that's going to be hosted in December, courtesy of Club WPT Gold, as they are bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada. That top prize of $1 million will be going to the winner in that one. It's completely free to enter. You can sign up today using the code Triton win your seat today. No purchase necessary. Best of luck. Get involved in that one, ladies and gents.
We find Jesse Lonis, all of his chips out there now with nothing more than one pair of jacks, which is exactly where Joe Schwen is. Unfortunately for Jesse, he's there with the better kicker.
But hold on, because Joe's trying to turn his hand into a bluff here.
And Danny's got the king high hearts. So the dry ace, that's how we got to this point.
The only way Jesse can win this hand is if Joe somehow gets Danny to fold and he then spikes a king, queen, or a deuce. Danny not going anywhere.
It was pre-flop, by the way, that Lonis moved all in for the 47,000, got called in 3 spots, and it's post-flop where he finds himself drawing dead unbeknownst. After Danny did stick around, Lonis did not improve.
There is a side pot.
440K, no less.
I tell you what, if Joe goes for this, I'm going to be sickened.
I mean, I don't think he barreled on the turn.
5 seconds.
You know, this one went 75 on the flop, 145 on the turn, and now he's chewing on whether or not to empty 213 here on the river of his 290 back into Danny. The board pairing is obviously dissuasive.
That's true. That is true, but we do hold a jack which blocks the nut full house, one of the hands you'd be concerned of. So I don't think hands like 7-6 are continuing. Yeah, he's going to wave the white flag. And Danny's going to check it back. He's going to scoop a sizable one. Danny Tang up to 1.7 million.
Jesse Lonis down to 0.
Yeah, showers, Jesse. GG's, mate. Been an absolute pleasure
Danny
calling the
no
action on Jesse during this series.
Good check.
What is this?
So with the elimination of Lonis, we're down to just 27 players. Lee Tong, cutoff limp here, suited ace. Made them all. Limping. Greenwood with a pretty one, but some other diamonds. Checks back to take a peek for free at 854. Not in his zip code. Minimal does have backdoor clubs, 2-way straight draw.
Fascinating to see how much limping is done in PLO tournaments.
What motivates it?
I think it's just simply ICM and how close the equities run. Like, you really don't want to inflate the size of the pot, which then opens the door for an opponent to leverage, you know, half of your stack pre-flop. So keeping the pot small and then navigating post-flop.
Well, we're going to open the doors and let these players get a breath of fresh air as many met their end already here in the first frame of this $100,000 pot limit Omaha main event. This is the second to last event of this Monte-Carlo festival, one in which Artur Martirosyan is threatening Punat Punsri for Player of the Festival honors. In terms of hands that we saw there during that frame, I'm not sure there's one that was a showstopper that jumps off the page, Henry.
I think that Artur float with, I think it was Queen 10, 7, 5 with the 7 of clubs on 5, 3 deuce of clubs. Just kind of showcasing that he's willing to get a bit out of line as the chip leader and play big pots.
Yeah. While we may not have remembered it as much, I know Li Tong and Ding Biao definitely recalled that particular pot. So Daniel Dvoris has emerged as the chip leader right now, 2.4 million in front of him. Maybe we'll take a peek and find out how he got there. But first, we're going to have to say goodbye to you temporarily. Randy Liu going to come in here. Don't you dare register in anything. Henry, I know you're tempted. Stay away from the buy-in desk. I'm going to stay right here. We're going to be back about 13 minutes and then pick up coverage here in the 100K PLO main from Monte-Carlo. Keep it close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Some tense moments as he looks on.
I think it's very likely that Artur beats Punat just based off of entering this tournament and, you know, looking likely that he's going to min cash at least.
Don't you jinx it, Henry. I'm on your side there, but you know.
Stranger things have happened.
Mm-hmm. Just ask Sam Greenwood, chip leader coming in yesterday to the FT. Aces with hearts.
Good luck, boys.
Yeah, squaring off against Joe Schwen, who's got himself a wrap here.
Ace of diamonds in hand. Yeah, in it goes.
Yep, customer. As the three-better pre plunks in his remaining 162K. Nagy playing for 582, and that's a nervous pair of aces right there.
I hate this game.
Thank you.
I really do.
It's the one game in which I've ever heard someone turn to a guy when all in with absolutely nothing and say, son, Oh, wait a minute. Eight's full, and all of a sudden, we don't have to sweat this river whatsoever. He looked over at a kid and said, son, I got no pair, and you can't win.
I had good kings
Holding
too.
over half the stub
Yeah,
as outs, you know.
Oh, man. I've
King,
seen
queen,
it.
queen suit.
The payouts in a PLO event.
I mean, that's an $8.7 million total prize pool. And as much enthusiasm as PLO enjoys in Europe, which explains why it is that it takes the place of short deck at the Triton Super High Roller Series when we're on the continent, it still doesn't manage these sorts of numbers beyond our borders.
It doesn't. No, I'm struggling to I mean, stateside, you guys have still got a lot going on there, right, with PLO? If I'm not mistaken.
Cash games, but in terms of the tournaments, I feel like this still stands.
What about during the series?
What's the biggest of the PLOs during the series?
100K?
Is there? I can't remember if there's a 100K. I thought it
Let's
might
have
have
a
been a
look.
50, but you could be right. We got time to chew on it as Tallerine chomps down on the Joe Chuen Open. Kings, double suited, made it 29. Ace, King, 8-7 with diamonds, made it 105. Chuen in for the ride. Tallerine just 121 back here. Call it 0.5 SPR
Yeah.
with 240 in the middle, heading to the flop.
That's something crazy.
And what are you going to say? Hold'ems as well, I guess?
Let's see 3 dealer. Tolerating in
offside. I
pretty
think there's
rough
maybe a
shape,
mixed game
all
that'll
things
play.
considered.
Finds a pair and 1 diamond on board.
Coming?
Yeah, playing PLOs.
Chuen
How many
just
PLOs
playing
are
the
there?
kings.
I haven't looked at the schedule.
I think 3.
Checks.
150 and 20.
GG's, Ben.
Wow.
It's going to need some help from the deck.
Moves it in.
Snap.
Yeah, you see Joe asking for the
Did you play
count.
the 25K main event?
2 back
I
doors.
think the ticket is transferable, so I'm just rather.
Oh, you already won it?
Kings.
There is this
Backdoor
early bird
straight.
package, you know.
We
You
ain't
have to
folding.
pay, 100, like 100K.
Regardless
Yeah.
of
Oh,
the
but
fact
you
that this
get
was a
the
pre-flop 3-bet.
Yeah. Oh, but it buys you into the main automatically?
And you have to play the main, but you are getting transferable tickets. So basically,
Man, I might do a
someone who is kind of
Brian Rast here and say I'm going to eat my shirt if he folds. There he is. He does flick in the call.
I thought I was going to have to bring you some condiments with which to enjoy it for a second, as Chuen did tank kind of unpredictably.
He likes to take his time, think things through.
I mean, aces are always something that lurk. When we have the kings, it feels like they're there so often. But we take our chances here. Does have backdoor hearts and clubs. Just in case, but he's actually got the best of it. Better than 2-1 favorite with 2 to come.
Hello.
Nut flush draw acquisition on the turn for Tallerine, who now, despite having 1 less card to come, gains equity. But on the end, the 9 is not the card that'll allow Ben to keep his seat as he is directed toward the locker room by Joe Chuen.
Whole like innocent, quiet Nananoka vibes. Like, okay, bro.
Like if you're sitting over his shoulder when he's grinding online and you realize like, oh, some of those pot-sized bets are with complete air.
That's the thing though, is like he pretends that he doesn't play that much and then he just bangs out like the most perfect strategic piece of analysis. You're like, okay, Randy.
Yeah.
Sure.
We're on to him. And the chip leader is on to ace, ace, king, 6. Diamonds plus spades.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
We have found the other aces, and Lee Tong has found the 3-bet button as 36 becomes 100.
Blind v blind.
Aren't we leaning over to find out just how much is left in the clip? When it comes to pot limit Omaha, are we more inclined to C3 and then make decisions, or are there spots such as this where it's just raw firepower and let's get in as much as we can and spin that
the
wheel.
latter. Yeah, 100% the latter. And that stack depth where you see Lee's already invested a third of his stack and you can put him to the test for his entire 3-2-6. Just let's go, pal. Let's run it.
And pre-flop, a hand like Ace-Ace King-6 double is just never in that bad a shape, ever.
I mean, 99.9% of the time it's the best hand by a decent margin. So Tong looking for some hearts or some straight opportunities. Martirosian looking for diamonds or spades. He's the man with the live redraw.
Both backdoor flush draws available to Martirosian with no heart out there. And there is the diamond draw that threatens Lee Tong, the covered stack. 664 in the middle and nines full of aces in both camps. Let's carve it up, boys.
That was a good sweat.
That particular exchange. We, of course, know better than to think that.
So what have you brought over to me, Ali? Are you, like, with 14 days in, and you're just trying, you're like, Henry, you know what, pal?
Well, first off, apropos of the fact that we have a poker tournament going on, I found a candy bar I've never seen out in the United States, available at the snack bar here, and it's aptly named Nuts.
Okay.
And I thought maybe you would be interested, as I've brought you one there. Don't go reading the labels now, Henry. It's just not. It's not good for you. Okay. It's not. What do you think? It's lining up with your macros? No. But I've had 1 to 9 to 10 of them since we've been here. No, not that many.
Right, not that bad. 250 cows.
Not that bad. Queen 10, 6-3 double suited. Until, of course, pot gets declared by the ace 9-9-8 from Martin Dom. This is button versus small blind, and
180, right?
Yeah,
Martin knows Dirk's got imagination.
We haven't raised to 55k to fold to a 3-bet double suited hand. And again, case in point, equities run super close in PLO.
This is
I'm not going to fold a lot of flops.
a committing
I'm not counting on it.
3-bet, and you heard
Looks like you.
Martin say, I'm not counting on you folding on the flop. Dirk, before the action's even complete, says, it looks like you. But even then, 2 backdoor flush draws, a pair of 10s. Dirk is going to give him a spin. And Martin will always be happy that the ace is in front.
The last one.
Queen 10, 6-3. Backdoor diamonds needed for Vinny VD.
Something like him.
I'm looking forward to this.
It's the best bolt that you could hope for. I was hoping for a fold. I mean,
I like Martin. He's a fun guy. As Venny turns 2 pair.
Ouch. Now things considerably less fun for Dom, who needs an ace, 9, 8, or 5, and instead it's a 4. And that is the kind of thing that anybody that plays 4-card has to be prepared to deal with. Dom accepting fate there. GG's. And welcome back to Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of the penultimate event, but perhaps the last one that we're going to be bringing you coverage of. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu here, $100,000 pot limit, Omaha, Maine. We started the day, 9 players, max late regging. Randy, 29 players found a bag late last night. That meant 38 took their seats. And when we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see we no longer have 38 participants. Many paying a visit to the locker room. Just 27 remaining, blinds going up to 10 and 20,000. But Daniel Dvoris, now the chip leader, dethroning Martirosian.
He's also one of those guys that knows how to play every single type of game. So this playing PLO puts him in contention for the player of the year. You know, he's the type of guy who is just sharp.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter which game it is. He's always at the top of the chip count, and like you said, took over from Artur.
He didn't look so sharp the other day, though. We saw him on stream looking very, very ill. Apparently has recovered. We're glad to see it, although I'm sure the rest of the field is not. As we jump back down into the arena where Devoris reigns supreme for the time being here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Brought to you by WPT Global. We do have 2 new feature tables. And the blue table, the one that Henry Kilbane, prior to being sent to break, said looks deadly. There's your first peek at it.
It looks chatty to me.
Well, that's Sean Winter that made you say that, I feel like, isn't it?
No, it's actually Nacho Barbero with Sean Winter.
Oh, that's a good point. That's the entire field, is it, at this point? No, not quite. 27 players left. Apologies. We're not playing 9-handed PLO. Good luck with that.
5 tables remaining.
Sam Greenwood, chief at the red table. Ronnie Kaiser here at the blue table, the boss stack. And then Devoris over at the orange table. 122 big blind Steve, 2.4 million and change. Will be up top there. David Benefield has problems overall. Shortest stack in the field, sitting 4 big blinds deep. Luke Greenwood, the second shortest stack in the room, not pictured here. So just add Nacho, just add Sean, and maybe our jobs are going to be made easier in terms of table talk, carrying some of the load here.
Not complaining. Is that a flower on that shirt of Haxton, or
We've seen that one before.
Okay.
I believe it is indeed
roses?
a botanical
No, it's not roses.
situation.
Is it cold? Out there, he's looking comfy.
It was very windy out there today. Seas looking a little choppy, and things looking rough on those people that had this table draw.
435, including the blind. Thing. Yeah.
Sean Winter, like Jason Kuhn, a late arrival to this particular Monte Carlo festival, but glad to see him nevertheless. Limping in, King
it's
Jack
not
10
the same without a Sean Winter at a Triton festival.
I agree. Double suited, double paired. Haxton says pot in position.
Honestly, I have a huge hand.
I believe you.
Can't even call it a raise. Must be huge.
Prefacing that with honestly
That's better
was a
than
bit
your
peculiar.
hand for sure, Sean. I take that hand.
I think Sean had 2 overs, 2 unders.
3. Over or under? 3 overs.
3 overs.
What?
I believe you, but
I don't believe you either.
what do you do here?
By the way, I don't
I
believe
don't know.
anything.
I had a rainbow.
Anything Winter says, I don't
didn't-
believe it.
I didn't want to.
He's a very honest man. He wouldn't just, limp hold Jack 8-5-4 and claim to have 3 overs.
Yeah, exactly. I only lie on stream.
Well, we're on stream.
You got 3, Nasha? Exactly 3 using my blinds. You're very worried about me, right? Oh, good, bro. Good. Nice guy. Nice guy. What a nice guy is Alex.
I don't think I've ever seen you be mean.
Doesn't happen often.
This is an
Like,
easy
pretty much
hand to
everyone
play
I've
when
played
you're
with
short.
has been mean to me. I don't think I recall you ever being mean to me.
I raise a bot.
I've been tolerant some being mean to me.
He slow rolled me yesterday by accident.
Barbero
River on
finds aces
Jack,
and 3
Jack,
bets.
7,
Haxton's jacks,
Ace, 5.
blind versus blind.
and he turned over ace 10. Those were the first 2 he exposed. I had a jack.
Oh, he turned aces.
It was a thick hand. Especially the way he...
I know, I was like...
Before he
oh,
bet, he was like... That was great. I've never seen something like that.
Top set versus a Broadway gutter here, as Haxton made the call pre-clip unloaded
he was on.
by Barbero.
You would have.
Yeah.
Nacho just tends to smash this board, given the pot.
Haxton has no spades in his hand.
Okay.
He says okay, though, and makes the call off of
That's why he asked you how
295.
much you had.
1 1/4
You have a flush
is
draw? How
chunky.
you can't?
Randy, you surprised to see this?
A bit because of how shallow he is as well. He is up against aces a lot, and sometimes he makes it straight, but Nacho's got a redraw.
Well, far be it from us to seem as though we're questioning Ike Haxton, who is widely regarded and respected by his peers as one of the best to ever do it, regardless of discipline.
That is you.
Unfortunately, he's unable to do it here.
That's
as
overkill.
Barbero
Why the? Oh,
makes
why
aces
it
fold.
doesn't bird the turn? What is
Wait, you guys got that in pre?
pretty much?
I called the last 120 on the flop.
Oh, raise call. Or raise 3-bet.
Raise 3-bet.
Why doesn't bird the board on the turn? What? I run so bad. It's insane. I have to be sweating to the board.
Is he complaining when
Yeah,
he's
you know,
winning the
When I
pot?
make Nachito
You
the
steal
board,
mine, is
Nachito
that what
flop.
happened?
Right, right.
Imagine Haxton being able to lose that one peacefully. Meanwhile, back to our other feature table where we find Finland's Illis Parsonen, part of the PLO sniper crew that showed up as soon as the 4-card part of the program was upon us here. Illis sitting 6th in chips overall. Looking at his Triton profile, Randy, he's got 7 figures and wins under his belt.
Yeah, he sure does. 4 cashes. Montenegro PLO was good to him there. 2 4th-place finishes. He's cashed for a total of 1.1 million at that stop. His first showing was in Monte-Carlo last year. Also 2 cashes, a 2nd and a 12th.
So far, 0 for 1 at this festival. Having played the 50K, didn't make the money. David Benefield, all but 5,000 of his chips. Worked their way center ice.
You know, Greenwood's one of those guys that can play all 3 formats too. Jones, he's in. 997 deuce. And 7 deuce makes 2 pair. Greenwood pocket 10s. Not much for Benefield. And Jones has only got 185k back with 215 in the middle. He might even just stop and go this one.
Jones jams. Benefield, of course, not stepping aside. Final 5K.
That's probably going to win up.
Does call, and 7s and deuces way out in front with 2 to come.
Queen of clubs.
No.
225K on the turn. The ace now providing the Broadway gut shot to Benefield. Only a 10 will allow Raptor to remain in the roost.
All right, boys. Good luck.
That'll do it. As David exits in classy, if disappointing fashion. Old school legend.
No,
Raptor, man, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Well,
Back to Jurassic Park.
I have no idea of him. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking about an online screen name, not really a
I have empathy.
reconstituted dinosaur.
Reconstituted dinosaur.
Well, it's like even like this one is something that I'm sure even like
Well, if you want to play at your best, just like the Triton competitors you're watching now, GTO Wizard offers clear and accurate solutions to every poker scenario you might face. Start analyzing hands today with the industry's most advanced solver. Check it out at gtowizard.com. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Big blinds under the gun.
Yeah.
Maybe I could have just been a fucking repot.
Jack 10, 9, 7 for Parsonen. Activation. 3 clubs, 4 card rundown with a gap. Now, better clubs for Jones, along with 3 Broadway cards and a pair.
Fresh off of eliminating Benefield, so his stack has got more wiggle room.
Pumped up.
Makes it 80,000.
How much you're playing with? 3 behind. 3. Okay. $325.
20 became 80 as Parsonen tried to limp in. Could take the heat for the extra 60, he decided, and he is performing very well on this flop.
How good is this? Especially when your opponent isolates out of position, doesn't rate to have a 9x too often. And it's so dry where Jones might just sprinkle in some chips, given there's already 200,000 in the middle. Don't blame him. You got position, no flush draws present. No straight draws either.
And no issues just flatting for Parsonen in the face of 35K. Gut shot acquired as well for Elis. Unnecessary. As Jones draws to a 10.
There's only 110 left, given that Elis is holding one.
Yep.
Jones really doesn't have anything worthy of a bet. Even against this 50k bet, these two 10s have shriveled up tremendously.
I mean, it's a dry board with no flush draws out there, but the limp and then flat from Parsonen could contain some bigger pocket pairs. Granted, you block kings and queens.
Well, he does call 50k.
Now the ace on the river, and Jones very much continues to feel worse and worse about his hand.
Yeah, it just feels like Parson is rarely behind. Maybe occasionally a pocket aces. There's 240,000 remaining in Jones's stack. It's about 2/3 pot. If Parsonen wants to rip it in. Given this very tiny flop bet, Parsonen could show up with some bluffs just because he can hang tight with some backdoors on the flop.
All in.
Not what Jones wanted to hear.
Not at all. How many bluffs can we construct? It doesn't really matter, says Jones.
7-7 deuce deuce.
Letting go.
You always know.
That's what it feels like. Single suited, obviously.
You're too good, man.
I miss Parsonen's Finland Snuggie. You know the one he always
the
has,
blue
the
one?
blue one with the white stripes on it?
Yeah.
Because I'm too good. It says good fold by you. Yeah. Got all his bases covered.
It's kind of got like
That's a good fold.
this new look is reminding me of like the LA Lakers. You know, the
For him.
colors.
Yeah, for you.
For
It's
him.
like the
For him, okay.
Letterman jacket vibes.
Suited king, ace king.
Good enough for 60. Parsonen hopping back in there. Deeper than he was prior to that last pot. Lautaro Guerra will defend from the big. Queen 4 deuce board. Doesn't hit either player, really. Parsonen does have a 4.
Yeah, just a 4. Quick fold from Guerra with nothing.
Parsonen
Red time bank.
hauls in another one.
Because he went over 10 seconds.
Taking it away
First
from
up.
Guerra, who's not a
First
newcomer
It's 10 seconds.
to
and that's
Triton
what the red
by any means, Randy.
Yeah, I
If
thought
there's been open, it just
he
says
was
regular
first
and
time
regular
I
time banks.
seen him
Okay,
personally,
you're 5 for
but
10 seconds.
he showed up since Cyprus of 2023. Plays PLO exclusively.
Yeah,
Only has one cash under his belt, which is at Montenegro
Fucking
this
Jackson
year
full
for 11th
fives.
place finish.
I check back his shot.
With a knit.
I learned from you. Being a neat base.
Learn from the best.
Learn from the best. Hold yourself to 5 blinds and then maneuver. Play at 3 street hands.
4 streets.
4 street.
Yeah,
Min
pre-flop.
raise, Bet 1 blind, bet 1 blind. All in.
No, 3 bet. Check call. Check. No, 3 bet. Bet, check call.
What a fucking savage you are.
I think that was a compliment.
Like 450?
Yeah,
350 including the blind.
I hope so. Very disconnected suited ace for Foxen. He's got the button though.
$70,000 sought. Paxton, inferior hearts. Sort of a partitioned hand.
He's got like 2 hold'em hands split in the middle. Queen 10 suited and a 6-5 off.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that because you want all your cards to work together in Pot Limit Omaha whenever possible. The 2 hold'em sort of kit, not exactly what we prefer, but given his presence in the big blind, Haxton does defend. He's found the open ender against top 2 pair.
The nice thing about his open ender right now is there's no flush draw out there, so all of his outs are clean. If he can find it on the turn. Top 2, of course, wants to build a pot. The difference between PLO and no limit hold'em is that your opponent almost always has some kind of backdoor equity or some flop straight draws that you need to charge against. You always need to charge your opponent.
$170,000 full pot.
Yeah, so Haxton basically just playing the open-ended straight draw. No backdoor flush draws for him. This bet is practically committing, so Haxton needs to decide if he's willing to put in the additional 110 on top of the 170. No fold equity in this game.
Still in the time.
Muscles the open-ender out of there. No heart on board, obviously helping.
It hurts to fold an open-ended straight draw, but with no stack behind, and you kind of want to preserve your stack a little bit.
A little bit better. He folded like a boss.
Haxton now down to 14 bigs.
Might have been a pretty bad fold. I don't know.
Haxton saying he doesn't know. That's
I was ahead.
not something you hear too often.
No, it sure isn't.
These are placed in the main event, complete the hand. Non-hand points, 15,000, 30,000, next.
And notice that ace, king, 3 deuce went to the muck, early position. The ace or king wasn't suited, so the value of the hand goes tremendously down.
Mm-hmm.
Double suited hands are very playable.
Yeah, that takes the value way up as Winter flats the button versus the Fox and Rays. Alex sitting is among the deeper stacks in the room.
Well, Sean Winter, what do you think about that flop?
I think he can get behind it, Randy.
He can improve.
Yeah.
Diamonds.
King, Jack, 8, all diamonds, all Winter. Swinging a big miss for both Barbero and Foxen, who has it checked over, and the opener does step back.
This is one of those games where your opponent could just have some random 2 pairs you want to charge against. Hopefully some worse flushes that can call. Slow playing isn't really a thing in PLO.
$55,000. Small, but uncalled.
From my understanding, most of us know Sean Winter for his no limit tournament, streets, and I believe he's a PLO cash game player, if I recall correctly.
He is indeed, Randy. He did play both the 125K main and the 150K 8 max here, but we didn't really get a glimpse at him because he didn't really make a run. Shut out in both of those events, as well as the 50K PLO here in Monte-Carlo, but
That's what I was expecting too.
does have just shy of $5 million, courtesy of 11 cashes on his Triton resume. First joined us back in 2023 in Cyprus. Familiar site on high roller circuits, of course.
Winter gonna go ahead and limp suited ace. The thing is, limping is quite a good strategy in pot limit Omaha because players can't blast you out pre-flop. They can only raise the size of the pot, and you've got position. So blinds don't have a lot of reason to inflate unless they have a really nutted hand with high equity.
Ace 10 6 all clubs. The nuts for Ronnie Kaiser here in a limped one pre.
We're just passing around the nut flush.
They're making the game look easy right about now.
Slipping over to Sean Winter.
Kaiser, by the way, playing under the Swiss banner, like Linus Lolliger, who does not play the 4-card streets. Here at his first ever Triton Festival. Bricked the 50K. Didn't brick this board, though, as Winter just sprinkles 25,000 in there, politely hoping to take this pot with just an ace. Even absent the clubs, Kaiser has him beat with aces and sixes, which does mean he could boat up.
You know, actually, it is helpful to have that backup just in case. Anyhow, check raise.
Yeah, I mean, when we've got the nuts right now, the last thing we want is for the board to pair and complicate things. Did Winter just put the pocket fives read on Ronnie's check raise?
Yeah, it was really close there.
I mean, not his finest work, but Sean is an epic troll.
Pocket threes? Pocket. What the fuck do you have?
It's a small pair. I'm trying to get dealt other cards.
I had a big hand.
Me too.
No, I don't think Sean Winter's hand was big at all. Ace 7 5 3.
Double suited jacks for Barbero. Gonna play them as a limp on the button. A lot of times you'll see the limps from hands that if they open can't really take the 3-bet heat or don't want to. You see Barbero starting with $500,000 in front of him.
Double suited king.
Kaiser slips in.
I have no idea what this guy.
Oh, di qua. Non sure.
Foxen says, let's see 3. 80,000 in the middle. King 10-9, and once again we have a monotone board, and once again somebody's got the flush. Granted, this time it's not the nuts, but Barbero does have the jack-high diamonds.
You know, he could improve.
8 of diamonds for the straight flush in case of emergency, which is not what Barbero has on his hands here. Checking back, under-repping. King pairs on the turn. Foxen now threatens, and he also has the ace of diamonds, which is important.
Yeah, it's important if you want to bluff with your hand, although his hand is still got trip kings to go along with it, so perhaps not looking to take a bluffy line. No post-flop bets so far. Checking back to Nacho once again, and with the board pairing, he doesn't want to give another free card out.
You surprised that Foxen didn't choose to fire?
No, not really, because his hand doesn't rate to be best. He could be up against diamonds, Queen Jack, some full houses, so it makes sense he's being cautious. However, it'd be pretty nasty if he just starts raising and turning it into a bluff against
Sure.
Nacho.
Yeah, we'd hate to see it if we were Barbero. Board double pairs, and for those less familiar with Pot Limit Omaha, unlike Hold'em, you cannot call this a full house. Must play 2 cards from your hand in conjunction with 3 on the board. Boxen checks accordingly. And now Barbero must decide what he has available to him in terms of a dial-up for sizing.
Be a nice find if he can value bet. There we go. It's interesting because a lot of bluffs in this spot probably contain that ace of diamonds. The fact that Foxen is holding it is bit confusing to Nacho.
Jack high flush.
Now you want to value bet.
75K gets paid off.
Are you going to get called?
He's like literally the best card in the deck for me. How is he going to have a full house?
I didn't watch the hand.
If you had 10-9.
Doesn't go the turn with 10-9.
King 10-9?
I mean, if he had king 10-9, yeah, I'm beating, whatever. I think he had a naked king.
He's right.
Small flush, I don't know.
Both seem like reasonable candidates.
How are you feeling with the infection?
Good.
Good?
Yeah, it's
yeah. Kirsten told me yesterday that it's crazy.
Yeah. Really weird.
So weird.
Yeah.
Inside.
Like out of nowhere.
Has been a bug going around. Ike Haxton first drew my attention to it. Divorce
I heard call.
looked very worse for the wear yesterday. Sit and chip leader coming into this frame,
Maybe
though.
was supposed to call, but I doubt it.
Not so
I don't know what's
much.
supposed to ever call there.
Not this one.
The dealer the other day I had used 3-4, and I was
200
thinking
to
about
start, 220, 5?
and I said,
280 to start?
fuck, because I didn't know, because he was like limp. He limped.
Honestly, I'm going to make a big fold.
270 to start. I have 200 behind.
I actually have a big hand.
He limped 5K under the gun. Bottom made it 20K, and I'm on the big line.
We're waiting, right? We're on 24 and we're getting a new player.
I had a lot of chips, calling 15K, and I say, fuck.
We deal a hand?
Pot.
The new player's coming. Floor. The new player's coming into the big blind. We're going to deal a hand before. Careful. Oh, we have to catch up.
It's like
okay.
70% chance it's one of your horses.
How's this table doing?
No good.
No good? What?
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 Ah, I mean, when you start counting.
Oh, Sean Winter.
Rough trip, right?
Just putting Ike on Front Street. Oh, man.
What's considered a rough trip?
What I'm having.
You know,
I feel like
Ike's been a
900
successful trainer.
Not that rough, but 1.1.
Does have a robust stable.
Down 700. But I
Where
didn't
the
play
winner
200.
photo includes elves is a rough trip.
700 is not rough.
No, it's not rough.
That's
No, it's so
Did Ike just say,
million, like I think Mike.
when the winner's photo includes elves, it's a rough
That's rough.
trip?
He did say
That's
that.
like the most you can get down.
Watson. He said it today. He's maxing bullets for everything.
That is the most you can be down.
Not really.
I mean, that's on average 2 bullets per every event.
He said he's in max bullets pretty much every event. I mean, I skipped the main, the 50K, and the invitation.
Max
I
Barrel
skipped the most.
from Barbero.
Kinda most
From the
expensive.
hijack. Haxton double suited will defend.
As the main.
You skipped
And
the
you're
main?
still down 7?
I skipped the main, and I skipped the 150 too.
Oh, you're including the 3 in this?
I went to Argentina.
That's all Ike.
If you break this, you're down 1 million or you're down 700?
No, if I break this, 700.
Oh, you're not even down 700.
I'm not even buried.
You need 5th place to be out. No problem.
I'm not even buried. It's just
I mean, to be down 700K and smiling is not something I think I can do. Ollie.
And to be facing pot from Ike, Barbero
That's good.
decides with top pair and a gutter.
Knocking it.
3 or 5?
It's go time.
Or 2. No, 2's not fun.
Note that he is a dog with 2 to come, given Haxton's got hearts,
It's not very fun, bro.
even though Barbero
The player of the
has
year.
the better kicker.
The player of the year.
He should be 3.
The player of the year.
I guess.
6:30 in the middle, and Haxton finds a deuce on the turn to take the lead. Barbero with plenty of outs. Ace, king, 8, 6, and instead it's a 5. So Haxton
No, he covers.
will double.
How much?
Floor? Am I 2-3?
Looks like 230.
Oh.
Haxton up, Nacho down.
Ike must be 5, and then...
I'm 5, yeah.
Who's joining us? Danny Tang?
I just didn't think I was 1.
Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award winner, coronated here at this stop.
Makes sense that Danny's playing PLO. Give himself the best chance to go back-to-back in the Ivan Lau Player of the Year race.
Well, check out the all-new BetACR Sportsbook, your exclusive live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events like Nacho Barbero pictured there. Receive a 15% free play, up to $250 on your first deposit. Head over to BetACR today and sign up. How much per year would you say that Nacho spends on hoodies?
He would only be
Randy?
facing 500.
First off, is it more or less than you?
It's more than me,
Okay.
I'm sure.
You think it's a 6-figure hoodie habit?
Good point.
It's not impossible.
6 figures is a lot, though.
I mean, 8K a month
Am
in
I
hoodies.
button?
He buys some expensive ones. Okay, maybe it's a
I don't know.
40K.
I was just small blind.
hoodie habit.
I think Sean Paul
That's
is.
a better guess.
He's drawn live to a 40K.
Ike had 10-9-4 deuce under the gun last stint.
It's double suited. What do you want me to do?
Limp.
The good suits, too.
10-9 of spades, 4 deuce of hearts, 2 straight flushes.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
We got a trolley table, don't we?
Just add Sean.
And Nacho.
Foxen's like, really? This is where you park me?
You finally got a real hand, Winter. Finally.
Ace, ace, jack 4 with spades.
Players in the main event, please stay at your table before we do the redraw. We must
Raised to 70,000.
Once again, please go back to your tables.
Sorry, I'll push one next time.
No takers. Zarast is lurking near the booth, Randy, and he doesn't look dressed for work.
Oh, he's working, just a different way.
Yeah, that's right. Gonna pop into the old 25K Bounty Quattro Parliament Omaha. We wish him well in that one.
You know, Ras, he's a PLO genius. Montenegro actually got 5th in the PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro.
That's a final table. He's got a couple things figured out when it comes to the Bounty Quattro format, which is flat bounties. When a quarter of the field remains, that's when they're introduced.
We will miss him in the booth.
Yeah, mostly because there's just 3 of us that have to now handle the rotation.
Not a fan.
No,
We kind of got, but we should get a free roll from Rasty.
He's not listening.
Wait, hold on. 60?
Yeah, he's
I
pretending
can
not to
never-
listen because he knows.
I can never see the bottom, whereas someone else has.
Giving us an
This side.
extra long day of work at the very end of a festival.
This is where I can see the bottom.
He's
Ain't
still not
exactly
looking.
the way to make friends.
That
No.
would be preferred, yes.
Friendship over.
The way you said that reminded me of Mortal Kombat when instead of a fatality, you anyway. Ace 10, 9, 8, Danny Tang makes it 60 to go. He's got diamonds in the 3-card rundown here. Haxton flatting. King, Queen,
Yeah,
Queen
I
10,
did
but
them
no
nuts and I
suits.
bet, like under a quarter on the river.
Kaiser with a
Hoping
playable one in
something
the
might
big.
happen, but it just didn't work. Just got snapped, caught by nut flush. Fuck.
Less than a quarter.
Yeah.
What under a quarter means.
Lots of interference
I've
with
heard
these
you say
3
quarter.
hands.
Liberal.
Hmm?
Ace, King, 8. Kaiser, second pair. Not much else to speak of. Knuckles over to Danny, who's got aces and 8s. As the opener.
But like a naked aces and 8s. No straight draw to go with it. No backdoor clubs or spades. He's hoping to just take this one down on the flop.
$130. The bid to do just that. Haxton bowing out with the gut shot and the king. Kaiser does the same.
That's a pretty interesting bluff on 10, 10, 8, ace deuce. I think that's the right one for it.
Thank you.
Freaking Winter grinding Danny's hand histories in the app and then
Don't I
showing
just have every time then?
showing Alex.
Player of the year, this confetti's always fun.
Literally, everyone's like trolling, making this a troll, you know.
It's a tough life being the player of the year.
Another one. Guy even got me a freaking trophy.
By the way, Foxen might know a thing or two about that. GPI Player of the Year award winner on multiple occasions. Chip counts across our 2 features. Tang bringing a boss, 1.8 plus with him. Parsonen just steady, 1.7. So we pay a visit to his table.
So tri-suit pocket queens for Parsonen, 3x. Look at Jones.
King 10, 10, 9. Jams for 170. Parsonen does not hesitate at that price to say call. And now Jones is behind and in for his tournament life here in the main. 390 in the middle.
Slight advantage for Parsonen.
What's the equity? You know better.
Not too good.
What's that?
Sure.
60-40?
Yeah, it's like 58. 58, 40, yeah. I guess I got a king. Yeah, king good card. King.
No.
Top set for Illis, and this is a bad spot for Jones. He knows it. Rocking back and forth in his seat here.
Needs a jack for a straight. One
Turn.
jack is in Elis's hand, and that turn does not help Jones at all.
No, fails to deliver.
And
the river shines down on Jones, who was trying to fade a third straight brick here in Monte-Carlo, having played the 50K PLO.
Sorry, not sorry.
Confirmed, not sorry. Confirmed, want that to happen every time.
Yeah.
The app showing him as having already played the 25K PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro. I'm not sure how that's
He busted
possible.
it before it started.
Yeah.
That's an epic player.
I'm gonna say this is his second event, since the third's not in action yet.
No, you're telling me he pre-registered while he's still in this tournament.
Wouldn't be the first time someone's done that, by the way. Jones, double suited. With the ace-high spades.
And double suited ace is very important in this game. A little bit disconnected, but still you need to push your equities while you can.
Maintains his connection to the pot as he pots it to 70,000.
Players in the main event, you may now watch your next table. Table number 1 is the secondary feature table. Table number 2 is the main TV table. Table number 3
No takers.
is the third to be on the stage.
I don't think you're allowed to multi-event at a Triton, Randy. This ain't the series where Sean Deeb is sprinting between rooms.
I mean, I don't know. You could, but do you really want to do that with these buy-ins? I don't know if that's a wise financial choice. Doesn't matter how good you are.
The thing is, you don't have to sprint between rooms. It all happens in one room, so, you know, it's doable, I guess,
Okay.
if it's allowed.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is that silly.
Are you allowed to auto time bank? Like, what if you were just... Because the thing is, we saw... I think it was Ossie Katola who the players tried to negotiate not playing quickly so as to give him a chance to come back from the bathroom and take his big blind, but the dealer actually killed his hand and took his big blind before
You need to
action
be
began.
present in order to use your time banks. What do you think? It's a computer? We're playing live poker, buddy.
Yeah, but...
This is not the Triton Online series.
No, but I wouldn't mind. It would be great if we had an event where you had to play 2 different stacks, and then everyone's like running around bumper cars and the thing. I'm
You're
the
going
agent of
wild.
chaos.
Like, I believe you could have an auto time bank if you had an elf sitting in your seat for you.
I like where your head's at, and there's some available, by the way. You could maybe outbid their current employer, Santa.
I can outbid Santa.
Dylan Weissman making it 110,000. 2 kings, diamonds, and a jack-8. It's been called by Greenwood, who opened this pot by limping the ace-jack, jack-7. He does have dominant diamonds. Now, Jones with the kings might feel like he's under-repping. I don't know. Oh, yeah. He's going to jam 440. But for Weissman, limp, over limp, we pot, Greenwood calls, and now all of a sudden Jones blasts in there. Really bad aces, maybe?
I know it doesn't. I think off of Jones's stack, if he had aces, he would have just pot pre.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Greenwood.
Real fucking good JPL.
bowing out and saying I was in good shape, just considering the two kings do block each other. Obviously, he was behind with one jack busy. He did have the diamond coverage. What he's not going to have is a shot at this 1 million in the middle.
No, no, no.
I might only need 2 of my cards. I had 8-7 of diamonds.
8-7 of diamonds?
Yeah, I might only need 2 of them, you know?
I hope that would have won.
Queen 8-6 board.
Good for you.
It's good for Weissman.
Backdoor diamonds and the 8 dangler. And on the turn, making things interesting.
No jack.
Both players
Yeah.
picking up straight draws, of course. Jones,
I'll take a 9.
the covered man.
Okay. I got greedy. After that turn, I got greedy.
That was a dangerous one.
Yeah.
Was anti-sweating the open-ender?
At last place.
You're going to chop up Greenwood's limp.
Last place.
Sam letting everybody know he was in last place. In the 150K yesterday, he was in 8th place, although he came in first place in chips.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be reminded of that, Ollie.
Saw the flop. I was like, well,
You're
that's
right,
good.
Randy. But maybe some
It's
people
like, well, it's better for me than
that are
you.
watching the stream want to be
Okay, so remind us
informed. Why wouldn't it be a reminder? It's for those that might have missed it. You know, blinds up, by the way.
then. I missed yesterday's action. So good.
Yesterday, well, you know what you really missed? Top of the show today. You're not even going to believe me. You're going to think I'm making this up.
All right.
Henry and I are sitting
I
at the
wanted
desk.
Initially, but not on the flop.
Gambledore shows up to talk to producer James.
I like this.
And as soon as I see him, I'm like, we got to get him over to the desk. And I was thinking maybe we can throw a headset on him and get this coveted interview that he's been ducking.
Mm-hmm.
He declined the interview, but he did come over, and me and Henry both gave him a hug. Same time. Spirit of Christmas. Adios, Gambledore. I would love to see him play PLO, by the way, against these guys.
That's
Meanwhile,
nice, though.
Weissman likes but does not love these bad aces. Hence the limp up front. King 5-4 board. He is still in front. A couple of players have King X.
Yeah, Parsonen has the most equity. Bottom pair and a gut shot. 4 ways. Weissman trying to seek clarity.
$30K gets called by Guerra. The man who had the most equity, unbeknownst to him, does bow out.
Great news for Weissman. King Jack 10-9 down.
Heads up to the 8 of clubs turn. Guerra has picked up a flush draw. Could see him retained courtesy of that card. Note that Weissman does have the 5 dangler as well as a road to 2 pair.
It's very dangerous for Weissman. You know, the 6-7 shows up now, so he's less inclined to bet his hand. He doesn't have clubs.
Dealers in event 16, the Turbo Monte-Carlo. Button has been drawn to seat 5. Button in seat 5 and the Turbo Monte-Carlo.
Contemplating turning his hand into a bluff. Checks it back.
Board pairing 8 is actually a nice little development for him as he counterfeits any kings up that might have been lurking. Unclear whether or not in position Guerra would have checked such holdings. And now Weissman going to have value on his mind.
It is hard to get value, but you're right, the 8 is a good card for him in case he was up against some kind of 2 pair. Also difficult for Guerra to kind of back into an 8.
$120.
This is a nice find from Weissman. PLO specialist, aces. Value betting against the king. And a king that often doesn't have good kicker, given he's got 2 aces in his holding. Doesn't get the extra value, but he tried.
Good fold from Guerra. Why is Jones seated next to Joe Triton right there? He made Joe Triton look a little bit like one of the elves because he's wearing a green jacket. I mean, look at the difference. All right, sorry.
You calling Joe Triton an elf?
No.
Next time I see him, I'm going to learn their Chinese word for elf and say, the Ali called you an elf.
Randy, we know you're never going to learn any Chinese.
No,
we figured that much out.
I can't believe you just called Joe Triton an elf.
I didn't call him an elf. I said Jones is making him look like an... Because the... Okay. Guerra, ace, queen, 7-4.
Jeez.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but let's get back to the poker.
Yeah, so that guy looks like a trucker. That guy looks like an elf. This guy's a giant. All right, what else do you want to say?
Well, how about 110,000? Courtesy of ace, king, 8-8 on the button. Parsonen leaning. Books a table for 2 successfully. Jack, 10-3. Broadway gut shot, backdoor hearts for Guerra. He checks over. Different version of a Broadway gutty, plus backdoor clubs.
The good part for both players is they have the backdoor nut flush draws, but this flop is not very enticing for both.
How about that turn?
That's all Parsonen. Nuts, right?
Plus a nut redraw. Guerra with no more than a queen. Drawn dead.
Yeah, when you have the nut redraw, I'm going to guess you come in with a smaller bet. You don't mind your opponent kind of
180.
back into a weak flush. Yeah, 180 makes sense. Not full pot.
Bet and take it, sir. And taking it in terms of multiple pots is exactly what Parsonen has done on the day. That jacket's given me like Parsonen used to deal PLO in the back of the class in high school vibes. You know what I mean? It's like, hey guys, psst, hey. 4 card?
Yeah, just 4 card.
It's like, dude, it's the midterm. He's like, yeah, I'm done though. Do you want to just got 10 minutes left before recess?
In the locker room.
Yeah, for sure. Double suited kings take us up. And the thing about Parsonen, we know that he's going to have decent VPIP just based on how comfortable he is navigating post-flop waters in the 4-card streets. regardless. But then, when you add this big stack of his here at this table to the equation, you start to wonder, is this man just getting frisky, broadening up ranges?
Yeah, and that's why Joe Trent is willing to 3-bet queens in the spot, knowing Parson is just raising very loosely. And now Joe Trent is just committed.
Well, he didn't expect this much hand to be across the way, given the VPIP on Parsonen and the landscape, which we just outlined. But the bad news is revealed. Hearts are covered. The queens are cooked. How's Joe Chuen going to wriggle out of this one? He does have 30% equity. Back up against the wall. 9-6-5 all clubs. Parsonen, second nut flush. Board's going to need to pair.
This is bad.
6 would be a pathway as well, as Joe has the dangler, but what he doesn't have is any future in this exchange.
You made another nut.
Another visit to the locker room here on day 2 of the PLO main.
Still one more event for Joe Trent to play. I just still can't believe he caught him mouth.
I didn't call, for the record, Randy, stop putting that out there. I like how you took the silver lining. There's still one more event to play. I understand that you may have lost over 100,000 there, depending on how many bullets you went, but there is the 25K bounty quattro,
Yeah,
Joe.
you can collect Rass's bounty. You can try.
Wow. So you're saying you want Rass to get showered in the 25K? No, Randy, we all heard you.
Hey, what's worse, mine or you calling a man an
I
elf?
didn't call him.
Double suited, ace-5, deuce-deuce. Not a bad hand here for Jones. Ace, king, queen. Suited ace.
It's 100%. We asked earlier. You can verify. But yeah. I just had this discussion with the play. Yeah.
Greenwood, ace-5, deuce-deuce double. Limps. Jones took it to 110, and Weissman awakens to aces plus diamonds. Limp and raise in front of us. We just try to pile as much as we can forward. Pot declared.
I'm trying to lump it to you guys again.
355. Jones hates it.
Yeah, because when it's a repop pre-flop, it's often tethered to aces.
He does say call, however, Randy.
I mean, you always have some equity in this game. See what you flop, especially when he's suited.
King 9-8.
Oh, cool.
Jones.
Nope.
Snapped.
Yeah, found the top pair, and you heard Weissman say flop top set because he expected, blocking the aces himself, for kings to maybe be toward the bottom portion of the range that would call pre-flop as played. But as we can see, Jones took a swing with quite a bit less than that, and Weissman nut flush draw to boot.
3 hots.
Has Jones in a bad way.
Hearts.
That way, getting a little bit better. Backdoor flush draw. Hearts. A king, queen, a 3. None of it rolling off. And rolling right out of here is Griffith Jones.
And the main event coming back to 28 minutes remaining.
GG, sir.
Thank you. Good game.
Jones finishing in 23rd, Joe Chuen 24th, Stephen Chidwick showered in 25th prior to them. Meanwhile, Sean Winter with 5s, clubs, and a wrap has bet 70,000 on the flop here after defending his big blind against Danny's open. Top pair, actually queens and 4s for Danny.
Yeah, with 2 pair, you tend to call and see what happens.
Well, the clubs get there on the turn as Winter makes it both ways, yet now does not bet.
Yeah, you know, when you got a small flush, you rarely get called by worse, especially across turn and river. It makes sense to send this in your checking range, kind of protect some of your weaker holdings.
Six on the river, and Winter never barreled after the flop. Shows the winner as Danny didn't step in it.
Good.
Quick double check just to make sure something straighty wasn't lurking.
That would be a nice slow roll. Like, oh, actually win.
You know, Winter doesn't mind a good slow roll, I think. He knows his customers in terms of fair play and who's good for it and who isn't. It's not malicious, but my absolute favorite is when he had one big blind and he asked someone else for a count.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was unbelievable. How much you playing? The guy was like, what?
Yeah, he does some out of this world plays and questions.
I mean, listen, if you ever see a UFO parked at the valet, you know who it is.
9, 12. And then you have to fade that twice.
Double suited jacks. Michael limp in.
Somebody's falling for the trap.
Me too. Me too.
Picking up Danny for the ride out of the big. King, king, 6, and 2 diamonds. Tang with the jack-high flush draw. Paired board, however. See how he feels about things. Having checked over to Haxton.
Yeah, it's not a great draw for Danny. $25K sprinkle is a coin flip in terms of equities on the flop. Flicks in the quarter.
Check.
Quite the blank, the hearts to show up.
Second check out of Tang after check calling 25. Haxton is going to be a little bit wary of some King X, but he would rather fire 50 and figure out what's going on, maybe force some flush draws out of there, which is exactly what he's done. So credit to Ike for finding that second barrel.
Yeah, a difficult find. You know, realizing that maybe Danny would play a king another way. To deny that much equity is a win. It's a huge win in this game.
Well, I haven't yet taken a moment to acknowledge everybody who is streaming us live on YouTube, but shout out to you, especially if you've been watching since the very first of our events on the first of the month. Today, the final day of coverage here in Monte-Carlo. Many of your screen names very familiar to us at this point. Thanks to all of you for your support.
May I ask them something?
Well, actually, they're asking you something, Randy. Michael McGuire a while ago was trying to figure out when you're going to come back to see him in Shoreditch, which is where he lives. You remember Shoreditch, Randy?
Yeah, that's
our London stop, East London.
I'm not going back because it took me a long time to walk there and back.
We walked from Mayfair to Shoreditch at like 10 p.m.
Why?
to go to Duck and Waffle.
Yeah, okay, I was hungry.
Yeah, and then I walked you all the way back through Shoreditch as well. And Randy was wearing this.
Why did we catch the tube?
Really? Well, because at that point we didn't want to walk all the way back. And you were wearing that Balmain jacket. I mean, we were absolute mug bait.
Yeah.
We were for sure trying to get robbed. Barbero, suited ace. Fairly dusty. Limps, Kaiser, double suited.
265.
Limps behind him. Foxen getting a lay of the land here with ace, king of clubs, and a couple of sevens.
Yeah, this is a no limit hand. 2 of them. Brings in 135K.
Shooting it up to see what's what.
Barbero is getting very short. He's limped under the gun. He's got 10 big blinds back. His hand doesn't play that well against pre-flop pot. Feels like the double suitedness of this hand is giving Kaiser some hope. Bit disconnected though.
Time bank used as Ronnie wants to consider whether or not this investment would be worthwhile. He's going to have to navigate out of position in an inflated one if he does choose to make this call, and he would be covered. So this is all dissuasive, and it comes together to send his hand into the bin.
So do we have, I want to ask the chat.
Yeah.
Maybe what's their favorite moment of the festival?
It's a great question, Randy. Maybe Psycho Mike answered it ahead of time. So he wrote, "Thank you, Ali, Randy, Brian, and Henry, the commentators. You guys carry us along with your witty humor and intelligence. I'm a commentator fanboy, and they might be the real stars." Well, I humbly would push back on that.
Gosh, come on, take the compliment.
No, but I mean, the real stars are obviously the guys that we see on the screen. We're here in service of the project, but absolutely do our best to try to keep it entertaining over here. And let's face it, Randy, I mean, we're spoiled because we're fans as well. You know, we get to earn our keep watching the best in the world do their thing. You know, I mean, have to confess, we might be watching these Tritons from home even if we weren't at the desk. So the chance to be here, pick up a paycheck, and then put some smiles on some faces hopefully along the way definitely leaves us very thankful, filled with gratitude for all of you that are enjoying it, for all of these guys that give us the opportunity. And all of a sudden, Haxton showing gratitude for King Queen 10-3 double to the tune of 250,000 as a 3-bet over the top of the Danny Open.
Yeah, he's in bad shape against Danny in this spot. It's kind of a similar type hand, except that king of diamonds and ace of clubs, both with club.
Eight-five deuce and a couple of spades. As Danny dug in and finds nothing more than the wheel draw. Does have position.
Yeah, and Haxton was the one that re-raised pre-flop, and he's got dust.
Wow, but he is going to jam and risk his tournament life, and this is definitely the kind of thing we've witnessed Haxton do in all sorts of situations. We're not on the direct money bubble. Think it was the main, Randy, where Haxton and Ponikov's both found their way out the door.
I remember, yes.
On the bubble, so improbably.
Danny's piece is very weak.
I mean, he has no pair, no spade draw, just the wheel gutter. He's got his head cocked and he's trying to figure out what exactly is cooking over there. But Haxton showing the heart of a lion as he roars and takes it down.
That's a steal. To fold out 83% equity on the flop.
Me too.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. Just didn't feel like it was coming, so.
Is that mine?
Jeez.
So Haxton muscling one. Foxen flexing with ace-9, 7-6 double.
Tri-suit coming in for Ronnie Kaiser.
We tend not to be fans of blocking our own flush draws, but we might be a fan here of an open-ender and bottom pair. Unfortunately, he's up against top pair and the better straight draw, plus nut diamonds for Foxen. It's that board texture that, you know, you'd like to believe Foxen doesn't interact with, though. And that's why he's reaching for chips.
You're onto something, Ollie. Leading out. I also believe on these 3 connected cards, it's very board freezing. You know, the pre-flop raiser has to be very wary that the leader already has a made hand, not looking to slow down. But Foxen's hand is quite good. Also, that 7x is a little bit helpful in blocking the flop straight.
$90K out of Kaiser. Test comes back positive. Foxen piles. Shout out to Jimmy Bluffett in the chat, by the way. We've gotten a look at the Spaniard Guerra on a couple of occasions. He has stepped in, and we have vetted this, of course. You know, trust but verify. That Guerra is actually married to Samantha Abernathy, who was involved kind of in poker for a while, not sure to what degree still to this day, but she is a new mom with Guerra. They just had a baby together, so congratulations to them.
Oh, okay. No, I did not know that.
Something else you didn't know, Randy, that Juggernaut 4799 and then Mixed Game God after him have stepped in to advise is that the word, the Chinese word that eluded you earlier for elf,
go on,
Xiao Yingling, I think, or Xiao Jingling.
They don't have elves in China, do they?
I could be getting trolled here because when you see jingling in, you know, that just seems a little too. I don't know if they have elves in China, man.
Yeah, I don't
know.
I don't think they got a word for that,
I think it would
man.
be like an appropriation of sorts.
Yeah, you got elf.
Danny, 2 8s, tri-suited as you like to say, limps in. Barbero took us up. 3 Broadway cards, nut diamonds, made it 110. Foxen flatting with King 8 of spades. And a little rundown of his own. Doing so out of the big blind, of course, for a discount. Danny hangs in. Three-way affair. Flop is Queen 9-6. Spade draw acquired for Foxen, along with a pair and a gutter. Double gutter at that. With the King 10-8. Feels like a lot of hand. Danny's got himself the open ender. Barbero with an open ender and backdoor diamonds.
And the problem with Danny's open ender is that sometimes he makes a straight with the 10. His opponent's got King Jack or Jack 8. And also some of his straight outs bring another spade. So it makes sense that he bows out, as does the Jack 10. Oh, sorry, the Jack 10's in there. Just 70k remaining. Makes sense that he's in. So Barbero at risk.
On his feet.
Who's favorite here?
Sean.
No,
Nacho,
Nacho, you never know.
You're so dumb, it's crazy. Wow. Foxen extending the advantage. 3-1. Can Barbero find the ace-king? 8 or 6. Just the jack, which gives Foxen the nut straight.
No, I kept quiet on this one.
You kept calm, right? Good. Good luck, guys. Good game, man. I was ready, Danny.
For what?
You.
When?
On the flop. Not pretty.
No, it isn't.
Been a bad series for Nacho.
He said he was down 700,000.
More than you know?
I had 1.7 when I came here. Fucking left with nothing.
He only has 1 cash this festival.
Well, you missed.
47k in the first event.
What did I miss?
Flush.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the flush
Or
is
the
never-
nut straight. No, you
I
hit
had
the
the
nut
nut
straight.
straight. Flushes never come.
Bad turn.
I kind of was annoyed on the flop because I know how bad flush draws are.
At least block.
We are getting closer to the money. 14 will pay.
Like Bitcoin or chips?
What?
I have that.
Yeah, I know that.
Well,
Oh,
why
that.
would you
Okay,
ask?
sorry.
You can't see that? You want me to break it down for you?
Looks like 1, 2. 1, 2, 4.
Donnie, please. Please.
Player of the year can do whatever he wants.
I thought so.
I should get faster action. Fast. You owe me a fast action tip.
PLO just hits different, Randy. I really don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Florida high muck.
Okay, sorry.
That's a sign you have a bad toss.
I think we both had the jack of hearts. Am I hallucinating?
I didn't have a jack in my hand.
I had a jack in my hand. I thought I saw a red jack in your hand.
No, I actually.
Winter shot it up after Alex left.
Are we waiting? Go too quick?
On a podcast.
Flipping it back over to one in progress. Other featured table. Weissman,
Yeah,
Parsonen,
These people
interlocked.
No one like it real life. And they're
Pre-flop.
Like, hey, I'm on this podcast. Or like, I was
Parsonen.
on like the radio, and I'm
Limped.
like, all right, good for you.
Weissman check back with no suits. Dusty kings. Check calls 25,000 on the flop as 997 morphs into the jack high straight. The gut shot rolling right off.
That's improbable.
I assume. Yeah.
Could see Parsonen bet once more. He's blocking the bigger straight. Queen 9. Charge 10x. Charge some hearts. There we go.
90K into 135. Yeah, Weissman just bows out. Didn't know it was a straight or trip tens, but he did know kings were no longer as attractive as they were a street ago.
Yeah, kings with no other prospects. Into the muck against a strong player who's not going to make it easy for you.
Shout out to Scott Carl in the YouTube chat, by the way, Randy, who says he's been recovering from surgery, and the coverage of these events over the past week has been very entertaining. Thanks for providing it, and he answered your question about what the favorite event or moment was from this series by saying Korzinen, most entertaining player in a long time, and I confess most of that which I am scrolling through contains Korzinen. Martin Hornick, he said, your commentary.
Oh.
He wasn't talking to you though, Randy, he was talking to me.
God. I fell for it.
I give present to you in quotation marks, a highlight. Doesn't matter, it's 100%. I really don't care. So many quotes to choose from. 6-9, it's my favorite hand.
They're all Korzinen related.
Flamingo says his favorite was when I threatened to put a tracker on your shoes just to make sure I knew if you were going to the casino every night.
Wait, is there trackers on my shoes? Do you know where I went last night?
Maybe. Randy, maybe I do. Maybe I haven't opened my Nano app to figure it out yet.
There's nothing left in my wallet.
I won 2 million.
Did you get robbed or did you gamble it? It's hard to get robbed here, though.
Didn't get robbed.
Shoreditch, we could have got robbed.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and I like Shoreditch.
I'm starting to realize a lot of strange things have happened with you. A lot of, you know, some players are here for the experience, like Vladimir, and
yeah, you're here for the experience.
I don't like the experiences I'm receiving with you.
Might be. Usually after they win 10 million straight, that is too late.
Queen, Queen, Jack, 7 limp from Haxton. Winter. Not even for half price. Danny with a pretty one here. Does check back, however.
Out of position. Deep stacks.
Finds a 10, but unfortunately for him, Haxton has found the 7.
Yeah, and it's enough of a 10 to continue against a bet because he has a decent kicker. He's got backdoor hearts and clubs.
I think you weren't. Remember you
But
said
Haxton
don't try to
doesn't
bet, you can't pass me. Yeah, and you said
bet
I
the
can't.
flop.
Meaning you were behind me.
Oh, because I lost.
Not a bad turn card for Danny. He picks up kings and 10s with clubs. Equity improved to 28%. One big blind.
Danny having improved to kings and 10s with no action on the flop. Didn't come out swinging. He's also got that club draw. Look at the cautiousness with which Tang is proceeding. Haxton actually improves upon trip 7s to Broadway now. Danny improving to aces and kings. One final check.
Yeah, Danny Tang's got, what, 3 pair with the 2 7s out there. He's got the best blockers in terms of full houses.
Man. Half pot. In every street, Danny has improved. Unfortunately, he's been behind on every one of them as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel that Danny is never beating worse value in this spot. So, just pure bluff catching against what? Clubs? 8, 9, Jack, something like this maybe.
Great.
Pays it off. There you go, Haxton.
Nicely sized out of Ike, by the way, also. And to be fair, credit to Danny, even though he's on the losing end of that altercation, for just never managing to lose more, you know?
Yeah, and I think Danny's aware not to play inflated pots out of position, so he didn't raise it pre. Especially against a player like Haxton, who has so much PLO experience. He's been playing it since the beginning.
Horrible things could have happened. Horrible.
Well, more submissions from the chat with respect to favorite moments so far here in this one.
For horrible things.
Wayne Smith, I believe it was.
Oh,
so the Kit Kat and glass of milk that was delivered to Santa by OC.
That was good. The Kit Kat.
Out of 1 outer to win more than 3 big blinds.
Downswing, man. Downswing.
Joe Posey saying, when Gambledore didn't do the interview and handed the trophy to the second place winner, OC. That was his favorite. Mixed Game God, by the way, updating to say, we have Elf in China. Come on. My bad.
I mean, they've got, what, the Monkeys, Journey to the West.
What?
You know the famous monkey in China?
No, I don't know the famous monkey in China. What monkey are you talking about?
Gosh. Wukong.
Okay, the fact that you
You
know
have
his
no
name.
idea.
6-3 deuce is monkey business here. Is this board texture. Button versus big blind. Winter. Limped in. Axton. Does have a wheel gutter. And the club draw.
Yeah, there's a lot of limp pots. I realize.
That one ends promptly. James Dempsey in the YouTube chat, also known as Producer James, who for some reason feels compelled to communicate to us through the platform in spite of having direct comms through our headsets, writes in, his favorite moment of the series was when I got you, Randy, to eat a slice of lemon, which was started by Alex Kulev for the record, rind and seeds included. And then he goes on to ask whether or not our HR department is robust as it should be. I, for one, certainly hope not. In fact, I'm unclear to me whether or not we do have an HR department.
I mean, I saw
I
some
would love for us to kind of
but then
maybe
I have no idea what they were.
I had the best
steer clear
I
of
was
such
really looking at my phone too.
I had the best.
innovations.
I would love to know so I can report someone.
Like, I can see red, I can see black.
For
I
abuse.
have no idea what it was.
What do you mean?
Lemon rind abuse.
What do you mean someone? Randy?
Maybe. Well, Producer James definitely reported for the lemon rind abuse. Because he gave me the one with the seed. He could have gave it to you. It was a choice by him.
So you're saying you wouldn't report
Everyone
me?
are extremely evil.
You? Not until I find out if you put a tracker under my shoe.
There's no way to know, Randy. You're going to have to destroy your own shoes.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Axton, Ace-10, 6-4. Playing Destroyer with a raise to 75,000. Ronnie Kaiser, King-10, 8-4 in the big. Deliberates.
You're helping it all balance out.
Brutal. Brutal.
Take it, sir. Shout out to Ian Sheriffs in the chat. Nice to see him showing a little love and gratitude for
almost fully on its side.
these streams, 14 days of which are about to come to an end. Seems that he's enjoyed it. And if you enjoyed what we've been doing up here today, yesterday, and beyond.
Go back.
All you got to do to let us know is click that like button on YouTube and subscribe to ensure that you don't miss a moment
Does it still recognize
of everything that goes down here at the
Right
Triton
now
Super High Roller Series. And we've got some very exciting things in development as well. You've caught in glimpses
It won't
of
come up, and I don't know my own password.
That.
our cash game festivals. More of those to come. Hopefully less use of the word cotton, which was the hybrid between gotten and caught, and is not a
doesn't
word,
matter
Randy, unless we're
something
talking
in that
about
part
that
still
that
be
your
in there.
T-shirt is made of.
Cotton. Okay, glad this is a great time for a promo.
Well, we've caught an opportunity
Yes, we have
to
cotton.
tell you about our official timekeepers here at the Triton Poker Series, Jacob & Co. If you're into poker and gambling-themed gear, they're the brand to check out. Embedding a playful spirit into their watch functions, including the Astronomia Casino piece, which has a functioning roulette wheel inside. Randy beginning to drool, having heard that.
I miss KT. I want to play some bets. Where's KT at?
Give me my stack. What?
Functioning roulette wheel, black or red. Is there green in that roulette?
That'd be grimy if there was a zero on the roulette. I mean, to be fair, a single zero is probably all right. But
Eventually.
Randy's been out here grinding quadruple zeros in Monte-Carlo. In Vegas, they got the triple now where they put the logo. Like
Oh,
at the
so it-
win, they put the casino logo.
So it doesn't look like a green?
Right, exactly.
That's smart.
Like it's wow, that was sinister.
Oh my god, they're getting me. I don't know why.
Jack 8-3. Kaiser not going to try to get after Foxen and Winter, limping. Wants to be able to continue in the face of a raise.
You ever been to a baccarat table and they got those little sheets they can mark?
Of course.
Okay. I
Is
use
there
one
more
of
to
those.
that? Y'all stop. Kaiser didn't expect to find the best hand in the form of trip threes. And unfortunately for him, it isn't the best hand, as Foxen has got an open-ender diamond draw and a better kicker. This is trouble for Ronnie, as Alex comes out swinging for 25,000. And of course, when a player leads, we do begin to ask ourselves how strong they might actually be. I mean, if I got Jack 3 right now, I think I'm good, as played.
Also has backdoor hearts, which is very helpful. Makes the call. And speaking of backdoor hearts, Kaiser picks that up. Kicker advantage, of course, to Foxen.
$125K second barrel. Things are getting uncomfortable now. Kaiser just 475 back.
I mean, there's not much he can do. He's
No.
got the flush draw, trips. There is some concern that he could have kicker issues. The jack not quite up there. Maybe there's a question is, do we ask for more, thinking our hand is very strong?
In the effort to deny equity versus some big combo draw, I mean,
Trying
there's
to.
our answer.
You have it.
Yeah, and as soon as you get called that quickly, the question is, do you have it? It isn't quite it. Kaiser, happy to draw live. Unhappy to be behind. Can Ronnie hit the heart? The jack.
That's it.
Hater I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah. I'm a little on the struggle bus.
Yeah, I realize. It's okay.
Thank you, Randy.
He's eliminated, and he's not coming back.
No re-entries at this point in this main, which now, upon the departure of Ronnie Kaiser, sits with 19 players remaining. 14 players will be paid.
Yeah, another one of these online PLO crushers getting downed.
Well, you can't talk about PLO crushers without bringing up the name of Dirk Garitzi, and unfortunately it's a name that we won't be bringing up any further in this broadcast because he was showered in 21st. So the great Veni Vidi out of here as we pay a visit to Haralabos Vulgaris. Made a deep final table run here in this series. Plays a limited docket.
Yeah, I didn't know he was into the PLO.
This one was opened by Parsonen. Vulgaris flatted. Guerra did as well on the turn. Or sorry, on the flop. Guerra let out for 75,000. Vulgaris peeled with the gutter and the overs. Some backdoor diamond prospects. Didn't find any of the above on the turn, which goes check, check. King on the end. Hits Guerra for kings and sixes.
It's two pair, but it's a
Kings
very
and eights, I'm
nasty
sorry.
board. Wonder if Vulgaris tries and steals this pot. Has to know that his hand is no good.
Well, let me ask you this. Having checked back the turn, how credibly can we rep better than these kings and eights?
It's very hard to do so, right? Because a straight has a lot of incentive to bet the turn, to charge two pair and flush draws. But maybe he can check back some of the weaker straights.
250K. The barrel here. I don't know. Kings and eights as played feels like way too much to step away from. I don't want to be presumptuous, but this does feel, unfortunately for Bob, like a misplaced effort.
This would be a great call. This board texture.
But it's that check back on the turn for me. Now, we know that Vulgaris is tricky enough at times
Of course, I'm bluffing.
to not barrel.
10, 9, 8. Yeah.
Called it out.
8 diamonds is a good card for me.
Bravo, Bob.
Hard for you to call. Awesome.
And shame on me for making presumptions about Guerra.
Can't check, so. Good breed. And you conned me into turning my hand over. Professionals from Norway.
Nice hand.
What's that?
Nice hand.
He's not from Norway. You know, just for the record. Note how Parsonen didn't push back at all. He's like, buddy, I don't care where you think I'm from.
Yeah.
I'm from the PLO streets.
I'm taking your chips later.
Probably. Hopefully. Hopefully, is that what you said? I'm better be in the big barn. No redraw. Yes, maybe we catch up, maybe. This is mine, yeah?
It's not mine.
Weissman limps. Guerra. Lightly wounded. Does the same from the small. Parsonen says, let's see, 3, 120 in the middle. 19 remaining here in this $100,000 pot limit Omaha main event in Monte-Carlo. Guerra has a 6 and nothing more. Top pair for Parsonen plus the gut shot. He checks. Better gut shot and the same King-Jack for Weissman. Checked all the way around. Parsonen now hits the deuce. Guerra does pick up a gutty.
Yeah, very disguised deuce for 2 pair. Parsonen. It's the worst hand that's betting. Parsonen comes in with call. Quick fold from Weissman.
Eight on the turn. Fairly dry. 5-7 has arrived.
Yeah, any card that doesn't improve Parson is always a little bit worried, just given he's got kings and deuces. Could be up against bigger 2 pair. Straights got there. There was a straight on the turn. Elis is going to be happy to see that check from Lautaro.
Sure.
6.
Knuckled all the way down. I don't know if there was any measure of optimism associated with the declaration of 6 on the river there by Guerra. Elis keeping it clean out there, Randy. I mean, those are tough chips to win. He's up to 2 million now. When you look at the overall leaderboard, that's got him in 3rd. Foxen in front of him. At the other feature, no, Foxen actually behind him now after that pot. Dvoris, still your overall chip leader, and there is Alex
I love how
Foxen.
the presupposition is that that would make you angry. Like, I wouldn't even be angry.
I had a piece of him at an extremely high markup.
Bought 14%
Oh,
I
forgot
put him
about
in the.
that.
I bought him.
I remember. I was there. I was
Yeah.
there. I was there.
I begged him to get out of it.
Ace, king, jack,
What
jack.
did you do again?
Plus clubs for Winter.
It's just like an 86% free roll or something.
And it's booked, right?
It was.
He asked out.
Do you have change?
Okay.
And ice cream, please. Okay. Just change.
Haxton double suited. Ace high, king high flush draws.
It's up against a powerhouse.
What?
You know, equity. Axton's one of those guys that likes to
How much
push
you saw?
equities.
I have 820 behind, so 1.075.
3-bet to 255. Winter asking for the count. These guys are similar in stack depth coming into this one. Winter does cover.
Yeah, Winter's a solid favorite. Ace, king, jack, jack, suited ace. A lot of things to think about. He does have position. Gets to react
55?
accordingly.
So intensely considered and then called is the 3-bet by Winter. The 2 Americans squaring off here. King in the window, a jack and 2 diamonds along with it. Haxton, kings up, Winter with the set.
Yeah, I think Haxton's done here. He's flopped 2 pair. There's already 555,000 in the middle, and Winter's just loving this with a set of jacks, hoping he's up against aces.
Pot. Pot.
There we go.
Yeah.
Pot.
Yeah, all in.
Pot. Call. On your backs, boys. 2.2 million in the middle. Haxton in a dire way, and one of the kings he seeks blocked by Winter.
I need spades or a wheel.
This is as bad as you can get.
Get that flop out.
PLO on a flop.
How is it not like 5, 6, 7 or something? You know?
Chop would be fair.
Oh, here's a wheel draw on the turn for Haxton. Did Winter just belch something foul? Hang on. 3 would have done the trick. Instead, it's the 8.
You got it right.
The mighty Ike Haxton.
Behind 970.
Showered. Little formal accounting going to be done to determine.
Tanny, man, stop, man. Player of the year. You don't get player of the year without knowing what the cards are.
I mean, if Nacho was on the rail, you know what he would have been doing. GGI.
It's open on 2.
That's it for Haxton.
Yep. GG's issued. 18 now remain. 14 will be paid. Encroaching upon the bubble here.
Yes.
Great.
6 max. I mean, it says that on the board at least. So.
Hasn't been a good series for Haxton. Only 2 cashes. Cashed is the first event for 47K and the main event for 268,000.
Well, while the players will win and lose, it's only a win. For those of you out there streaming right now, including Bonavox11, apparently writes in to say, thanks for the nice commentary during this incredible series. Love the friendly banter between you guys.
Yeah, the friendly banter. That's
Sometimes Randy's not friendly. Randy's mean sometimes. People liked your Wukong reference, by the way, the Monkey King.
Yeah, it's a real thing. You thought I made it up?
What is this? Is it an actual monkey?
It's a legend. All right.
See, I don't know about how. What would make you think I?
It's like the Yeti, you know? The legend. It's not real.
I actually went to Chengdu and played with pandas once.
Yeah,
Bucket
because
list.
pandas are real. I don't know how's that.
Yeah, it wasn't a legend. It was just, you know, I went.
That's cool, man.
I hung out with. I had to
That's
clean
real.
up their pens. I had to like pay my dues. It was like this weird volunteer thing. Shooting young panda preserver.
That's cool, man. It's really nice. Really nice. You checked off that bucket list.
Don't you want some peanut butter to go with that jelly, Randy? You telling me if you had a chance to go play with pandas, you wouldn't do it? You would do it. Yeah.
If it was Wukong, I would go play with him.
Is he friendly?
I don't know. Depends. Is it the cartoon version or is it the, the horror version?
It's perfumey over here.
Was that our last hand? Is that your perfume?
Get up,
Hello,
picks one up
perfume. You wearing something?
uneventfully.
No, it's not that I like it or not. I just can't breathe. No, it's okay. It's quite small.
Wow. Did Vulgaris just shower the dealer's perfume? He's trolling. 90% troll. That's my call.
So we got table rebalancing, I assume?
That we do. Moving day for some stacks. You know, Randy, we can be guilty of making assumptions that everybody that joins us for these streams is at this point a regular and deeply experienced in poker. But the reality is, and this obviously brings us great joy, that some people stumble upon these streams without having a ton of poker experience, or at least a ton of PLO experience. So, as requested by Rainstorm in the YouTube chat, perhaps you can walk people through the small nuances, the rules, the technical stuff in terms of PLO, how it works?
I mean, the main one, of course, is you get 4 cards. As the elf is waving to me. Goodbye, sorry, got a little distracted. You get 4 cards, and you have to use 2 cards in your hand when you,
I wish there was,
at showdown.
So along with 3 on the board, and then in terms of bets, there's also some nuance there.
Yeah, you're only allowed to bet the size of the pot for the maximum. So if someone limps for 20K, you can't just make it 1 million all of a sudden.
Usually 6 max.
That's about it, right?
Tournaments.
Can't think of much else.
Different cast of characters.
Half the table left, you,
Definitely got to change your hand sort of strength assessments versus 2 card.
Yeah, and in terms of strategy, it's very different too, just because they like to say that equities run close, so what that means is usually you're not too far behind and you can take a lot of flops, because you can just flop flush draws and straight draws, etc.
Well, Foxen falls way behind here after this limp pot pre. Button versus big was checked on the flop. Danny hitting the flush on the turn. Foxen not drawing dead. 8 or 4 would do the trick. Ace on the river now as Danny chose not to barrel the turn. He treaded lightly against Ike in an earlier exchange. That one he was out of position. Now Foxen turned his hand into a bluff. Danny snap calls and takes it.
Yeah, you saw Foxen like, oh, good hand. Nice check. Baited me.
I like it when you want to show your cards. Usually they just go in the muck.
I thought 4s could be good.
Versus that.
What is this, Ali?
Dan DeVoris.
He's in the tank.
The way it came down was a raise from Espen Mirmo to 105,000. Pre-flop, DeVoris flatted. Ace King 8 rainbow. Drew forward a c-bet of 90, which DeVoris called again. Queen of clubs on the turn. Mirmo checked. DeVoris barreled 150, and then Mirmo went all in for 550. And DeVoris couldn't quite make sense of the line. Did find the fold. Chip leader chips being passed over. Back at the features, 7, 8, 9. Winter and Foxen playing one blind versus blind. Limped.
This is just pure dust for both. Winter has a gut shot with 6-4, but not much. But the turn card does give him a pair of queens. You know, nothing's changed for Foxen, whether it's Nolan or PLO.
No.
$45K.
555.
And take it.
Key cards.
Those are the racks for redraw time.
And it happens to coincide with a break. And as you get a look at the chip counts, heading to that break, Dan DeVoris will still be the boss stack. Milos Parsonen performing well as he tends to do in these 4-card Triton streets. Blinds will be going up to 15 and 30,000. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. Back here at the desk, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And for the most part, they were just pawing at each other, but Many people hitting the exits and doing so in a hurry here, and that's kind of just the nature of PLO. You find a spot, and in it goes.
Yeah, and if you're short, you kind of just repot and get in your chips with high equity while you can and just jam in the rest. Sometimes it's the medium stacks that still get it in if it's a potted pre-flop. You know, Haxton got in a lot of chips, but unable to kind of just hang in there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a short break. Sometimes it's a little bit longer one. And given the fact that we have a bit more on the administrative side to take care of now, we are going to step aside for a full 15 minutes, but don't go away. Henry Kilbane going to pop into the desk alongside Randy to guide you further down this journey as we venture toward the bubble here in the 100K PLO main. See you in a few.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
On stream.
Well, we're on stream.
You got 3 now, sure? Exactly 3 using my blinds. You're very worried about me, right? Yeah, good, bro. Good. Nice guy. Nice guy. What a nice guy, this Alex.
I don't think I've ever seen you be mean.
Doesn't happen often.
This is an easy hand to play when you're short.
Mean to me. I don't think I recall you ever being mean to me.
I raised a bot.
I've been tolerant of being mean to me.
He slow rolled me yesterday by accident.
Barbero finds aces and 3 bets.
7,
Haxton's jacks,
ace 5.
blind versus blind.
And he turned over ace 10. Those were the first 2 he exposed. I had a jack.
Oh, he turned aces.
Yeah. It was a thick hand.
Especially the way he...
I know, I was like...
Before he bet, he was like... That was
great. I've never seen something like that.
Top set versus a Broadway gutter here, as Haxton made the call pre-clip unloaded by Barbero.
You would have.
Nacho just tends to smash this board, given the pot.
Haxton has no spades in his hand.
Okay.
He says okay, though, and makes the call off of 295. 1.25 is chunky. Randy, you surprised to see this?
A bit because of how shallow he is as well. He is up against aces a lot, and sometimes he makes it straight, but Nacho's got a redraw.
Well, far be it from us to seem as though we're questioning Ike Haxton, who is widely regarded and respected by his peers as one of the best to ever do it, regardless of discipline. Unfortunately, he's unable to do it here.
That's
Barbero.
overkill. Why did why
aces
it doesn't invert the turn? What
Wait, you guys got that in pre?
This Montenegro PLO was good to him there. 2 fourth-place finishes. His cash for a total of 1.1 million at that stop. His first showing was in Monte-Carlo last year. Also 2 cashes, a second and a 12th.
So far, 0 for 1 at this festival. Having played the 50K, didn't make the money. David Benefield, all but 5,000 of his chips. Worked their way center ice.
You know, Greenwood's one of those guys that can play all 3 formats too. Jones, he's in. 997 deuce. And 7 deuce makes 2 pair. Greenwood pocket 10s. Not much for Benefield. And Jones has only got 185k back with 215 in the middle. He might even just stop and go this one.
Jones jams. Benefield, of course, not stepping aside. Final 5K.
That's probably going to win up.
Does call, and 7s and deuces way out in front with 2 to come.
Queen of clubs.
No.
225K on the turn. The ace now providing the Broadway gut shot to Benefield. Only a 10 will allow Raptor to remain in the roost.
All right, boys. Good luck.
That'll do it. As David exits in classy, if disappointing fashion. Old school legend.
No,
Raptor, man, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Well,
Back to Jurassic
I
Park.
have no idea of him. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking about an online screen name, not really a
I have empathy.
reconstituted dinosaur.
Reconstituted dinosaur.
Well, if they give it like this one.
Calling a man an
I
elf.
didn't call him.
Double suited, ace 5 deuce deuce. Not a bad hand here for Jones. Ace, king, queen. Suited ace.
It's 100%. We asked earlier. You can verify. But yeah. I just had this discussion with the player. Yeah.
Greenwood, ace 5 deuce deuce double. Limps. Jones took it to 110, and Weissman awakens to aces plus diamonds. Limp and raise in front of us. We just try to pile as much as we can forward. Pot declared.
I'm trying to lump it to you guys again.
355. Jones hates it.
Yeah, because when it's a repop pre-flop, it's often tethered to aces.
He does say call, however, Randy.
I mean, you always have some equity in this game. See what you flop, especially when he's suited.
King 9-8.
Oh, cool.
Jones.
Nope.
Snapped.
Yeah, found the top pair, and you heard Weissman say flop top set because he expected, blocking the aces himself, for kings to maybe be toward the bottom portion of the range that would call pre-flop as played. But as we can see, Jones took a swing with quite a bit less than that, and Weissman nut flush draw to boot.
3 hots.
Has Jones in a bad way.
Hearts.
That way, getting a little bit better. Backdoor flush draw. Hearts. A king, queen, a 3. None of it rolling off. And rolling right out of here is Griffith Jones. GG, sir.
Good game.
Something else you didn't know, Randy, that Juggernaut 4799 and then Mixed Game God after him have stepped in to advise is that the word, the Chinese word that eluded you earlier for elf.
Go on.
Xiao Yingling, I think, or Xiao Jingling.
They don't have elves in China, do they?
I could be getting trolled here because when you see jingling in, you know, that just seems a little too. I don't know if they have elves in China, man.
Yeah, I don't
know.
I don't think they got a word for
I
that,
think it would
man.
be like an appropriation of sorts.
Yeah, you got elf.
Danny, 2 8s, tri-suited as you like to say. Limps in. Barbero took us up. 3 Broadway cards, nut diamonds, made it 110. Foxen flatting with King 8 of spades. And a little rundown of his own. Doing so out of the big blind, of course, for a discount. Danny hangs in. 3-way affair. Flop is Queen 9-6. Spade draw acquired for Foxen, along with a pair and a gutter. Double gutter at that. With the King 10-8. Feels like a lot of hand. Danny's got himself the open ender. Barbero with an open ender and backdoor diamonds.
And the problem with Danny's open ender is that sometimes he makes a straight with the 10. His opponent's got King Jack or Jack 8. And also some of his straight outs bring another spade. So it makes sense that he bows out, as does the Jack 10. Oh, sorry, the Jack 10's in there. Just 70k remaining. Makes sense that he's in. So Barbero at risk.
On his feet.
Who's favorite here?
Sean.
No, the year of the nacho, you never know.
You're so dumb, it's crazy. Wow. Foxen extending the advantage. 3-1. Can Barbero find the ace-king? 8 or 6. No, just the jack, which gives Foxen the nut straight.
No, I kept quiet on this one.
You kept calm, right? Good. Good luck, guys. Good game, man.
I was ready, Danny.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo for the final tournament of the series, the 100K PLO main event. I say the final tournament, Randy. Of course, there is that 25K bounty quattro that we're going to be keeping an eye on through the Triton Poker Plus app. But for now, our attention is on this final 18, down to the final 3 tables. And when you look at the top 3, are you at all surprised to see this caliber of PLO specialists in the mix, such as Daniel Dvorak, Sean Winter, and Elis Parsonen?
Yeah, you know, Daniel Dvorak is that kind of guy who can play all 3 formats. Short deck, PLO, no limit hold'em. He's the current chip leader. Sean Winter flew out here to play some PLO. Of course, we know him for his no limit shenanigans when he's got the short stack, but cash game PLO specialist, I believe, sure. And Elis Parsonen, purely PLO. Yeah, he's in 3rd.
Now, we've spoken about this briefly, how on PLO bubbles, it seems to take a while longer, a byproduct of the fact that equities run a lot closer, people playing a lot tighter. And I'm looking at the bottom of the leaderboard, you look at someone like Dylan Wiseman, like Mads Amott, these guys who are not only world-class PLO players, but they've been in these spots before where perhaps you could argue the experience of knowing how to navigate these lengthy, sometimes grueling PLO bubbles could give them an edge to kind of inch their way into the money, whereas one of the middling stacks, maybe overvaluing a hand like kings or a suited ace, gets into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, obviously experience helps a lot in this situation, understanding tournaments, and, you know, it's 17 big blinds down there, but you can hang around, and equities run close. Someone can bust before you.
I don't think we're going to beat the record from the 50K, but I got a funny feeling we have ourselves a lengthy bubble ahead of us. We've got 18 left, 14 places paid, min cash of 166,000, all eyes on the top prize of 2,270,000. Let's throw it down to the main stage for 2 new feature tables as we work our way into the money of the 100K PLO main. I mean, I'm just scanning through the final 18, dude. From an online legend point of view, you've got Mads Amott, Gergo Nagy, Jonas Kronwitter, Espen Mermo, Lautaro Guerra, Elis Parsonen. We're obviously familiar with a lot of the other names as they're regulars on the Triton Tour, such as Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey, Ding Biao. But those online OGs, man.
Yeah, coming out. It's going to be quite nice to see how those PLO specialists come out and play against these kind of, you know, multi-game specialists, right? They play no limit hold'em mainly. They dabble into PLO, try to accrue some points for Player of the Year. The thing is, though, that portion, the no limit players, they have more tournament experience under their belt, whereas these PLO crushers that play online, you know, they've got to make some adjustments here, right?
I agree. I think it's interesting. There was a conversation at the table the other day. I want to say it was Veni Vidi and a couple of the other guys about how it's difficult to get in decent PLO tournament volume, you know, still in 2024. Especially against good players, even online, and it's wild the lack of information that's out there. It's not easy, man.
Yeah. So let's see how this one goes down. 14 pay, 18 remaining, min cash 166,000.
$90.
Now the boss stack definitely can open up.
Yeah, this is what we can kind of expect to see, right? From Daniel, from Sean, from Elis, chip leaders on their respective tables. Sorry, I do apologize. Sean Winter and Elis on the same table. This is fold. Yeah. Little raise and take there from DD. Average stack is currently 40 bigs, 27 minutes left of level 15.
Yeah, lots of room for play. 40 big blind average. And you said there was another side event running?
That's right. The last event of the series, event number 16, the 25K PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro. That's going to be a fun one.
I want to see Rasty make another final table in that.
That would be dope. Wow, Forrest just getting walks at this point.
That's why it's nice to be the chip leader. Yeah, base, I think you're right though. My read is this is going to be a long bubble.
Oh, for sure, man. 100%.
It's not like players are sitting on 10 big blinds down there where they kind of just wake up some aces, they pot, get called, and, you know, equities run close and they bust.
Yeah, and even if, like, you know, someone does, say, raise pot pre-flop and a 17 big blind stack defends, one, they've still got 14 bigs back, and two, they have to flop enough of a piece that they're happy to get their 14 bigs in and then still lose to the other player who's happy to get 14 bigs in and win. So I think, yeah, maybe get a coffee in, you know, if you're at home. Or a beer. Up to you. Some popcorn. We're going to be here for a while.
This looks like a sweet hand. Button.
We're going to be seeing a lot of this. Limping. Just trying to keep the pot small. Even with a hand that's pretty looking as ace, jack, 10, 9, single suited.
Yeah, it's just that when you raise pre, you get repotted, then you're committed to a lot of flops, and now you kind of contain it. If you get potted pre when you limp, you know, you're not putting in that much of your stack.
You even see the snap check from Lataro out of the big blind with a really nice ace, 9, 7, 5. I mean, it's triple suited with a couple of gaps. As Nagy just flops a full wrap. Funnily enough, it's Dvoris with the best hand. Although, obviously, it's going to be very difficult for him to get this one to showdown. It does check through.
It's a fun turn card for ace, 9, 7, 5, 3 diamonds.
Yeah, giving Guerra the best hand now. Pair of sevens, straight flush draw.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it's the best. He's got some chips to play with though, so if he does want to attack, he can do so, given he's playing 1.3 million.
Should rarely get check raised here after flop goes check check, especially when he blocks like king 7, pocket 7s. He's also blocking some of those super nutted wraps like 9, 8, 5 with, you know, a flush draw. So I think that's nice, and I really like this lead. Just think he always gets to realize his equity. And there's some really good things that can happen in the sense that he just gets 2 folds and picks up the pot without even seeing a river. So 290 out there. I wanted to see a river card like this. I was hoping it wouldn't be a club, but both players do brick. Front door clubs do get there, which is important to note.
Yeah, both players with very bad hands with this run out at the moment.
I think Nagy could certainly have some like ace, king, X with a nice club blocker. Something like ace, king with the ace of clubs that you know, wanted to keep the pot small. Question is, would those bet? Does have the 9 of clubs in hand. Let's go check this one down.
How good is that for Guerrera? Pair of 7s. It's good.
It
Nice
is
hand.
indeed. Welcome to the great game, Randy.
It's a dangerous game. It's always unclear where your opponent could be.
For those of you just joining us, the sad news is that this is the last day of the Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. I'll be honest with you, Randy, the last 48 hours or so, I've been a bit down. You know,
why?
Just we get to the end of the series and it's like there have been so many storylines and you don't want it to end. I'm like, come on, can we just put on like another 200K? You know, or another 100. It doesn't even need to be a 200K. Just put another 100K on or something, and then we all go our separate ways, and then we do it again in the Bahamas. But that is the sad news. That obviously today is the last day. The good news is we've got an epic finale here. Jacob & Co. custom timepiece being awarded to the champion, which can only be won by taking down a Triton main event. Also got that big Triton trophy, the main event trophy. We've got 3 7-figure payouts in this one, and we have some of the best PLO players in the world battling it out. So, silver lining is we've got an epic show ahead of us. Sad part is there's no more Triton tomorrow.
No more Triton tomorrow. But, you know, there is for the people watching. They can just rewatch the footage, relive the greatest moments. Obviously, the best way to do so is to click like and subscribe.
Yeah, you tell him, Randy.
Yeah, you do that. And just watch all of the footage until our next festival. That's going to be a good one, too.
I'm buzzing for that. 500K invitational, man.
Yeah, let's just double the buy-in or 2.5x the buy-in.
I'm telling you, Randy, in the next couple of years, Triton's going to hand out an 8-figure payout to first. It's coming. It might even be this 500K coming up. Like 20 buy-ins up top, that's not unheard of. It just depends on how many people we get in, obviously.
Yeah. I'm here for it.
This was button open. Big blind defend from Foxen. He's got a healthy stack. 50-something bigs. Flop went check, check. Turn. Certainly one that Doris could barrel. He's just going to take his king-queen showdown. He's going to win the hand. Foxen bricking.
Yeah, it is hard for Foxen to represent something good, although he just has, what, 10 high?
Ten 8. 10-8. I do not win. I can beat that.
It's easy to be 10-8. 4 random cards would do it.
So you did all that staring just to check 10-8?
I mean, I know it never win with Not that fun to check it. Or you think I had some shut up?
No, I thought. I don't know.
I mean, Foxen's just remaining balanced with his stare down range, Randy.
Would make sense to me.
Yeah, what's he meant to do? Just like start looking around at the lights and cameras, like giving away a massive towel that, hey, buddy, I've got nothing.
It sounds like the easiest player to play against.
What is Danny talking about?
Just look at him. Is he moving? All right, bet. Oh, he's not moving, therefore I better check it back.
Danny's got some hilarious takes, man.
Yeah, maybe he didn't think about that before he spoke. Sometimes you should.
I love how Foxen tabled the 10-8, announced it, and it took Dvoris a couple of seconds to just put everything together. Like, oh wait, hang on, I could beat that.
He said it kind of confidently. 10-8.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Not
like you're good.
Dvoris coming with the 3x.
Nay. Nay.
You sure they're
Nay,
counting
nay.
hands?
Nay.
You sure everybody's counting hands here? Alright. Alright. Playing fast. That's all I'm saying.
They are
I'm
playing
cool.
fast. They are
think
also
everybody's getting sleepy on us.
keeping track of the hands as always.
Jason Kuhn deep round would be fun.
Okay.
Just no big pots, but still two rivers, right?
Yeah.
Lad in chat's asking why no short deck event during this festival, and that's because PLO is more popular in Europe, I assume.
I would have to say so, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, outside of Triton, does feel like short decks kind of dying down a bit. There was a time where, you know, Triton kind of brought it to the mainstream and it caught on pretty big time. It was kind of taking over. Everyone was like, oh, I want to, you know, play some cash and try it out and whatnot. But yeah, since I want to say the last like maybe 12 to 18 months, cash games out in Asia haven't been running as regularly, especially with the introduction of Squid Game. I feel like Squid
kind of revamped No Limit Hold'em.
Exactly, yeah, because the whole idea of short deck, right, was, you know, to try and just induce some action, make it fun for the, you know, the invitees / VIP side of the poker world. And now with the introduction of Squid Game, they're like, okay, well, we can just play Hold'em again and, you know, gamble it up with the squids.
It's a good point, but doesn't mean it's the end of short deck. Short deck will come back in our Asia stops.
Doesn't sound good, does it?
Top 2 for Lataro. Swing and a miss for JK.
Thank you.
Top 2, good for a bet.
Yeah.
I'm curious to keep an eye on this Spaniard. You know, he's only shown up for PLO events from as early as Cyprus 2023. Had a bit of a, you know, rough going of it.
Yeah, he's clearly a PLO specialist given what he plays, but Guerra hasn't had much results. Only one cash recorded in Montenegro for, what, 11th place, 76,000 in the 50K?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So I'm scrolling through. So we're looking at 11 events played, 1 cash. But the thing is we all know just how brutal variance is in tournament poker, let alone in in PLO tournaments. So no judgment there.
Flying back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just spend some time with the wife.
So what we got going on over here? Looks like Ding's opened. Ding's opened off a pretty short stack. Round to Dylan, who's also on a short stack. He's going to defend. Crucial pot for both, not to state the obvious, but the ace-8-4. That looks like it's all Ding.
Yeah, I'm taking the mystery hand over the Queen-Jack 10-6 on this board. Nice pot for Ding Biao.
Crucial bounce back for him. Ding back up to 15 bigs. Means Dylan. I mean, it's not going to be easy. Let me put it that way for Dylan. It's down to 13 bigs, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be someone like him. Short stacks in the room do belong to Dylan Weissman, Ding Biao, and Gergo Nagy. There are currently 5 sub-20 big blind stacks. Just catching up on this table.
Espen's got a solid stack, 1.4 million.
Yeah, and that's exactly why he's doing this, right? Ivy's out of there. Espen's the chip leader at the table. It's just so difficult for anyone else to respond. Oh, Jonas doesn't care, bro.
Yeah.
Jonas is a boss.
Ace-Shack 9-9, aware of how wide Espen's opening. There you go.
Lovely little pickup there for Kronwitter, who unfortunately had the worst tournament experience of his life in the 50K. Now, what I mean by that is not the Triton experience. He had nothing bad to say about the tournament itself. What he meant was that coming in to the bubble, Stone Bubble, he had 45 big blinds, was one of the tournament chip leaders, played one single raised pot,
never thought about getting better at it.
and then had to fold for the next 38 hands and ended up sneaking into the money with a blind and a half. So he's gone from one of the tournament chip leaders with 15 left to bagging for day 2 with 1.5 big blinds with 14 left.
But he did slide in
He
to the right
did.
side of the money. I can see a worse day. He folds more hands and he doesn't make the money.
That's pretty insane. He was all in for his tournament life as well with 1.5 bigs at one point, which he managed to win, did sneak his way into the money, but still. See how JK responds to this. Ace, queen, deuce, deuce. Feels close.
Double suited.
That's nice. Discipline there from Jason. Love to see it.
Look at Nagy. 10-10-9-8 tri-suit. This is connected in a pair.
Yeah, nice fold, mate.
Look at that.
Gonna be seeing a lot of this from these shorter middling stacks.
You know, and that goes to show why this bubble is going to take a long time.
Yeah, it's so tempting to look at a hand like, what was it, 10-9-9-8?
10-10-9-8.
10-10-9-8. And just think, oh, you know, connected, pair. You gotta click the fold button. But what I'm hoping the viewers at home will do is click the call button on our current promotion over on the Triton merch website, shop.tritonseries.com. You can head on over there now. Today is the last day to get a 10% discount using the promo code Triton10. Do not miss out. Head to our online store, gear up now, and join the Triton poker community. Last day to get that 10%, chat. Don't DM me tomorrow on Instagram complaining how you didn't get 10% off when I've been saying for the last 2 weeks. Go and get merchandise now with that 10% off. You let me know, Randy, if any of these naysayers out there message you saying, hey, Randy, can I get 10%? No. You had 2 weeks. You had your chance.
Yeah.
Don't come asking for no favors now.
And I don't think Santa is going to be giving out Triton gear for Christmas.
Well, hang on. It's only November. What about in the Bahamas? That's closer to Christmas. Maybe.
Hey,
maybe we
stop
start giving away.
it. We use the code while you can.
That's right, chat. Use the damn code. Oh man, it's hilarious because Guerrero's limped in precisely for this reason, because he doesn't want to open the door for Dvoris to just mash. Dvoris actually has a legit hand here.
Yep.
Raises pot.
Yeah, Nagy's got double pair, double suited. Not a bad hand.
I think he's going to have to fold double pair, double suited, although, I mean, where is he? He's currently 17 of 18.
Option to close the action.
Yeah, but the problem is the SPR is going to be super low when we don't hit the set and we flop like 2 diamonds or 2 hearts. We rarely get to realize our equity, even if our flush draw is good or live. So it's like, there's also some weird reverse implied odds as well, right? With these low pairs in PLO, when it comes like, I don't know, 6-9 queen, and you're just up against queens, or in this case it comes 6-10 whatever. Yeah, nice fold.
Very nice.
The green one.
Always tough, and you know there are cases where we just see a 6-high board now, but has to remain disciplined. Case in point, would have flopped bottom set against a wrap and a gut shot with a flush draw and a backdoor spade draw. This is going to be interesting between these two hands. 300k out there.
Yeah, and Dvoris also has a gut shot, right? With his clubs, backdoor spades.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that Guerrero's got a wrap and he only has 29% on this texture. Byproduct of his backdoor spades not being viable.
Some of his wrap outs bring in clubs, which is problematic. Blank turn.
300k in the middle, facing check behind. Curious to see how Dvoris proceeds with a very strong hand.
240.
Does go big.
It feels like he gets less resistance just due to him having the covering stack.
There's also some reverse implied odds here, like for Guerrero. Some of his straight outs aren't nutted.
The clubs.
Yeah, but also like an offsuit jack, an
Sure.
offsuit 10.
Who's
Hold
the
on,
queen
what
10?
we got going on here? Looks like Ding's all in. So he raised up the ace-king 8-4 from early position. Jonas with the 3-bet, understandably so, with the ace-ace 8-6. And, well, I mean, Ding's pretty cooked on that board. What's he looking for? Backdoor diamonds?
Backdoor diamonds.
That's it. He's dead on the turn. Ding, out in 18th, so we're now 3 away from the money.
Been a rough series for Ding Biao. Only 2 cashes, played every single event. His cashes total 400,000 combined. We know those buy-ins are pretty steep.
Jonas is looking good, my man. Jonas up to 1.2 million. Hopefully a better tournament experience for him this time round. Oh. How about it? 7 of spades. Guerra getting there. 500 into 780. Forrest does have a jack in hand. Feels like I'm reaching a little bit though.
Yeah, it kind of does. I mean, Guerrero is betting with 10-6 the straight.
Yeah, which makes sense when he has 2 10s in his hand, right? Like you can much more comfortably value bet the second nut straight.
With less fear of facing Jack 10.
Still a lot of hands that you could just be beating here, and Daniel's shoes is pretty tough. See him shaking the head like hand like queen, queen, king, jack, queen, queen, ace, jack. You know, that unblocks clubs. I don't know. I'm stretching a bit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find some bluffs, but there are some bluffs, and Guerrero is certainly capable of having them.
Seems like Divorce is shaking his head.
Yeah, this isn't posturing from Dvoris. He knows that Guerrero can have some bluffs here. And even though he's got clubs, and even though he's got a jack, this is PLO. So there's combinatorically a lot more combos than Hold'em. Hence the head bob back and forth.
Yeah, he seems pained.
4th one, right? Sure.
Dvoris deep in the tank. Oh, he's paid him off. And he's going to get shown the bad news, and we have ourselves a new tournament chip leader. It's the Spaniard, Lautaro Guerra, with 17 left, Randy.
This is his tournament. Been grinding our PLO.
Sure, use 5, not 4.
Finally. Chip leader.
No, he used 4 though, right?
Yeah.
Because 5 it would be.
Because I asked you if I use 2, and then.
That is right. She did ask when you used the 3rd.
I asked again when I asked if I used the 3rd one.
Yeah.
And I used 1 more.
Quietly collecting one of the biggest pots of the day. Shooting up into first in chips, and as Randy correctly pointed out,
sure that was my 4th one, that's the thing.
he's shown up to every PLO event held at the Triton series over the last year, yet to make a big noise. Could this be the time? Blinds are about to go up any second now. But no, Forrest still very healthy. 63 bigs. Spaniard, Guerra, just a couple of bigs more than second in chips. Elis Parsonen. Short stack duties belonging to Nagy, Amott, and Dylan Weissman.
Yeah, shortest stack with just 13 bigs, but still a little bit to play with. Plenty of waiting time. Down to 17, so 3 away from the money.
I'm going to get a bit aggressive right now, Randy, from this side of the booth. Feel free to, you know, steer clear, keep yourself safe over there. The reason we moved hands to all the people whining to the other table was for your benefit. There was an all-in and a call, action-packed, 4 away from the money. But if you guys want to just watch people tanking for 2-3 minutes, sure, I'll take note. I'll give the feedback to the production crew. When there's a 4-minute tank, stay on the table. We don't want to see all-ins on outer tables.
Lines up, goes up on my big.
You're cool, ladies and gentlemen.
2, 3, 3, goes up and
All right.
goes up.
It's okay. Production knows what they're doing. They understand when to switch and switch back.
Yeah,
Don't
I would
worry,
like
guys.
to think they do. I think we got the best production crew in the world.
Okay.
Hi, my name is says, we appreciate your coverage. You like that?
There we go. Read out the first part, Randy.
I didn't want to read that part. You're talking about the needy viewers. I don't want to read that.
We got Phil Ivey in the mix, Jason Kuhn, Danny Tang, Alex Foxen. Let's go. What a treat to end the series with.
You got 4?
4 cards?
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
0 now.
On the turn, there is a queen of clubs.
Ace, king, queen, 5. Try suit for divorce. Button.
We have lost Dylan in his hand, and we are down to 4.
You have like 1/8 to start the hand?
Foxen now keeping tabs on Dvoris as they're a lot closer.
Century Leader's class action is now in play. 14 players remaining. We are no longer hand to hand. You may not continue, thank you.
Note the equities here, by the way, Randy. Pre-flop. Foxen a favourite with 10 high against the ace king queen 5 triple.
Top 2 pair for divorce.
This size, 10 high spades, no additional backup. This is a tough ask from Foxen, who could just be dead.
Right. You're saying if he had backdoor hearts, then maybe he can come along?
Sure, yeah. But I mean, note the king of spades in Forrest's hand as well. Like, even when a spade does roll off, we're not thrilled about it, are we? Three away from the min cash. Min cash of 166k. Blinds going up to 20,000, 40,000. Next hand.
Always in the same one.
Yeah.
So that means that the average stack has dropped down to 32 bigs, and those shorties, Nagy, Amott and Weissman, really feeling the crunch.
Some more kings over to divorce. Deuce Angler's pretty useless.
Be careful what you say now, Randy. I've seen the deuce, deuce, deuce board roll off from time to time. And look at this. Now Guerra just gets to play the role of table captain and apply pressure. Also in pretty rough shape here. Hearts dominated. Kings blocked. But still has 38% equity. And this is what we've been talking about time and time again. It's just how close the equities do run in the great game. Going to be tough for the Spaniard to dig his way out of this one.
Not a bad flop for the 2 kings.
That's about as good as it gets, mate. 96% to 4 with 2 cards to come.
It's also nice that if his opponent was playing some kind of Queen X, those 3 really help you to counterfeit some kind of 2 pairs. Like, so looking good. 3 dangler also less likely given the pre-flop open.
That does give both players a heart draw. Guerrero picking up some emergency outs, much needed, in the form of a 10.
Really nice development as Divorce has got the dominating hearts.
I wonder if he mashes this and just tries to fold out like an ace queen, maybe some pocket jacks with a backdoor. It's nice unblocking spades and clubs, and it's also nice having hearts on this turn, kind of blocking some of the continues.
Right.
Yeah, I like this, and having a 10 is very relevant. Like, you're blocking pocket 10s with a backdoor. I don't think this is obviously going to work, though.
And not against this hand. Kings with open-end straight draw, king high flush draw. It's a pretty strong hand, and you're up against, what, half pot or so?
Big river incoming. See what happens on like a non-heart, non-ace, non-9. That's a really spicy one. Guerrero does have to be somewhat concerned. He's running into a trap.
Yeah, to get called in 2 spots. If he's up against some kind of weak hand, I suppose it's some kind of Queen X coupled with some hearts. But then you're blocking that a bit with your 8-7 of hearts. What if we're just up against some kind of 3 dangler? You know, it's tough to triple off here.
Yeah, just gonna wave the white flag. Now beating some stuff like, you know, ace 10. That's 7 of clubs river. So just like that, Boris retaking the chip lead from the Spaniard.
Yep.
That's been the battle going on over on this table.
Last level, I believe.
That was
Oh, that was the third
Since
one?
they said 3, that was definitely 3. I don't know.
This tournament?
Yeah.
No.
What?
No. I think it's like probably max 300K or something like that.
Come on. He doesn't need 5 cards, he's crushing with 4 cards.
You can almost buy in for 300 with 4 cards.
Just catching the back end of conversation. Whispers of perhaps a 5-card PLO tournament. Love to see it.
You know, the PLO guys are always trying to get as many PLO events in there as possible. Elis is just grinding.
How much would you buy in? 500? Really? I mean, what the fuck?
Are they talking about like the biggest buy-in PLO tournament they would play?
It sounds like it.
Can't be that much.
Sean just very casually saying, "Yeah, I'll play a 500k."
He's like, yeah. Conversation
What do you
ended
think?
there.
What is average equity? Random PLO 4-hand versus random PLO 5-hand.
Okay, would you buy in for 20K with 3 cards?
No.
So I mean, I don't know.
Okay, you figured it out? What they're talking about?
140.
Go on.
So the question being asked is, how much would you buy in for if you get dealt an extra card? Like, what would be a fair price?
For this main event.
Yeah, and the original number was like 300k from Elis. Sean saying 500k is fair because of the extra card. And then Elis
You
asked,
started with
how much do you think a random 4 card has in equity against a random 5 card hand?
The bubble would be very hard with 3 cards.
Good luck, boys. Mads is all in with the ace 9-8. Elis is jammed.
Wow, you got it in good.
Yeah,
On the big blind.
You sound surprised.
Sean saying, damn, you got it in good. Mads
With
just
some hope.
responding with, I'm used to it.
Oh, a lot of hope.
So Mads with the aces.
3, 4, 5, 2 dimes.
Note the 32% equity though. You do not want to double Mads ammo up, that's for sure. On the other hand, you do not want Elis to have the runaway chip lead.
Oh, there's the 5 and the 3.
Oh, okay.
Got shot.
He can never be dead, Randy, on the turn, let's put it that way.
Club would be very bad card.
Check a club.
Jack of clubs would be a sick card. Uh-oh.
Some hope.
Good card.
4 or a club needed.
4 on a club.
11 outs once for Elis. I don't know why, Randy. I felt like it was coming. Bricks out. Mads up to 1.3.
You said it. You don't want Mads to get chips.
25.
PLO specialists up to 1.3 million now.
Do not want Mads to get mad. That changes things at the bottom of the chip counts. Short stacks, Gergo Nagy on 10, Lee Tong on 11, Jason Kuhn on 11, Dylan Wiseman on 13. So
120.
those are the guys looking to sneak their way in to the money. Oh, JK, this is going in, especially
Double
against one of
suited.
the bigger stacks.
Yeah, and Guerra has been active. It makes sense.
Rainbow Ace Queen 10-5 against the 3 betting range. I think we just pitched this.
That's nice for Jason. No showdown.
You'll miss. I don't know.
It's only 10 seconds.
It's only 10 seconds?
If it's unopened. If someone opens, it's normal.
Okay.
It's actually rather interesting now because Dvoris retook the chip lead off Lataru he's up to 3 million. And because Elis lost that pot against Mads, he's down to 2 million. So now the gap between first and second is quite a significant one.
Bubble plus 5.
Yeah, 1 million chips, which is a 24 big blind difference at the moment.
Yeah, and it's pretty kind of cagey from like fifth
I think
through 10th.
The sailed, man.
I mean, 5th through 12th, to be honest with you.
Oman's just a better game.
I would agree, but then supposing the VIP doesn't like it. Now the...
But where are the VIPs, you know what I mean? If the VIP was here, we'd be playing short deck. You know what I mean? Obviously, if anybody comes out.
The random shoot sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, we'll fire it up anytime they want, obviously. I had a lot of fun playing that game. A lot of fun.
Jason and Danny just discussing how it seems to be that PLO is more of a success at Tritons than short deck in terms of field sizes, in terms of people willing to just play and pony up 100K.
Mm-hmm. There's also more PLO regs too, right? Like people who play the game, I think.
Yeah, and according to Danny and Jason, it's more fun.
120.
PLO, that is. But also note how professional they are. They both backed it up with, hey, look, if a VIP comes and wants to fire up some short deck, we will accommodate.
That's right.
Good luck, boys.
Nagy's all in.
King,
He's in pretty rough shape here.
King, Queen, 9, 7.
No, that's pretty good fucking trick.
King or a queen. I say in pretty rough shape. I mean, flipping, but...
Yeah, slight edge to divorce.
Double D looking to get us 2 away from the money. We're looking clean, up to 71% equity. Also removes the king out for Nagy. The king does now add an ace out though. It would counterfeit Taurus's 2 pair, which doesn't come.
GG, brother.
That's it.
Gotta go Nagy. Out in 17th. True legend of the online PLO realm. Hungarian crusher. Venturing out to the Triton series. I can only imagine he's going to be straight into that 25K. But still, bittersweet run for him here. After soft bubbling the biggest buy-in tournament of the PLO series.
Yeah, the online crushers are getting eliminated at the moment. Lost Vinny Vitti in 21st, Ronnie Kaiser in 20th, now Nagy in 17th.
Look at the way Sean's got a massive tower over there like a fortress.
Do you like how he puts the time bank chips under so he can just slide them easily?
It's like a giraffe at the white chips. Beautiful looking Jack 10, 10-7 double.
Queens are in.
Yeah, Mad's going to defend. 270 out there. Where's Sean's shades? How about that for a flop? Top and bottom. Backdoor diamonds and some very pretty looking blockers. It's a fun one for Mads. I mean, 9 or a 10 rolls off. You got the queens and you go blasting. That's if he gets to see a turn.
Yeah, Winter has Jackson 7s. Blocks the nut straight.
Nice little pick up there for Winter. Pushing this table around as he is the chip leader over here on table 1.
Yeah, he's in his element.
Sean with just shy of 5 million in Triton earnings. 11 cashes. It's been a bit of a rough stretch for him, you know, this year, 2024. Last year was different. Just felt like it was always at a final table. I mean, Cyprus 2023, he had 4 final tables, collected over 3 million there, or thereabouts. London came 6th in the 60K for 370, but then, yeah, looking Jeju this year, it was okay. You know, probably broke even or thereabouts on the series. Montenegro was pretty brutal.
It was mainly his opening series that he really crushed it. This hand.
And it's pretty looking. I would have liked to have seen a limp from Bob under the gun, as he does have 3 players behind that have him covered. And he just never loves getting 3-bet here.
Three kings and a 3, no good. Not even suited.
And Lee Tong has exactly pot behind. These 2 hands could collide on certain board textures.
What a flop for Lee Tong.
I mean, that's kind of one of them. And Bob's got Jack of Clubs in hand. He has plenty of equity against overpairs, which probably shouldn't be calling, but he is going to continue. Look at this. And I think he's going to be priced in when he bets 200.
Yeah, only 120 more.
Like if he's up against a set, he's still very live with the wrap. Lee Tong's going to milk this. The begrudging all in.
Sigh, call.
Yeah, the good old tank. Oh, I don't want to do it, but I'm going to go all in.
Why would you ask if I had a flush? What a clown.
No surprise.
Did Bob just say what?
Put another ace of clubs out there to
Lee
surprise
Tong
him, I
says,
guess. I don't know.
do you have a flush?
What's he standing up
pretty
for?
Salty to ask if I have a flush.
I love Bob. One of my favorite people to call the action on. So you always know where you stand with Bob. If he thinks you're a clown, he's going to call you a clown.
Look, he only called him a clown because he asked if he had a flush, but then obviously he has a nut flush. Which is a question. Wasn't trying to needle. Just
Who, Bob?
No,
Or
I mean Tong, Lee Tong.
Unlucky, Bob. Brutal game. What's occurring over here? Top and bottom. Some back doors for Danny. Front door wheel draw. That's a very fun turn card. Forrest picking up king high clubs. Danny with queen high clubs. Does have some emergency outs now in the form of a 5, ace, or a 3. Have to be a non-club 3 or ace.
Oh, that's the club.
That's pretty brutal. Nut flush against second nut flush. I guess the saving grace for Danny is that there's the king of spades on board, and Daniel is going to have a lot of like king x of clubs at bet flop.
Yeah, but you wouldn't blame Danny for going for value with his flush.
100%. And now the question is, how many lone king x, king of clubs does Dvoris have that play this way?
I mean, it's certainly possible. Daniel, of course, is going to size in a way that he would do it with the nuts, or that king of club blocker is a bluff. Pot makes sense. Now it's just a pure guessing game, isn't it?
Yeah, this is pretty grim for DT, not to state the obvious. Went button limp. Small blind call. Danny checked his option. Flopped for us bet 70k. Only Danny called with the will draw, backdoor spades, backdoor clubs. Turn went check check. Danny led for 180 on the river, and he's now facing a pot size raise.
And he knows that Dvoris is more than capable of bluffing in the spot with the king of clubs.
$880.
This feels like an impossible fold.
Time bank worthy. He's deep in the tank.
Understandable in this spot. If he calls and he's wrong, he's down to 400k, just 10 bigs, and potentially out on the bubble.
Call.
Oh, he's made the call.
Bad news incoming.
Got it right?
Yeah. It's just the runaway chip leader now. Overwhelming chip lead up to 4.4 million. Second in chips is Sean Winter with 2.1 million. And Dvoris playing double what Winter has. Absolute scenes.
3 clubs.
Dvoris incorrectly made that hero against Lautaro, where he had the straight, but since then he's just spun it back around. He's just dominating now.
And you're fine with the bet with the queen of clubs there? The queen?
Of course.
Yeah, it's not worth avoiding, I guess.
There's value to be had. You got the second nuts, man, and it's through the back door as well. It's not like it's a very obvious front door flush, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty rough outing there for Danny.
He's going to be down at the bottom with a couple other players, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, he's 16th now.
And we're only paying top 14.
That's right. And the thing is because Forrest is just going to be mashing the raise button until we're in the money. Danny just gets blinded down. He just really can't do much about it. And even when he does, say he gets down to like 7-6 bigs, if he does find a hand that wants to put it in, he has no fold equity. And, you know, at best he has like 70% equity.
Yeah, he needs a bit of luck at this point.
Yeah, here we go. Ace, king, queen, 6. Raise it up.
Definitely would be raising worse with this setup.
Oh, and JK. The ace, ace, king, 9 double. Just what the doctor ordered.
Dreamy. Divorce with the
This is really huge for Jason because he's currently in 14th, but this pickup here moves him back up into like 12th, where he has a bit more time. Forrest has made the call.
380, right?
Just not much behind. 235,000.
Going in. Jason, that is.
No, I did not.
How much is it?
It's great that Jason's got the heart draw too, which reduces Divorce's outs.
How much is in there?
Just a pair of 6s. And when you get repotted, could easily be up against aces, so that ace doesn't really seem like an out.
Exactly. You're spot on.
I mean, I guess really.
What a pickup for Jason Kuhn.
Been dealt better hands, but not many.
Jason shows it.
There. Pretty good.
Danny wasn't happy about that, was he?
No, yeah. Any chance of someone else busting before me and another?
Pretty good one.
Unlikely. Jason's out of position against Divorce on a million chip stack, blind versus blind. Ace King 8-3. Hoping to get a cheap flop.
Danny's going to be the big blind in 3 hands. I'll have to put in a third of his stack.
Isn't there a turbo running somewhere? Or is just not on? Running.
Is Danny asking about the turbo? I mean, maybe try and survive this PLO main first and didn't worry about that.
Yeah, almost 40.
It is brutal because Danny had, what, 1.3 million before the start of that hand where he got the second nut flush against the nut flush. And now he's just on the outside.
Just get aces and then someone has like 6, 7, 8, 9, please.
Just looking for a 3, a 4, a deuce, or a 5.
It's a nice river card for Jason. Counterfeit some 2 pairs. Trip aces with king kicker.
Too good. All the straight draws break. I wonder if he slides it on over.
5-7 double. And I had a gut shot, nut shot.
No, he's just going to do
backdoor the queen high flush.
the betting himself.
Punished. Huh? Maybe punished.
Maybe.
Seems okay.
That's a game.
It's the worst that can happen.
This game's easy sometimes.
You make the second nut flush and that call the river.
And that one? And that one? You would have maybe made a
in a joking and playful way,
well,
saying like punished for getting involved against the chip leader. It's even saying like, what's the worst that can happen? Backdoor the second nut flush against the nut flush, and now potentially be out on the bubble.
nut flush draw, yeah.
Double suited, ace king 9-8, Foxen, hijack open.
Complete whiff for the Spaniard. It's an awkward board for Foxen though. Be a disaster to get check raised. Yeah, I like the check. Especially when you got like backdoor nut clubs.
I try to not bet fold the flop. Flush shows up. Foxen doesn't have any flush blockers. See double checks.
Oh, look at this from Foxen. Just comes with a delayed c-bet.
Looks strong.
No diamond in hand. Just trying to fold out random gut shots. Maybe like weak 2 pair, like bottom 6-3 or something. Well played, sir. Always nice to deny equity in this game.
It's always fun watching how Foxen approaches PLO. Tremendous no limit hold'em player. Tournaments.
Wow, so Danny's going to be in the big blind next hand.
He knows how grim it is. And we're going to see a lot of limping, right? From these 30 big blind stacks, the 20 from the middle, not looking to get repotted from Divorce or Guerra.
Jason's chipped up nicely, actually. Managed to really separate himself from the short stacks. some interaction for the Spaniard, top 2. Foxen with very measly looking 6 high diamonds, but it is live. 8 of hearts on the turn. Changes nothing. The Spaniard still with the best hand. Foxen with an interesting one. Jack of hearts in hand. Blocking Jack 7, Queen Jack, 6-7.
Diamonds for backup.
Yeah, I mean, he probably doesn't think it, but yeah, his diamonds are live. He also has, you know, 100% range here out of the big, so he has all the straight draws.
Oh, he knows it, just like you, Henry. Downs the kings. Top 2 pair. This board is getting a bit precarious.
Yeah, I don't think we fold when we have the queen ourselves. It is very difficult though. I mean, there's 2 flush draws out there. Like 50% of the time, or a little bit less, a flush rolls off and you end up playing a bit of a guessing game. 8-8 run out. 340 in the middle.
That seems like a tough card for our Foxen to multi-barrel on, I would think.
I'm not sure.
No?
I think Foxen has 2 pairs with a flush draw, sets with a flush draw, 2 pairs with a straight. It's an interesting hand for him to decide on when both flush draws do brick. Because his diamonds are 6 high, but he's going to just give up. Agrees with you.
Yeah, after seeing 10-9, he kind of wishes he bet.
So let's see what Danny does.
First, he prays he gets a good hand. Then he prays he just holds. Because he's put in, what, 2 big blinds? Out of how many remaining? 6?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good. In fact, it's looking very bleak.
Yeah, in a game where you have high equities, where he's going to feel like he needs to continue. Hope he doesn't get, like, quads dealt to him.
$120? $120?
Danny folds the big blind.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the trash he was dealt.
Like some super advanced new Ura ring on your right hand, or is it just a ring?
Just a ring.
Nothing sneaky in there, just good old metal from the earth.
Look, there is a pearl inside
So
of
we're
it.
just waiting for the other tables to catch up.
Isn't there like a little, or is there not? Is that the other one?
A few
There's like my
seconds.
birthstone or something.
It's like
inside
it's
of
already
one of these,
happened.
Or maybe it's the stone of the month we got married, actually. They're not, it might have fallen out, actually. Oh no, it's not in that one, it's in this one. Okay, sure. Yeah, that one.
120?
No, I'm not showing you my
I just
stone.
wanted to see.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet, huh?
Raise it
Friend makes
into
these.
Jason's big.
Oh man, brutal for DT. It's down to less than 4 bigs.
Just 8 a round of blinds.
It's 5-handed as well, Randy, so he's only got 3 hands after this to find the spot. So Jason, no need to get involved even with a double-suited King-Jack 4-3. Byproduct of him
that'd be cool
safely
if they
being able to
got
move into the money.
I mean, of course, they will eventually.
Yeah.
It's just, that matter of when, right?
That's right.
And how would it?
Well, I mean, actually, probably, but by the time they can do that, it'll probably just be like you implant a chip inside your body.
Yeah.
Rather than a wearable.
Put it under your fingernail or something, and that's all she wrote. Or in your brain. I hope fingernail, not brain.
Just chip per organ, man.
Yeah.
Just every organ has its own chip.
Okay. Talking about the future.
Oh man, we're not far away, Randy. I mean, I think we're about 2 years away from the likes of you and I just getting a nano chip in our brains and we just do commentary from home. You know, we just sit down in one of those chairs we put on the...
I prefer being out here.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to because nobody's going to be coming to the events. Everyone's going to be playing from the comforts of their own home.
Do you think players are going to have like chips where they can run...
Run
not solvers.
sims.
No, like a randomizer. They got a 0 through 100 just going every action.
I don't know, man. It's getting pretty spooky out there. You see that guy with the Neuralink that was playing Counter-Strike?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Second human ever. One of Elon's projects to have the Neuralink chip ingrained. He has no limbs. This guy lost his limbs, I think, in an accident. It might have even just been from birth.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, just with his mind playing Counter-Strike. It's pretty scary, bro.
I'll look it up later.
We're getting close.
Awesome.
We're getting close.
Same as last time. 80.
Man, what does Arthur do? I mean,
double suited kings?
Yeah, bad kings.
Happening here. More money, more problems.
In the sense that, yes, there's 2 suits, but the 9-4 are just...
They don't do anything.
Yeah, it just could be dead.
Yep.
Like, you're comfortable to make it into the money. Do you really want to risk it? Wow.
You know, Arthur is the kind of guy who does risk it.
I thought he just said run it.
He is the favorite, though. Look at that. 62-38. So you think he can go big or go home time? 2 away from the money?
I think like King 10-9 double. We go for it, Randy, but
To have
King
more
9-4.
shadiness?
Yeah, that 4's really killing our hand here. Just doing nothing. Really doing nothing. Just looking around the room. I mean, it's currently 13th, comfortably so. You've got Greenwood on 14, Wiseman on 10, and Danny Tang on 4. Just feels like it'd be a bit of a punt.
Yeah, especially with Danny Tang on 4. Well, he's going to make the call.
Back.
1,060,000 in the middle.
Okay.
Archer's the favorite.
And still is. And Mads is going to jam. And then what do? You call it off with kings. Absolutely no backup. Just basically naked kings.
The only backup he has is the backdoor diamonds. If he's up against aces, he's in terrible shape.
And even if he's up against like ace, queen, jack 10, he's pretty cooked. If he's up against like a rundown, queen, jack 10, 9 double, he's actually behind in terms of equity. This is the problem. Like, yeah, just has to fold it. Mads up to 1.8 million.
What a pickup from Mads with the worst hand.
Huh?
Yeah, I can rob a bank in this one.
Just see Arthur turning to one of the greatest, Linus Parsonen, for some advice. You can join some of the greatest, such as Phil Ivey, over on WPT Global, the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. It is the best and only place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at Future Triton Stops by winning your way in online. Download WPT Global with the code Triton for a 100% deposit match to $1,500 now.
I like that from Archer, though, asking and getting a response from Elis. Seems like he shouldn't have played that based on the shake of the head.
Yeah, did Elis say that he should have folded, or
120?
I think so, because he shook his head as a no.
Yeah, I can get behind this call. Wow, Danny's in the big blind.
Right, off of his stack. He's not looking to stack off against Dvoris.
Yeah, he's currently 4th in chips, but Dvoris is the overwhelming chip leader. I could send him home in 16th, empty-handed.
I thought he was going to say the word. Go.
So Danny's all in for his tournament life, with just less than pot.
At least I can quadruple up, which is great news.
110.
Yeah, sorry. If I can quadruple up, I have a...
Well, a quarter of the time, if it's 4 ways, then he wins his pot.
How much is in the main pot?
Oh, he flopped a set. What's around, though?
He does, but Foxen has the nut straight.
450, I think.
Dvoris has the nut flush draw. I mean,
Garrus in last place.
He could. The board pair outs are relatively live. You know, 1 jack dead, 1 10 dead. He's never drawing dead, Randy. That's the good news on any turn. Foxen comes out firing. 225.
I mean, look, Danny's got a set, so he's just hoping to get this one heads up against someone. Maybe someone can seek clearance. Dvoris has got, what a great draw.
This is an interesting bet from Foxen because he could get really punished here. He's not going to. I know he's got the straight, but he has no redraw. If Dvoris mashed the pot button there, like Queen 9 with hearts, for example, you're not thrilled about putting it all in. Now you are a little bit more...
That's pretty good with clubs.
A little bit more inclined to build the pot. But again, you could just be getting free rolled super hard. You could just be up against like Ace, King, Queen 9, nut hearts, and King High clubs.
There's so much in there now.
Yeah.
You can just... Gotta charge your opponent.
In it goes. Set it up to perfection. Sounds like it was, what, 895 from Foxen.
So that's 450 plus 30. That should be 470.
It's more.
No, 450 plus.
That's 470, right?
520. Oh, 970 in the pot.
Yeah, that one's 470 in this.
Total.
Yeah, and that is how much?
895.
That one's 480.
What? Oh, no, I meant that. Right. Okay. So,
Math problem.
Can you be on the way
He's
at any
out.
chance?
Nuts with a redraw.
I just need to pair up, man. I actually got out.
Oh wow.
I actually got out.
A lot of it.
4!
Nine outs, in fact.
Valentin. Straight.
Oh, what a sweat. I mean,
many equities.
Did you?
Yeah, just
I
pair
think a
ball.
lot of your outs might have been in
Devoris' hand.
Four,
Not a 4 though.
At ace queen of hearts.
Not a 4 though. Alright, GG boys.
GG's Danny Tang. Last season's Ivan Liao, player of the season, champion, 5-time Triton champ DT, out on the soft bubble. So with that,
It's weird to really want to fold with the nuts.
we're on
I mean,
the
not really want to
stone
fold, but like pretty happy.
stone bubble, Randy.
No reason.
Dylan
Weird to
Wiseman
wanna
with
fold
11
to the
bigs,
nuts.
Sam
With the
Greenwood
nuts?
with 11 bigs, Alton
rare to have
Martirosian
the
with
nuts
12.
Oh, and for I mean, you're
If he pots it in,
kind of like
dead.
not in great shape if you get called, right? Like it's.
I mean, I have the clubs as well.
Oh, yeah.
It can't be bad.
Yeah, but it is just going to be like king queen
GG's
9
DT.
like, kind of often.
Yeah.
Straight in the
Or
25k.
just like a set and a flush draw or something, and then it's like.
That's what you're up against. Setting 2 flush draws once in a while.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
That's nightmare. Not on that river though.
Yeah, I mean, not a nightmare, but it's not great.
Yeah. Well, all things equal, it's kind of in that situation.
All right, so stone cold bubble time. 15 remaining. Weissman shortest stack. Down there also is Greenwood and Martirosian.
I don't see anything.
166,000 min cash. Survive once more. Danny Tang's back.
Maybe left something, there we go.
Yeah, clearly there's no more chipsies left behind.
But if we're getting a player, they're taking.
Yeah, so it's coming right now.
Yeah, players coming over. People trying to sneak away, take breaks. Not going to happen. Look who's coming up to the stage. Mad Samot.
Hello.
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 Please and thank you.
Don't think they want you here, Mads. With 42 bigs. It's a healthy stack.
So that's how things stand. All eyes on the orange table, I guess, with Greenwood and Wiseman sub 11. This blue table is looking pretty healthy, especially with Daniel Dvoris. 102 bigs.
It feels like the bubble would burst most likely on an orange or red table, given that's where the short stacks live. On an orange table too, though, there's no clear table captain. Ivy, Merimo, and Kronwitter have like the same stack. Be interesting to see how they approach things.
$15 players remain. One will be going home empty-handed. Everyone else will be locking up 166,000 for their efforts.
$120.
Just keep up the pressure.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, everyone at this table can comfortably make it into the money, but you don't just want to let Forrest do this and say we're on like a 20-hand money bubble, all of a sudden he just goes from 4 million up to like 6 million.
Yeah, but you're hoping someone else does the job and defend a little bit. You even heard earlier that Foxton was saying that
Boy, oh boy.
too proud with the nuts. If Divorce wanted to splash in chips.
Lots of chips on this table.
A lot of chips. Yeah. Everybody's trying to lose them.
You want to see how the winter feels to see if it's actually worth living at?
All right, Ivy. Putting in chips.
It's like this now here.
Oh wow.
Like not today. But
Yeah, no, that's sick.
25 degrees.
Waiting for the app to catch up, but it's Ivy squaring off against Despin Murdermo on the Queen 8 4-2 spades board. Ivy with top and bottom.
I have a small flat in Munich too. Spend some time there.
This went Ivy raised from the small blind, by the way. Ivy don't care that we're on the bubble.
No, he does.
Ivy does not give a single damn.
That's good. That's fun.
Ivy's looking
Just like
at the top prize.
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you giving up your flat there?
I mean, the hand he opened with too, that's some disrespect.
Yeah, he was covered as well. He's opening into a stack that covered him.
Out of position. There you go, that's Ivy. Plays how he wants.
I had a good hand. If I had nut suit, I would have just called free.
Yeah.
I think that's how it works.
$135.
Boris really can just raise anything.
I had a calling hand. I'm not sure I had a calling hand that first time, but this time I had a calling hand.
Got a stack, like just a pure repot for chips. My hand was so good. I got a repot for chips. That's how carefully I was.
A lot of hands with 20 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, pair. Pocket pair. Okay, no more free lessons.
Free lessons at the faculty of Big Science.
Yeah.
Waiting for the hands to complete on the outer tables.
The Department of Fake Science and Mathematics.
Did you get the spin up right today? Did you get the spin up right away?
Yeah. No, I mean, not right away.
The head of
University of Questionable Measuring Systems.
I doubled after like 2 orbits.
University of Made Up Fake Science.
Nice.
Yeah. Very fortunate day so far.
Cal fake
You did
tech.
well with your 4 outs to a chop.
In my FT.
Same bullet, right?
Massachusetts
Yeah.
Institute of Fake Technology. Whatever, man. I quit. Yeah,
Jason's having fun out there. Well, that's all DD.
It's got top 2. We keep leveraging this big stack.
Yeah, against limp. Interesting choice here for Mads. I mean, 2 9s. Obviously, blocking the nut straight. Backdoor hearts, but...
Is it the time to just start going crazy all of a sudden? Stone Cold Bubble? Okay,
Lay
Mads.
down the law.
Specialist, right?
Yeah, come with float. Outmaneuvered for us on some turns. How about that tag card? Giving Mads a straight flush draw.
Yeah, and blockers too. 9-7. This seems tricky now for Divorce. Just 8s and 6s.
Wants to try and get it to showdown. Does have some nice bluffing qualities on some runouts. That's happy to just knuckle back.
Nice. Runner.
It's very disguised as well. Turn went check, check. So Mads kind of just saying that he doesn't know. I mean, he's going to have some 9-7. Maybe 9-7 with nut spades. Wants another spade to roll off so he can cool Advoris. But maybe has some 9-7s. Maybe checks some 9-7s with no redraws, just because he's afraid of potentially getting check raised and getting free rolled. This is disguised.
So Divorce has got what, 10s and 8s?
Yeah, he's blocking, you know, sets. He's unblocking bluffs.
280.
Although he has the 10 of spades and king of hearts, but turn went check, check as well.
Saw Divorce earlier take a long time and make the wrong call against Guerra. See how he approaches this one. Lays it down correctly. Nicely done. Despite improving his hand.
Yeah, not the easiest to fault. Nice little pickup there for Mads. Already came 6th
No,
in
I
the
don't.
50K PLO.
But so don't give me a countdown. Just say 5 and I can see the clock. So
244,000. Would love to go a few places further in this one.
Kind of looks like Divorce is running out of time bank chips.
Yeah, he has.
Seems concerned about losing any more unnecessarily. Could be the difference in a key pot. Put in a blender, no time banks.
Yeah, and
you know how that goes.
You're going to be put in some tough spots against these elite PLO players.
Viewers in the main event, please place the button in seat 6.
Can't be that bad, exactly. Yeah. Check.
Famous PLO words. You can't be that bad.
Yeah. Getting dog flop.
Beautiful flop for Dvoris. Inside straight draw to the nuts. Second nut flush draw.
Little bet and take for Divorce. Using those chips. It's a tight race at the bottom.
It's grim.
Yeah, Greenwood on 7, Weissman on 8, Martirosian on 9. They're just trying to just say, you know what? Why don't you go first?
It's very grim. What we got going on here?
Greenwood and Weissman. These are the 2 short stacks. Greenwood opened the button.
Brutal. Brutal for Dylan. Down to 3.5 bigs.
That's a nice take.
That's a huge pickup for Greenwood.
Yeah, especially if he got resistance on that flop. You know that ace jack 8-7 is cooked.
I didn't even realize the blinds went up. 25k, 50k.
Weissman's in trouble.
Yeah.
180,000 in chips.
Down to less than 4 big blinds.
So that means that Martirosian is probably going to hang very tight. Hoping Weissman busts first.
So with that blind level increase, Daniel Dvorak dropping down to 83 bigs, but still holds a very significant near 2-1 chip lead over second in chips. Let's pass and in. This is shaping up to be a really fun one, Randy. Not to state the obvious, we've got Foxen in 3rd, Winter in 4th, Mads in 5th, Jonas Kronwitter in 6th, Mataro Guerrera in 7th. Bob's also in the mix, Ivy's still in, Jason's in. I mean, let's go. Real fun one. How about this as a fun flop for Foxen? Nut wrap, top pair, there's middle pair and a gut shot, backdoor spades.
Yeah, look at Foxen's hand.
I think we just always play defense though.
Yeah, just because we're covered on a Stone Cold bubble would make sense.
The dealer has somehow peeled off a flop. That's made these two hands collide. There's the check call. 7-7-5 out there. Everyone else salivating as they see the pot build first against second in chips. Sorry, first against third in chips. Stranger things have happened, Randy.
Yeah, that turn card was not the one Foxen was trying to hit. But it's not developing nicely for Divorce either.
They can still mash this turn, you know. Blocking sixes, blocking ace-6, gonna give up. Wave the white flag. Both players brick.
This is the fun part. Does Foxen have it in him to try to steal this pot?
Feels like it's a mandatory bluff. Try and fold out 9s through kings. Even some 2-pair or ace-x. You're blocking 8s, you're blocking ace-8, you're blocking 7-5.
And Foxen can have these hands.
385.
Bluff, rebluff.
That would be sick. We're up to 7-5. Impossible. Nicely done, Foxen. He's navigated quite nicely.
Yeah, up to second.
Okay. What do we catch an eye on out here?
And in the main event, we have alternate cowboy table number 3 between Dylan and Phil. Dylan
Ivy.
is a risk player.
Oh, Wiseman's in rough shape. It doesn't get much worse than that, Randy.
Wiseman's only got 13%.
9 deuce and a 6 of hearts.
Wiseman trying to call in the deuce-deuce run out. That would be one way to do it. Really not looking great. The man that chopped the main event, and he's just dead on the turn.
GG. Weissman flew out to play some PLO. Doesn't work out.
Ah, that's brutal. PLO tournaments really are brutal. GG's, Wiseman.
Sad walk home.
We were hoping you'd have some commentary booth run good, but not to be in this one. And with that, Randy, we find ourselves in the moolah.
Oh yeah, how much?
Money locked up for everyone else. 166,000 guaranteed. Phil Ivey up to 6th, eh? There we go.
Shouldn't everyone give Ivy a high five? We're in the money. Did the damage.
I'll let you go and give Ivy a high five, Randy. True enigma of the game.
Jason Kuhn. So we don't get a pay jump until you can get 11th or higher.
Yeah, it's pretty flat for the first few bust outs.
More so playing for chips.
Yeah, and PLO could come very quickly.
So round of checks.
Hold on, Randy. I spy Mads setting fire to 150.
Mads is it's fun to watch, but Foxen's got a set of 5s.
5s, no redraw. Could be dead. Against 9s or queens. Especially on like a rainbow turn, I like cool. Yeah.
There we go.
Yes. Any deuce through king completes a straight. Sorry, I should say any ace through king. Any card that doesn't pair the board, Randy, completes a straight.
You'll get there.
How did I not see that? Any river card that doesn't pair the board completes a straight, chat. Case in point, 3 straights getting there on this 4 of spades river. Mads has an interesting one. I mean, look, we got the 6 of hearts and the ace. We're blocking every straight possible. We have no showdown. But then Foxen has a really nice hand to hero call with, obviously. Deuce of hearts, 7 of spades really working for him.
Blocking those straights.
Yes, sir. Matt is gonna say something. 250.
Yeah, that 250 is gone.
Snap call.
Bye bye.
Foxen is up to 2.8 million.
Very good. Good cards too.
Yeah, 7 on this is great.
I was hoping for big.
Not great, but the ace and the 6 is good.
Foxen, he's like, hey.
I thought you were.
The side cards were good. I was hoping
mine?
they were going to bet bigger.
Thank you.
So who's going to be the first one out inside the money, eh?
Oh. But I have had some good hands.
Uh-huh.
I have had some good hands. I can't complain.
Well, let's raise it up to 150k. Oh, Artur might run this, you know. King Jack 9-6 double. 320. Yeah, he's giving it a very hard think. Here's the shortest stack.
He's also on the right side of the money bubble.
There is some like player of the series ICM for him as well. He came into the... Yeah, he's going to run it. He's going for the win. It's nice as well for Artur because he reopens the action. So people with like a potential close spot behind perhaps going to lean towards fold due to the fact that Elis could re-ISO.
Right, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Elis is liking this.
I mean 40%.
Oh, you
Man, how good is that?
37.
He was more accurate than Artur by 1%.
You have no seat?
It's rounded up as well. It might be like 37.6% or something.
He really knows his numbers.
2 pairs, you don't really...
Not a good flop.
There are a lot of...
It's not the worst flop, Artur. I mean, you got 4-ounce backdoor clubs. He's standing up.
No?
He's not feeling it, he's getting up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Even Elis is like, what are you talking about, bro?
he's demiking. Is this voodoo?
Mamacita needed.
Are you allowed to look up the equities?
He's throwing the mic at the table. He's already
That's
paying the
forfeit.
man.
You have the monkey time.
No,
That's forfeit.
equity.
He's trying everything.
I mean, it's kind of the equity is going to be on the stream anyway.
Didn't work for him this time. Artur was trying all of the voodoo tricks.
He went hard.
Trying to prepay, the mic off, throwing the time banks in the middle. He's out. But as Randy said, he's out on the right side of the money. First elimination. Inside the money, 166k going his way.
It's nice to see Artur playing PLO. Sure, he's got a little bit less experience than some of these players, but really holding his own. Slides into the money, but not have to settle for that score.
Up to 49 runners in the final event of the series. Event number 16, the 25k PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro. We've got Stephen Chidwick in pole position, Ike Haxton in second. Salazar looking for an American flag. Oh, he hasn't regged yet. Our co-commentator, Zarast, has not regged. We're keeping an eye on him.
Laughing hysterically in your face like it was a fun.
So one more elimination before the final two-table redraw.
I always did it, just laughing hysterically like the person that.
And that resistance is what differentiates you and the green balls.
I almost lost it. If I was going to really do it.
Little resistance at the end.
Yeah. Not funny enough, but there are people in this world. Yeah, Slimy might have given you the business.
Surely this one finds the muck, even as chip leader.
He's going to limp it.
And limping is pimping.
Oh, that's why you limp it.
Obviously, Randy.
It's pimping. Trip deuces with 9 kicker.
Chip leader. Flopping trips. See if Guerra. No bait. He's not interested. Forrest turns him dead.
We have everything.
It's a very annoying turn card for Daniel in the sense that it's a rainbow completing turn.
So you want some flush draws out there?
Yeah, of course.
Excuse for your opponent to hang in.
To have something. Keep their dreams alive. Guerra doesn't like being pushed around. Really getting that energy from him. Just that little tank there and the way he mucked his hand.
GPT for the win.
Doesn't
That's
like
a read.
the fact that Boris has the chip lead at the table and can kind of just abuse the situation at hand.
So you're thinking that Guerra is going to fight back soon?
I mean, we already saw it, right? Like the 10-10, 7-6, and then there were a couple of other spots where they battled and swung hard against one another. I think there was like the King 10, 8-7 hand where Guerra like double barreled against Boris, and that really shifted things because that put Boris back in the chip lead. And since then, he's chipped up very nicely.
2.7?
Yeah, about 2735.
Hot.
Things are different now that we're in the money. Jason Kuhn potting it rather than limping.
We're waiting.
JK up to 20 bigs.
Keep dealing me those, bro.
Probably, yeah.
Just asking the dealer to keep. Look at that tower of chips in front of Dvoris. Runaway chip leader with 13 left. What spot to be in?
Two hands behind, so this table is giving 2 hands and then you show.
Looks like this table is 2 hands behind.
I didn't see you. I know.
I was sure I was going to hit. You were here. Mickey is here. I'll for sure going to make the round.
Good luck, guys. So,
I'm glad we're keeping an eye on this table. I know our fans in the chat want to see how Ivy's doing.
Yeah, you got the online crushers, Murmo and Kronwitter. So 2 hands to be played over here in order to catch up. Mickey Dueck on the route. Shout out Mickey, second in the 50K PLO.
Oh.
Who was that?
Espen, I think he. Maybe he thinks it's a break. I think he probably misunderstood.
Okay.
Oh, I can see him running back. Is that Espen?
No, that was.
I think he.
I understand
That was
that
Winter.
I can't do anything about it, just keep playing.
Well, that sucks. It sounds like Espen perhaps thought there was a break or something. Does change things because there's a dead big blind.
Yeah.
175.
Gonna guess it's because Espen doesn't normally play here. His first Triton event. First Triton series, second event.
Jonas with an interesting one on the button.
We were to have.
We had to do it fast. We were fast.
Ivy says run it. Greenwood's going to call it off. Greenwood needs to get lucky. One of his flush draws blocked. Sharing the 4 with Ivy. Not looking great. Does have 39% equity though. So you're saying there's a chance?
That's a pretty decent flop for Greenwood. Open-ended straight draw.
All things considered.
Backdoor spades working as well.
Very live, but dead
Bricked
on that
it.
run out. So with that, all of that happening, butterfly effect, courtesy of Espen missing his big blind. So Greenwood out in 12th, sorry, in 13th. Oh, it was 12th. I apologise.
13th.
we got there eventually.
13th, man.
So we're down to 12, final 2 tables, but we are just waiting for one more hand.
Guys, we have one more hand to
Played.
do before we can do the redraw.
Just seeing Greenwood kind of
Explaining about the big blind, I think.
Yeah,
He looks frustrated.
of course. Yeah, there's some venting going on. There is some venting going on.
Please stay at your table.
But
Ivy's not complaining. He's got 2.2 million in chips.
I mean, yeah, and Greenwood wouldn't be complaining if he had won the pot. So
true.
You know, it's one of those. So players will be going on dinner break, but obviously, Randy, as you and I both know, with the power of TV production, we're going to splice that delay down, which means we're only going to be stepping aside for 10 minutes, and then we'll be jumping back into the final 2 table action.
Look at this.
Mystery hand here.
Espen's like, you went after me when I was gone? Let me 3-bet you.
This is 3-handed. Ivy's got plenty back to peel this off and try and flop enough of a piece to stack a very tough Espen Monaco.
You know Ivy likes to play in position.
100%, 1.1 million out there. 10-5. With the 3 cards we know of Espen's, Ivy in front.
But Ivy doesn't have a good piece. He could easily be up against aces.
Very easily. And even if he is up against something like Ace, King, Jack, 9, still has to fade a lot. It's been continuing small and wide, as one would expect in a 3-bet pot.
This is about north of 10%.
What's Ivy thinking? Yeah, he does pitch it. I thought he was looking down at his chips there, Randy. I thought he was going to do something crazy. There's the aces. The ace, ace, jack, 9. Huge pickup there for Mermo. He's up to 2 million. Moves up into 4th in chips. So final 2 table redraw, my man. Scanning through the field. This is going to be a very fun one The bubble a lot different in this one compared to that 50k.
Yes.
It took what, all of, I want to say 5 hands after Danny bust. It was Weissman out quickly there on after on the stone bubble. So everyone guaranteed 166,000 for their efforts so far. We are on a pay jump. Once we get down to 11, everyone will be guaranteed 184,000 as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. 3 7-figure payouts in this one, 2.27 up top. It's been the Daniel Dvoris show for the last frame and a bit.
It has been. He's got 4 million chips. We've seen him raise quite a lot. And what you said, it's a dinner break now, but we can slice it down?
That's right. Dinner break now. Going to slice it down. But I just want to quickly ask, you know, we saw Dvoris chip up nicely on the bubble there. But now that they're in the money and people a bit of pressure off, he doesn't just get to reign supreme as he was up until now, right?
Right, so he shouldn't be raising as loosely as he was during the bubble time, and you can see players already kind of getting in there, Ivy being one of them, you know, kind of calling 3 bets. Didn't get lucky in that spot, but I think that's the case.
So you're predicting we're going to see a lot more flops and perhaps even more collisions, because when we return, we'll be playing down to the final table of the 100k PLO main event. Don't go too far. Continuing coverage in about 10.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
They're talking about?
140.
Go on.
So the question being asked is, how much would you buy in for if you get dealt an extra card? Like, what would be a fair price?
For this main event.
Yeah, and the original number was like 300k from Elis. Sean saying 500k is fair because of the extra card. And then Elis asked,
started with
how much do you think a random 4 card has in equity against a random 5 card hand?
The bubble would be very hard with 3 cards.
Good luck, boys. Mads is all in with the ace-ace 9-8. Elis is jammed.
Wow, you got it in good.
Yeah,
on the big blind.
You sound surprised.
Sure saying, damn, you got it in good. Mads
With
just
some hope.
responding with, I'm used to it.
Oh, a lot of hope.
To Mads with the aces.
3, 4, 5, 2 diamond.
Note the 32% equity though. You do not want to double Mads ammo up, that's for sure. On the other hand, you do not want Elis to have the runaway chip lead.
Oh, there's the 5 and the 3.
Oh, okay.
Got shot.
He can never be dead, Randy, on the turn, let's put it that way.
Club would be very bad card.
Check a club.
Jack of clubs would be a sick card. Uh-oh.
Some
It's a
hope.
good card.
4 or a club needed.
4 on a club.
11 outs once for Elis. I don't know why, Randy. I felt like it was coming. Bricks out. Mads up to 1.3.
You said it. You don't want Mads to get chips.
25.
PLO specialists up to 1.3 million now.
Do not want Mads to get mad.
Seems like he shouldn't have played that based on the shake of the head.
Yeah, did Elis say that he should have folded or?
120.
I think so because he shook his head as a no.
Yeah, I can get behind this call. Wow, Danny's in the big blind.
Right, off of his stack. He's not looking to stack off against Dvoris.
Yeah, he's currently 4th in chips, but Dvoris is the overwhelming chip leader. I could send him home in 16th, empty-handed.
I thought he was going to say the word. Go.
So Danny's all in for his tournament life,
30 on the
just
side?
less than pot.
At least I can quadruple up, which is great news.
110. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. If I can quadruple up, I have a...
Well, quarter of the time, if it's 4 ways, then he wins his pot.
How much is in the main pot?
我哋有隻八仔。
Oh, he flopped a set. What's around though?
真係有。
He does, but Foxen has the nut straight.
450, I think.
Dvoris has the nut flush draw.
You.
I mean,
Garrus in last place.
he could. The board pair outs are relatively live. You know, 1 jack dead, 1 10 dead. He's never drawing dead, Randy. That's the good news on any turn. Foxen comes out firing. 2-2-5.
I mean, look, Danny's got a set, so he's just hoping to get this one heads up against someone. Maybe someone can seek clearance. Divorce has got, what a great draw.
This is an interesting bet from Foxen because he could get really punished here. He's not going to. I know he's got the straight, but he has no redraw. If Dvoris mashed the pot button there, like Queen 9 with hearts, for example, you're not thrilled about putting it all in. Now you are a little bit more...
That's pretty good with clubs.
A little bit more inclined to build the pot. But again, you could just be getting free rolled super hard.
Hmm?
You could just be up against like Ace, King, Queen 9, nut hearts, and King High clubs.
Mm-hmm. There's so much in there now.
Yeah.
You can just...
你講呢個字得。
Gotta charge your opponent.
In it goes. Set it up to perfection. Sounds like it was, what, 895 from Foxen.
So that's 450 plus 30. That should be 470.
It's more.
No,
there's a million.
450 plus.
That's 470, right?
520.
Oh,
970 in the pot.
Yeah, that one's 470 in this.
Total.
Yeah, and that is how much?
895.
That one's 480.
What? Oh no, I meant
係咪咧？佢有機會係佢有機會偷雞。Right. Okay. So.
Math problem.
Can you be on the way?
He's out.
Nuts with a redraw.
I just need to pair up, man. I actually got out.
Oh wow.
I actually got out.
A lot of it.
4.
Nine outs, in fact.
Straight.
Oh, what a sweat. I mean,
many equities.
Did you?
Yeah, just
I
pair
think a
board.
lot of your outs might have been in
Devoris' hand.
Four,
Not a 4 though.
They spin hard.
Not a 4 though. Alright, GG boys.
GG's Danny Tang. Last season's Ivan Liao Player of the Season champion, 5-time Triton champ DT out on the soft bubble. So with that,
It's weird to really want to fold with the nuts.
we're on
I mean,
the
not really want to
stone
fold, but like pretty happy.
stone bubble.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the final day of this Triton Super High Roller Series Monte-Carlo Festival. Ali Najad back here at the desk alongside Henry Kilbane as the three-man rotation brings us across the finish line. That 150K, by the way, did burst a bubble in not so much of a coarse grind, maybe a little bit of a fine grind, and we are now down to 12, which of course means, Henry, it's time for a full redraw. And when you look inside the Triton Poker Plus app at that full redraw, what do you see?
I mean, I see two very tough PLO tables. You know, everywhere you look, you see world-class PLO talent. I would not want to be on table 2. If I had to pick a table, I'd rather be on table 1, just because it's, you know, a bit shorter over there. On table 2, you have the chip leader, you've got Winter, you know, you've got Edis, you've got Phil Ivey, you've got Foxen. I mean, come on, man.
And what you've also got is up top $2.27 million, 3 seven-figure scores in a pot limit Omaha event. That's the kind of stuff that generally doesn't take shape beyond the borders of Triton. 2 payouts have been collected thus far. Just a quick recap for those that maybe weren't with us for it. Artur Martirosyan, chip leader coming in to this second day of play, was vanquished. $166,000 for that 14th place effort. $166,000 also going to Sam Greenwood, who had that final table run in the 150K, but a disappointing 8th place finish in that one. Devoris, a chip leader, blinds 25, 50, and 50, and we calling it already? Is this Double D's day? 4 million in front of him?
I mean, it's going to be tough. You know, equities run so close in PLO. It's only going to take a single, like, 3-bet hand not going his way against the likes of Elis or Foxen, and all of a sudden he's in the middle of the pack. But yeah, man, let's go. I mean, we were expecting it to be a bit of a cagey, you know, final 15, given that the money came at 14 rather, but it wasn't. Danny Tang was short, Dylan Wiseman was short, he was sub 4 bigs, and I think it only took us 4 hands or so to make it into the money. So we're in the money with, you know, average stack of 37 bigs, a lot of playability. Randy Lou was kind of insinuating that, okay, well, now that we're in the money, people can peel one off. They don't have to worry about bubbling and going home empty-handed. So I think we've got a real action-packed frame ahead of us. I think we're going to see a lot of flops, and I think we're going to see some people showered in brutal fashion.
Yeah, violence could be on the deck's mind here. We do have one more 166K payout remaining. That'll go to the 12th place finisher, 184K, a jump of 18,000. If you can slip into the top 11. Breaking news, by the way, here at the desk, Henry. I'm saddened to announce that Tsar Rast has been eliminated from the 25K PLO Bounty Quattro.
I thought you were about to say that your trading account got liquidated, and I was really going to shed a tear for you, pal.
No.
That is sad news, though.
Does appear to be enjoying a spot of tea as he unwinds from this festival, along with the rest of the field. Some people just winding up, though. So many names barking their bones in this one, strictly in the 4-card streets, the snipers, as we've affectionately dubbed them.
Yeah, especially this man right here, Jonas Kronwitter, getting mic'd up. Fun story. I was with him in the morning after the 50K, where they played that grueling 39 hand-for-hand record at a Triton event, longest ever bubble. And he turned around and said to me, he said, "Henry, it was single-handedly the worst tournament experience of my life." And, you know, being part of the Triton team, I was like, oh, what, you know, what happened? Was it the production? Was it the floor? Like, he was like, no, none of that. I went from 1.5 million chips and 45 big blinds on the stone bubble. I played a single raised pot. And then about 3 hours later, I was all in for my tournament life on the stone bubble with 1.5 bigs, which he luckily won, but then came back to day 2 with just 1 big blind. So go from like chip leader to being all in for his tournament life on that bubble. He's having a bit of a better experience here, though, in the 100K.
That's the kind of thing that does happen if you're playing 39 hands of hand for hand. And that would explain why there was a football being tossed about yesterday by some of the guys as they look to pass the time with a little fitness. And here is the German. Queen, queen, 3 deuce and clubs folded around to his cutoff. Disinterested. Vulgaris out of there.
Yeah, Bob's in the mix, by the way. I mean, you've got some people that can throw a wrench in the works here. You've got Ivy, you've got Bob, you've got Lee Tong. These guys are happy to deviate from what is deemed, you know, GTO. If they want to peel one off, they will.
Henry, by wrench, don't you mean to say spanner?
I tried adjusting for the US audience, yeah.
I want you to keep it real. You know, if I started saying all of the British things, you guys would look at me differently.
Slash, you know, on break.
Not on stream. I didn't say that on stream is a weird way to talk about it, by the way. Ace 10-7-3 double here for Espen Mirmo in the small blind. He made it 150 to go. Jason Kuhn, the late arrival to Monte-Carlo. Ace Jack 10-5. Similar kit, but triple suited. Finds a wheel draw and top pair up against a spade draw and a wheel draw of its own. Mirmo with control of the action, 350 in the middle.
SPR of around 2.5. Feel like both options are on the table. Check on over in the hopes of seeing a check back. Get to realize your equity. It's also brutal to bet this one and then have JK come over the top. Wow, it's Jason that's going to say run it once check 2. This is really dicey.
Wow. I mean, you're not surprised, I would imagine, at the lack of follow-through from Mirmo on the flop?
No, you could just be dead. You just could literally just, you know, be drawing to 3 outs in the form of the offsuit 5.
You know, that is the kind of post-flop action that leaves Hold'em players scratching their temple.
I mean, PLO is a game of equity denial. You know, that's the whole plan. It's just to deny as much equity as possible. And Jason just correctly recognizing that. You know, if he can fold out 47%, as he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, we were all speculating as to what was responsible for that delayed arrival to Monte-Carlo by Jason. He had some new duties on his plate in Las Vegas, namely playing the NAPT, as he was announced as the newest ambassador over at PokerStars. Congratulations to him on that particular deal as he begins a new chapter in his poker career. Still got him here, though, as a Triton ambassador, and he absolutely spreads the good word all over.
Yeah, no surprises there that he got snapped up. He's one of the greatest ambassadors of the sport.
Couldn't agree more.
A lot of people don't allow themselves to go.
That Murmur's just mashing into stacks that he covers.
By the way, that coverage isn't exactly massive when you look at the depth of the rest of those stacks. Nobody sub 20 bigs, and a massive log jam between the other 5 at this table who are separated by just 4 bigs.
I put them all in and called.
And then there's like 3 clubs.
Yeah, this isn't the table I'd want to be at.
You have a flush?
A lot of repotable hands.
I said no. But he had the nut flush.
No.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
But you didn't see it, or you did it on purpose?
I just think he didn't
Just
know
wanted
that it
to
was
know
a
if
bad
it
attitude.
was if you were dead or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
like he could have just said, I have a flush. Then that would have been
Or
good.
I have the
the nuts.
nuts.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
He didn't mean anything by it. It was just funny. But my point is some people might get angry at that sort of thing. Right?
Yeah, watch out. This
Look at
card's
the
get
guy.
close to me. I just grab him, man.
I see.
Yeah, it was pretty cold-blooded, though. I was like, no, I have 10 high, bro. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Now Jonas. Double suited. Ace
Oh,
king,
that
8,
guy.
5.
He's super nice.
Yeah, he's so nice.
The nicest guy ever. Yeah, he definitely didn't mean anything by it.
No, no. Even if he did, who cares? I'm not going to get tilted by it.
I wish
Yeah,
you were
he
here for
definitely
that.
didn't,
I'll fill you in once they stop talking.
It's
but
dry in here.
Lips are shut.
Bob was involved in a 3-bet pot against Tong Lee.
Almost again?
Jet lag.
Tong flopped the nut
Tell him what
flush.
it's like. Make sure to, just in case.
Bob continued.
You guys are very sneaky with
They
these
were all
races.
in on the flop.
Yeah, the black chip.
And Tong turns to Bob and says, "Do you have a flush?"
It's
And
an
Bob was
uncomfortable
just
thing.
Bob was just seething in the moment. Not seething's a very strong word on my part, but it was very entertaining. He was like, "What do you mean? Have I got a flush? You've got the nut flush, dude." But Jason just correctly pointing out, Tong definitely didn't mean anything by it.
No malice there.
Yeah.
But Kronwitter might have malicious thoughts with this nut flush draw and a pair backdoor clubs as well. He was the antagonist. Guerra simply flatted from the small with these kings. No diamond on board, and here he is, having checked, awaiting orders from Kronwitter. A demand for 450, full pot.
Yeah, the Spaniard just never really gets to realize here across turn and river on this board. Kings are going to be very promptly hitting the mark. No need to waste a time bank here. Again, get the notebooks out, get your pens out, take note. Some of the best in the world. Navigate these 20, 30 big blind spots. Certainly learn a thing or two. I think perhaps a lot of the Hold'em viewers that we've had throughout the series that are now watching PLO for the first time, probably looking at some of these hands, looking at a hand that they think is as strong as kings in Hold'em, where you'd be happy to stack off on a 9-5-4. Probably just kind of like, hang on, why is this guy folding kings? But it's the right thing to do. I mean, sure, you may have the best hand, but your opponent's going to have a ton of equity, so. I'm buzzing for this. I mean, I'm looking through the field. 12 left. This could be a classic PLO finale.
Yeah, this isn't a well drink. This is top shelf.
Yeah. If we get like the Ivy, Winter, Jason, Foxen, Elis, top 8 run, top 7 run.
Listen, you could reach into this Scrabble bag and pull out whatever combination of vowels and consonants you like.
I agree.
And park them at the FT of this one. And it's going to be a worthwhile watch. Matsamo, I want to believe he didn't just spit out a tooth there at the end of that moment. Probably just some gum. But anyhow, flipping back over to the other feature where we find Tong Lee.
Why'd you put so little money in?
I was trying to check raise you.
I think it was Snooze, Ali. He is from Norway.
Oh. Forgive me. Did I have signals crossed there?
Yeah, I don't think it was a tooth or gum. It was most likely Snooze.
Tooth was always a dog on the board.
Gum was, against any other nation, favorite.
Yeah. And what is this Snooze?
I don't really know how to explain it other than it being like a nicotine pouch, like a nicotine tea bag that they stick into their gum. So they just slide it in, and then the nicotine just goes through the gums, sure enough, into the veins, same way,
Interestingly, nicotine, one of those things that heightens focus, right?
That is
mental
true.
acuity.
Yeah, yeah.
So you got your hands full out here. Maybe a snooze is a weird way to describe it as I hear it in English because it suggests that maybe it's a sedative, but we know that not to be the case. And nothing sedate about Ace King King 7. Elis has picked up one customer out of the big after raising the button. Dvoris, this is not the droid he was looking for. Checks over.
Dvoris has been very impressive so far.
2 days ago, he looked like he was on his deathbed when he got showered.
Dude,
deep
I heard
in the
this.
150.
Yeah. I was out with Espen the other day, and he was like, he bumped into Dvoris in the elevator, and he just said
Old, but this car
he was
got
genuinely
us.
thinking of calling a doctor for Dvoris. It was
He looked bad. There was a little
You see what
norovirus, as Ike was speculating.
Oh, it
that's
just, okay.
been going around. Dvoris
I don't want to jinx
concedes.
it. I feel like my immune system over the last 2 years is really, you know, strengthened, and I've been managing to dodge these things.
Well, you just jinxed it.
But,
Henry.
well, here's the thing. Espen's currently got it, and tomorrow we're traveling from here to the airport in a taxi together.
No, you're not.
We're then flying to Valencia together.
Nope.
And then we're driving from Valencia to from Madrid to Valencia.
Wrong.
together.
You
So-
were doing all of that, right? What he doesn't realize is that he's getting his own car to the airport. You're switching seats, if not flights, and then it's 2 Ubers to wherever you're going after arrival in Spain.
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, bro, I'm gonna wear a mask," and I was like, "Yeah, sure, that's gonna help me."
I suppose it's better than nothing. Six Badoogie for Parsonen as my mixed game goggles are put on when I see that one. Mucked around to the small. Fairly dusty combo for Dvoris. Cards do work with one another. There's some diamonds. He'll limp. Well, and Tong Lee's got diamond coverage and 3 Broadway cards.
Yeah, he's gonna wag the finger here. He gets to pot it up to 150. Put in around a third of his stack. Obviously, Dvoris won't be going anywhere.
So 150 ahead, and this time Dvoris performing a little bit better than he did against Parsonen here with the wheel wrap. 6 Dangler has connected for Lee.
I'm not sure I'm thrilled about continuing here in Tong's shoes. I mean, and I wonder if Dvoris, no, okay, I was going to say, I wonder if Dvoris actually just lead jams, just trying to fold out, you know, 4 overcards, and has equity when he's called.
So check back from Lee. Now the deuce connects with Dvoris. Not exactly the development he had in mind.
Does give him additional outs, in the form of a 3. I think we just mash here. Dvoris improves to a straight 3 through 9. Yeah, beautifully executed.
Saw that look from Tong over at Dan. He just knows that the invitation is so ripe for Dvoris to just take a swing here at the turn, but what is he planning with nothing more than a 6? Hence the bin. Let's take a look at Dvoris's festival thus far here in Monte-Carlo as it winds down. Henry, 3 caches?
Yeah, it's been an impressive one, but you know, the caches coming in the form of, you know, min cash here and there, and the question always looms, you know, how many bullets was one in for?
Well, the 158 max, 11th for 363 was the high water mark for him. 13th in the 50K 8 max for 125 grand. But as you mentioned, one never knows. How many bullets are we in for? Is this a profitable tournament for us? Are we just getting a rebate? 17th in the 30K 8 max for 60K, just a couple of buy-ins. So I would imagine we're on the red side of the ledger, but we can fix all of that quite handily if things continue to go the way they have on the day for Dan DeVoris, your chip leader overall. Folded to him.
They don't call it the PLO trip saver for no reason. There are a lot of people that have been buried in the Hold'em side of the series, looking to dig themselves out with a deep run here.
Ever since the first time I heard that term here at Triton, I've always loved it because it is so apropos of exactly what it represents in terms of opportunity to dig yourself out of what can be a pretty deep hole.
I don't want to name any names, but there are a couple of Triton regs that I bumped into the other day, and they were running down to jump in to the 150K that Corson in won. And they were like, 7 figures in the hole, Henry. Time to try and dig our way out in the 150K. I mean, it's rough out though in those streets.
Well, it's not so rough for DeVoris, who opened this pot as he's got himself a wrap with backdoor clubs, 2 checks in front of him. Note Foxen shares the king jack and has 2 jacks, which at present have the lead. 8-9, also a two-way straight draw. 9 rolls right off, and note the free roll for Foxen as both he and DeVoris have made the nuts on the turn. But only Alex can improve with a diamond.
Yeah, a lot of card sharing on this flop turn. Obviously, a bit of a disaster for DeVoris in the sense that, yes, he's turned the best hand, but he's getting free rolled against one of the biggest stacks at the table. Foxen currently sat 3rd in chips. This is good for DeVoris, though. Foxen's played it as lead, half pot, compared to checking and then potentially check raising. Had he come check raise, Foxen would have been able to play a much bigger pot with the free roll, whereas now DeVoris just gets to click call.
Credit to him, by the way. Checking back on that board. Perhaps something he would not have been as apt to do in a heads-up altercation, but with a 3rd straggler in there, he found the check and has kept things small. No cause for concern on the river. And chips will fly forward one way or another here.
Man, I don't know what it is about Sean Winter. Just even when he's not in the hand, bro, his facial expressions.
He's the absolute funniest.
I don't know many funnier human beings. There was a 6 spot the other day where, oh, maybe it was today. I'm losing.
It all blurs together.
Yeah, I'm losing track of time. Because this is going to get chopped up. But yeah, Foxen just turns around and says, hey, don't call for other people's cards when I'm all in, please.
1.2 million.
I assume Sean complied just based on the visual here. Not somebody who you want to defy.
Just 1.2.
Yeah, Sean's got some fantastic one-liners, man.
Oh, dude. I talk about this all the time. He is the alpha troll in these streets, the apex, for sure. He had Nacho wound up a little bit when Barbero got showered.
He did, yeah. He just
I talked to him about it quickly on the break, and he was like, did I? I was like, yeah, Sean, you did.
He's like, I wonder who has the best, who's favorite, right? On like the Queen 9-6.
Oh, man. Chips flying, by the way, here. Pardon the fact that we're not making much of a meal of it, given that both players have the nuts, and one way or another, we're going to pay a visit to the carving station here.
Pot.
Longest ever chop pot in the history of the game. Well played, boys.
Last card's an 8. I'm just kidding.
Well, we've got some suggestions for how you
get
can
a
ward
penalty if
off
I just call river?
I was wondering the same thing.
Espen's cooties on
You
this
have time, right? No.
trip you guys are going to take, Henry.
I've seen the YouTube. It's brilliant.
Do I get
Tara
a penalty
Harrison
if I just call river there?
suggesting zinc.
I think they changed it in the States, but
I mean, is this the
If
same
I-
Tara
after
Harrison
you
that was
made it
also
2 million,
suggesting
if I just
throwing
called
myself
river?
into a mosh pit in order to boost my immune system?
I heard they just
I
changed
mean,
that
that's-
in the States.
That probably is a great
What if you
strat.
think that the chance that you misread your hand is higher than the chance of them paying off the extra chips with worse?
Interesting question being posed by DeVoris there.
So the
as we
answer is
saw
yes,
the-
I would get a penalty.
the
I don't know
chips
if I
get in
should.
there.
I don't think
Because
you
I'm
should.
literally never getting called by anything worse, and I kind of want to see what his hand is.
With respect to whether or not DeVoris would be given a penalty if after a lot of the action had already transpired, he were to flat call, which
dead.
interestingly enough, he's
That you were dead.
asking
Yeah.
just because he doesn't feel like there's that much more upside potentially as played to jamming, and actually wants to be sure that he sees his opponent's hand. So that's how deep these guys go in terms of looking for, you know, the little insights.
I understand where he's coming from, but also the rules are there to protect everyone from collusion and, you know, chip dumping. So, yeah, on the one side, I agree that was a very long-winded way to chop it up. But when the money is as big as it is in this, the stakes are as high as this, really important to just protect the integrity of the game, as always.
Alexis, by the way, in the YouTube chat, stepping in to ask, what would you play if you were down a couple of million at this point? And the answer clearly, Alexis, is Baccarat.
No, just like tickets because a couple of matches weren't included.
You think I want to go up against these killers? Let me pick banker or player, throw 2 milli out there, and either redouble the pain or,
And they want to,
you know, we
they
find
want
ourselves a
to. They'd
Band-Aid.
rather play us than where they actually play. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, that would have been fun. Maybe this year, though. We'll see. Lemperuski.
Mads. Calling. There's an eerie level of lifelessness to the avatar that we've gone with Mads. There's an undead sort of dermal tint on that. I don't think we've done justice to the Norwegian there. It does get cold up there. I mean, you know, frostbite is sort of a daily thing for half the year.
Oh, man, this is why James doesn't let us commentate together, bro. Because
well, Mirmo appears to have faded it. And there you see Mads with a slightly Cabrelian affect, dare I say?
yes,
Are you seeing it?
I can see it. I can see it, although I think he may take offense to hearing that one back.
I probably owe him an apology.
Oh,
So,
man.
Norwegian civil war here for 200K ahead, which as we know is about 15 kroner or whatever. What's their currency?
I don't know, man, but it's expensive AF out there, man. Like, you go out for a juice and a main meal and you're dropping like $200.
Yep.
I don't know.
7-6 deuce with a couple of spades. Open ender for Mirmo. He was the man that put the juice on things pre out of the small. Doesn't have any back doors. Mads has a gutter plus top pair and the backdoor nut flush.
These two hands could collide, you know.
Pot declared.
Yeah, the great thing about potting is you push a lot of equity, and obviously you're not thrilled about it when your opponent jams on you, but when your opponent does jam over the top... Oh, actually, no, Mads has only got 930 back. Sorry. I was about to say it's an easy fold if Mads comes back over the top and we're playing the same stack, but we're not. Mads would only have 430 back, so we're kind of pricing himself in.
Even when we're ahead, as we've touched on so often, case in point here where the percentages are identical, you're not ahead by that much. And Amot knows it, and thus bins it. Passing a bundle over to Mirmo. And we're going to pass a new dealer down to the feature. Best in the business, our crew here. They deserve their flowers for all the good work that they do across 2 weeks worth of work. And as we do push, we push online sweepstakes poker back into the US and Canada, courtesy of Club WPT Gold. To celebrate the resurgence, Club WPT Gold is hosting a $5 million invitational in Las Vegas. You heard that, $5 million. It's happening this December. It's free to enter, and the winner gets $1 million. Sign up at clubwptgold.com with promo code Triton to win your seat today. Must be 21 and up to enter. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary. Hang in there, 20-year-olds. You'll get there.
Oh man, imagine your 21st birthday is like end of December. You just get absolutely showered by that.
That is painful.
Shout out WPT, by the way. I mean, I mean, I'm trying to think of a time where I've heard of a similar free roll. I don't think I have. Like, that's insane. $1 million for first in a complete free roll.
Listen, if business is that good over there, perhaps we inquire as to whether or not investment opportunities in that particular racket is available to us.
They're literally giving it away.
They're paying them with their own monies. Ace, queen, queen, jack.
This should work.
Jonas looking to take it away.
A very dusty looking king 7-6-6. The king really not doing much for Guerra. Kind of like a dangler.
Guerra means war in Spanish.
He does give me Elia Tupera vibes a little bit.
North of $500,000 in the middle. After the defense and bottom set acquisition versus top set. Oh boy.
Showers. It's going to come with check raise. It's such a shame we were talking about Guerra and his presence at the table. I don't want to talk as if, you know, he's drawing dead. He does have the case 6, obviously, and running 7s. But we were so impressed with his playstyle. Just unfortunate to get this set up.
Yeah, very good.
The old car crash, right?
I mean, you love to see that set over set. Like, instead of being up against like 9-8-5 with a flush draw or something, you just have 95% equity.
Right, which is so difficult to pull off in PLO.
7 on the turn for an additional out. Or a king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a touch of seasoning and hope.
Yeah.
Instead, it's the ace. And numero 6 is what Guerra needs to avoid being numero 12. Can't do it.
Hasta luego.
Well, if every hasta luego came with an envelope stuffed with $166,000 in it, I'd enjoy my goodbyes that much more. But obviously, when you know there was 3 7-figure envelopes within reach,
I think I'm learning that your
makes
approach
it
might
mildly
be
disappointing.
tend to always have a pretty good answer.
Very good approach. Yeah.
He'll be escorted down to the pay desk.
Underrated, for sure.
Looks good.
That baby formula ain't cheap. That's a nice pickup for a new dad.
I like the pack though.
This guy didn't have that.
Not that I think, you know, infant formula budget was hinging upon his performance here today.
Hey, it might have been. You never know.
I mean,
yes.
He's got more risk tolerance than anyone in the room if that's the case.
Exact situation came up today.
Just playing with case money, playing with baby's future money.
I think that's standard.
No, listen, man. I mean, picking up his second cash out of 12 events, it's tough.
I didn't think it was.
We've seen very good pros on the Hold'em side go on these rough stretches, and in PLO, the variance is, you know,
Play the game.
2x, 3x. It's brutal.
I don't know how they do it, honestly. The cloth from which a PLO reg is cut
Mr. Tom
is
got a
so
fair
different
there.
than the
6 big
weave
blinds, but he's
of a
Tom.
two-card man or woman.
Yeah, you just have to be very sick in the head, I think.
It's a great read, man. The screws have to be a touch looser, don't they?
I mean, I've been playing the game now for like 7 years, and I've asked myself on many occasions, you know, why didn't I just grind an easier game?
And it's only gotten tougher, too.
I enjoy pain.
Oh, yeah. There's some masochism. Kuhn, double suited. Ace, Jack, 9, deuce. He will call Kronwitter's frisky open. Granted, he's the boss stack around these parts. 7, 7, 5, 3, double. No suit interference and no flush draws on board. King, tray, deuce. It feels strange to say the words middle pair versus bottom pair, but I suppose effectively the sevens versus the deuces is where we find ourselves.
Very dry and disconnected board, and love to see Jonas reaching for c-betting chips here. And even a hand like Jason's, I mean, against this size, backdoor nut flush, backdoor spades, I don't know. Maybe we continue. We got the trip draw.
$140 a man. Adds 280 to the middle. 700 out there, and now a second pair for Kronwitter.
Beautiful turn card, not to state the obvious. You might just run this now.
Got the heart draw as well, not to be overlooked. And Kuhn doesn't waste any time. After that single syllable fills his ears.
Man, Jonas just mashing, eh? What's that? Up to second in chips now?
Talk to us.
Yeah, he's overtaken Elis and Sean Winter, closing the gap on the chip leader Daniel Tvoris. Jonas has been knocking on the door of a huge PLO score in the live arena. I know, I want to say the last 12 months or so have been pretty rough for him. A lot of close scores, I believe, the year, and I hope the year has been profitable. But a lot of those, you know, final 2 table runs or like 7th or 8th in some big live PLO events. Yeah, just looking through his results, like 5th in the 5K PLO bracelet event 3 months ago, 4th in the 10K PLO. Just, you know, he's getting there. He's making these FTs. 9th in the 100K PLO main in Montenegro. But again, 9th. Like, yes, you're happy to make money and get that 221K cash, but you're like 2 flips away from locking up a 7-figure score. It's pretty rough.
Well, eventually this striker will stop hitting crossbars and put one in the back of the old onion bag. Queen 9-7-4, Jack 9-6 tray. Blind versus blind, limp pot. Jack 4 tray. We've got a pair and a queen high flush draw for mods. Just a pair. No, 2 pair.
Top and
rather.
bottom. Yeah, it's
Jacks and
tough.
threes.
We're 14 days in. You're forgiven.
Yeah. Fat Moose checks.
Hey, what's up, man?
See what Gookie wants to do. Mads has got 750 back. SPR of, what, 4? Yeah, I like this. I like just betting now because on pretty much every turn card, other than like a Jack 9 or a 3, it gets really difficult for us to get value. We want to start building the pot, just denying some equity where we can. I'm not sure about this hand from Mads. I mean, I feel like every option's on the table other than fold. This is the problem when you do bet with top and bottom, is you're not loving it against check raise, but I think you just have to, given the SPR.
All in.
140 becomes 600, and it all enters the center. Mods will be pleased that at least the club draw is live. The 9 is unclean.
What is that other hand over there?
He has a pair and a flush draw.
Oh,
Four would
draw.
work.
And a backdoor flush draw. And.
Good luck, gents. Two
Blind,
true legends of the PLO world squaring off.
I didn't raise this pot. You would have probably folded the big one. Maybe not versus me.
Hello, clubs. Mods vaulting into the lead with his life at risk. It still remains at risk. Jack or a 3 would spoil the party, and instead the red queen will provide capital infusion to the Amod Fund.
Flesh wound.
By the way, we had that playful little Fat Moose Gucci deal. Immediately, producer James walked over to the desk to point out that he too is donning apparel from the folks over at Fat Moose. Now, I do want to caution producer James that simply because you are wearing the same clothing as Mods doesn't mean that you should suddenly start buying into PLO high rollers. There's more to it than that, James. Just you know, go easy.
I mean, Mads' street cred just dropped by like 100 points there. Jeez, bro. That's something you just keep to yourself, producer James. Come on.
Last time we're going to see that hoodie on the Norwegian.
Oh, man, we joke, of course. James Dempsey catching random strays out here, unfairly almost.
I would say that one was mildly targeted.
14 days in. Look, man. We haven't been at each other's throats. It's been a strong team bond getting through this series.
Couldn't agree more, man. And it's been the best series
100%.
for me, right?
Not even close, man.
The poker's been great.
Incredible.
This Monte-Carlo stop is amazing. We've had unseasonably warm weather.
Yep.
Yeah.
Storylines, poker, commentary. We've just had it all. It's the first time, actually, where... Look, I know we want to get some rest in between series, but I'm kind of sad to be going, not going to lie.
Well, you got a 30th birthday to tend to.
Close to my...
We'll see about that, man.
No, it's going to happen. Henry, you can't postpone it.
Weather warnings and all sorts. I mean, I booked this trip like 3 months ago. Booked this lovely little, villa just on the outskirts of Valencia.
Is it still there?
My understanding...
I mean, I forgive the obvious question. It's been pretty rough for structures in Valencia of late.
I messaged her and she said, "Hey Henry, we were very lucky. The only thing that happened was a few trees got washed into our garden." And I was like, "Okay, should we still come?" And she was like, "Yeah, please, you're welcome."
No. Photos required at that point.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I mean, we'll see.
Ace 7-6 here, and what we're going to see is a raise from the newly minted 1.8 million chip stack. Amot with a pickup after the double, so he's going for 3 straight. A turkey in bowling.
Where did you pull that from?
There was a little stretch where I was bowling, and then...
You've been out in the bowling streets.
It's not really my lane, is it?
Oh,
no pun intended.
I see what you did there. Nice.
3 straight.
Turkey.
Yes, sir. Get her done.
We need to give bowling commentary a go. I mean, that must be so boring. Sorry to all of the bowling commentators out there, but I mean, he either strikes or he doesn't, right? There's no in between.
No, but there could be some exotic spare pickup or something, you know, that the guy comes. And then there was that insane, who do you think you are? I am. That dude. I mean,
yeah.
character-wise, bowling, I feel like, could give you some real mutants, and I'm here for it. Because you got to make the number of mistakes in life you need to make in consecutive order to wind up bowling professionally is, I mean, that's a real outlier there.
I was about to say
3 standard deviations away from the norm.
Oh man, I was about to say accountant for 20 years picks up bowling, you know,
bad
once
divorce.
a night. Yeah, bad divorce. Kids don't speak to him anymore. Yeah. So hey, I'm going to pick up bowling on Thursday. Thursday nights to kill some time 5 years later.
Mirmo looking to pick up the big blind as he strikes 180, but Kuhn no pushover. He's going to lean over and size things up. Yes, indeed, a covering stack. How do we feel about Queen 10, 9, 3, and a couple of spades at this price point? Apparently good enough to continue.
Yeah, in position. Again, it's something we keep repeating, but just to drill it into the viewers at home, equities do run close in PLO, and even perhaps more importantly, you do get to realize a bit more, I feel like, compared to Hold'em. Great question being asked, by the way. What's the difference between a pro bowler and a poker commentator? I mean, shots fired. You can't. I respect that. Like, you can't even argue with that. We just got absolutely binned.
That's fair. I'm not as physically fit, I suppose would be the real answer, as we see top 2 fitting right in for Jason. Gut shot, straight draw, backdoor spades, and yet he faces a barrel from the open-ender and bottom pair with backdoor hearts. Mirmo sizing to 140 into 420.
JK with a very obvious continue here. Top 2, backdoor spades, that all-important Queen of Hearts blocking the straight. See what comes on the turn. SPR less than 1. Oh, JK just turns Mirmo dead. And he improves to a full house. Ali, behave.
No, I promise I'm not. Mirmo, the one who would be well served to behave, which he does. Checking, no second barrel. Fortunately for him. Now, if we're Kuhn, with 630 back, do we seek it across 2 streets? Do we maybe check here with so much hand and hope to induce?
Yeah, I think having the queen means we want to check because we're blocking the main calling hand, right? Like Queen Jack. So just let his hands like Jack 8 improve to a straight. He's going to come out with a small one.
Pot's laying 4.5 to 1 now. By virtue of this 200K size selection.
Crucial pickup there for Jason. Up to 21 bigs. Love to see it. I would love to do a podcast with you, by the way. Someone making that suggestion. Hendrix in the chat. That would be good fun. And we do need a good night's sleep. It's not going to come tonight, though.
No. Pack it up. Head to the Nice airport tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
A lot of these players will be venturing back into their respective corners of the world come tomorrow as well, as we disband the festival.
Ali's making a hit list over here.
No.
Very vengeful.
No, I love it. Make us laugh, and we're your fans forever, chat. That's for sure.
Yeah, that line earlier on was that was strong by Rainstorm. Do respect it. Do love bowling as well.
When was the last time you bowled, Henry?
It was a while back, but it's a great like night out. You know, just have a drink or two.
Do you bowl overhand or?
Yeah, over the shoulder. You know, through the legs.
Vulgaris. 210 announced. Mods. 3 spades, ace king. Big blind defense forthcoming. Let's see 3, 5-10 in the middle.
Bit of a loose open here from Bob. I love it.
He loves it too. Top set. Unfortunately for him, nothing more than a pair of 3s on a spadeless flop for Mods. Checks.
It's kind of tempting to try and set a trap here, especially if you're like a Hold'em player watching this for the first time. But the problem is in PLO, you more often than not regret trapping. Because almost every turn card, in fact, every turn card that doesn't pair the board presents a straight draw. So yeah, really want to just try and build the pot. Bob back up to 23 bigs. Man, and we don't even have much time in between series, you know. Normally we have a couple of months. We're off to the Bahamas, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a few weeks.
Do you know what I'm going to be doing between now and then? Bowling.
Don't try to smooth things over with chat,
No,
Henry.
no.
There ain't
I'm
no
gonna
bowling alleys in Valencia.
I'm gonna be brushing up on my bowling skills.
I mean, if you can get action down, it might be a good...
I'm gonna come with one of those bags, you know.
Oh, yeah. I wish you could see the motion over here.
The old shimmy of the shoulders.
The John Turturro. That was a fan. Big Lebowski is an all-time.
Yeah, great movie.
The dude. Tong Lee. He's the dude raising from under the gun. King, queen, couple of 10s. Now Winter. Steps aside. What's Devoris got? 9s, spades.
I mean, it's a defend, especially against non-pot. That's 2.5x. And there's the call. I really want to see Winter make a deep run of this. Oh, nice. Forrest flopping a set. 390 out there.
Hoping that some of that Ace-X rundown Broadway kid is across the way. He knuckles. And Tong could certainly represent that stuff. Incredibly.
He's also blocking the strongest Ace-X, like Ace-King, Ace-Queen.
He's only got 440 back with 390 out there, though.
Desperate to take this down. Unfortunately for him, he's drawing very thin.
Ouch. That is not the word he wanted to hear out of Devoris. Who knows? Tong not going anywhere after potting. Just a few chips more, and we're on our backs. And we may lose another player here in the 100K PLO main. Lots of paths to equity, immediate outs to the 10. None of the back doors show up. That is a deflating development. And that will seal the deal.
GG, sir. Always a gentleman. Just giving an old nod of the head. Thank you. Well played, Tong Lee. Did manage to secure that Little 18K ladder out in 11th for 184,000. Does only show up for the PLO stuff. Had a good run of it in Monte-Carlo last year. Out of the 3 events played, he cashed 2. Rough trip in Jeju, but nice little pickup here. Best career cash to date. His 3rd cash at the Triton Series.
Flipping it back over now with 10 remaining. Update hasn't yet hit. Pot of 505,000 for the time being. Is Kuhn open to 85?
No, sorry. There's a graphic error here. It just took me a moment to realize he's limped in. It's saying he raised to 85. That's not possible at big blind 60.
Yeah.
So Mads is ISO'd against the cutoff limp with the Queen 5-4 in position. And he's going to hear from the kings, I think in the form of call, most likely. As these are pretty trashy kings. Or perhaps for that reason, Jonas opts to 4-bet fold. But most likely just going to flat and try and drill a king.
I mean, a 4-bet would be a big chunk of 2 million deployed. And if the repot comes through, we just give our opponent aces quite comfortably.
Agreed. This is exactly what Jason wanted. Gets the limp call now. Whereas had he opened and faced the 3-bet, would have potentially been forced to put in like 60%, 70% of his stack.
And this call is not in the pursuit of a lone ace. He wants to find some hearts. Some of the smaller parts of the deck that would produce straight draws. Maybe a set.
There's some reverse implied odds when you call with the 6s. Get set undersetted.
And there's ace 8-8. Kuhn has dethroned kings and queens on this board. Jonas with the nut flush draw. Checking from the small. Kuhn doing the same.
I don't think Mads can really do anything here. I mean, it's tempting to fire out a c-bet for like 30%. Yeah, I mean, look, he's found the 20% c-bet. Does have the aces range advantage. And he automatically puts hands like Jason's in a really tough spot where they're kind of playing a guessing game across turn and river. Well, that should get rid of Jason. There it is. So as a byproduct of Jonas's call, he actually has the best of it with 2 to come as the 2 pair gets folded from JK.
Yeah, one of those weird moments where the parlay of Mads electing to bet and then Jonas's call denying the equity to Jason, and now the turn providing Kronwitter an extension on the stranglehold. Nut flush. Note, by the way, that 6, Henry. That would have given Kuhn.
Oh wow!
6 is full.
Wow, you're right. I didn't even remember that. I think this is just a shutdown from Mads.
I mean, he has no diamonds in his hand. He does not have the ace.
Yeah, just gonna knuckle this one back. 1.3 out there. Oh, and how about the Queen of Spades river to get out of jail?
That is the wilderness. As both the 6 and the Queen created full houses, only one of which is still present. And will Kronwitter pursue value? It does feel available, does it not?
It does, and also it feels like it opens the door to get really put in the blender by a hand like Ace-Queen, which we know Mads is certainly capable of doing. Like, this is a guy that will just run the most savage bluffs in the biggest spots. Not afraid to play big pot poker, even when there's 2.2 million and change on the line.
Jonas the covering stack by a couple of 100,000. He has fired 350K, and we're not going to sit at that price.
See what Mads comes with. I mean, there are worse full houses to get value from. Ace 8, Queen 8 sometimes. I think we just have to go for this. All you can eat kind of option. Yeah, there it is. Brutal spot for Kronwitter.
Yeah. Written all over his face is the disdain for this development.
These two have battled infinite amounts of hours against one another, both online and live. Both have a lot of respect for each other's game.
All covered up for Amat.
Live reads. Matt's not giving anything away. Kronwitter deeply invested in the physicality across the way and puts forth all of his time banks.
Yeah, desperately is just trying to pick up on anything. I would say Jonas certainly has more live experience than Mads. So grim. Just no pair blocker. Naked nut flush. It's like the line. It's kind of, you know, would he really check back turn with the boat like aces? I guess. I could see it. Or does he just like get here with ace queen and then decide to just go for it?
Well, let's sit back and experience this moment alongside Jonas.
How many have I used?
The fact that Kronwitter is taking this much time is a mad sign of respect for Amot. Like, there's people that he just snap folds to, but he knows Amot's sick enough to have a bluff. Wow.
Finds the fold. And Mod's gonna stay tight-lipped about that one.
That's not an easy fold to do against Mads, man.
We'll find out.
He had it.
I think it was a lucky lady.
Excited to see that one.
Ah, lucky lady, huh? Jason Kuhn dialed in.
Great read.
Well, if you want to improve your reads, how about heading over the #1 training app for poker players? Of course, talking about GTO Wizard, you can learn to make optimal decisions in high pressure spots such as the one you just saw there. GTO Wizard AI has you covered. You can study any situation using any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out at gtowizard.com and go one step further and drop them a follow on socials to be in with a chance to win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. And as someone who has personally spent hours in the GTO Wizard streets, I truly cannot recommend it enough. I think it's the best product by far available to the public market.
I might take the over on hours, Henry.
Looks like a good-looking version of Martin Cabral.
Once we get to 24 of those hours, that's days, my friend.
I was thinking JD Vance.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he does actually.
As a collective, like hours and hours.
But like from far away.
GTO Wizard.
How much
Maybe
did Martin
not
make it over there?
weeks, but I think you're in the days
No, that's
streets.
The Vice President of the United States, sir.
What, lifetime?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm weeks.
Are you?
Imagine if someone
Yeah,
bought you a
sure.
Martin Cabral. Jeez.
Yikes.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like what? Just do hour a day, 2 hours a day? It adds up quickly.
On the topic of things that add up quickly, just look at this stack compiled now by Mods. 3.2 million after that Pocket Aces pot and take it.
We're not even.
He's now second overall. Jonas say we're not even?
We're not even anymore. We used to be even for a split second.
Maybe ace queen.
That's what I'm worried about.
I had the ace of hearts. Narrows it down a little bit. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very bad river. That's what I think.
Confirmed. Now, Queen Jack 9-9 with spades.
Oh.
And plenty of gaming tokens.
Not cool.
But Mods will limp. Suited ace with ducks for the wounded Jonas. Passes.
Nice. I think some people flick in the call there. Bob wants to see 3 on the button. The button of even more importance in PLO as positional advantage really is something that one can leverage, even more so in No Limit. A little four-way affair here. Only Jonas not involved in this potential car crash, as JK flops trips. It's a tough one for Jason. I like leading just because we're in the big.
Who's grinding the stream from hours and hours ago as we see Kuhn betting 100,000?
Is that Bob grinding the stream?
Not sure. Apparently that excerpt from the top of the day when Gambledor joined us, talking, of course, about Vladimir Korzinin, has been posted to the Triton socials. So maybe it's an Instagram grind. I could see that.
I saw it as well. It's a fantastic post. And just to prove how much love Vladimir was getting, like, just infinite comments from the fans.
Yeah.
Like, really just showering him with love.
Truly hope that he does pay us a visit in the Bahamas, as Kuhn has the 10 of spades pay his trips a visit on this turn. Not exactly a dreamy development. Meanwhile doesn't love it either. He did stick around for the 100K on the flop. Check back from Jason. And now it's threes full on the river.
Yeah, now he's just praying that Momo turned trip 10s.
What a river.
Yeah.
Oh man. Did Jonas just find out they had queens? I think Matt's just told him.
How long is the delay on the stream?
Hour.
30 minutes actually, boys.
Set a timer.
You have someone at the raid?
No, but I'll just look in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Why not?
Jason's going to try and extract some value here. Kind of tough for Momo to call when he's got jacks.
I beat you with the queen, 10-9.
And hearts.
You get me right back with it.
Uh-huh.
I beat you with the queen, 10-9. You get me right back with it.
Yeah.
400 into 500, 80% pot, really just a bluff catcher. Neither of the flush draws came in. There's no straight draws to speak of. How often do we think Jason's bluffing? It'd be so easy for him to have a 10 or a tray here in a limp pot pre, and Mirmo made a believer.
Tough though. I know you have the tough.
Jason on the climb, back up to 1.3.
By 1.3, were you talking about percent body fat? Or you meant million in chips?
I meant million in chips,
Could
but
be
it
both.
could be both. I mean, dude is shredded. Which is even more impressive when you got 2 kids under the age of 3.
Well, to be fair, instead of dumbbells, you just have children to
That's true.
curl,
Yeah.
right? You
That
just
is-
walk around the house, one on each arm.
That's a great point.
There's a point at which it gets awkward, though. You know, you don't want a couple of 9-year-olds. They're young, though.
I tell you what, give him 10 years, bro. If he gets some boxing from a young age, gets him in the gym from a young age.
The genes are good in the old coon pool. Kronwitter likes the Ace-King 9-4 DNA.
Good fold, Bob, by the way. I know it's never easy to fold like a King, Jack, Jack 10 type hand. Got to stay disciplined. JK's got... Oh, he's not in the big blind, sorry.
You have a bunch, yeah? I have
Fold.
1.1 and change. Okay. For the hand.
Oh, if I had a suit, I would have called you. Raised you on that. You are Kronwitter? Are you Kronwitter?
That's me.
Yeah. Parsisinen? Is Parsinen?
No.
Amat. Amat?
Amat, yeah.
I'm getting some late intel on the
Yeah, I was
cast of
about to
characters
say.
that surround him.
Familiarizing himself.
Mirmo?
How long have they been sat with each other now?
Oh, yeah.
It's been at least a level and a half. As we head into big blind 80K.
Yeah.
I know.
I should
I know who you are.
I remember watching you on High Stakes Poker when I was
4
year old.
5 years old or something?
5 years old. I don't think many 5-year-olds were watching High
In between episodes of Dora the Explorer. Scandi version.
Oh, hello. He says Queen 10 rainbow. We'll take it.
Ooh, why not?
No customers.
Yep. Just last hand.
Just in time. The big blind. The big blind counts go down to 15, 15, 16, 18, 18.
That is true, Bob. Don't give up your day
I
job.
didn't know you had the Vogelstang in you.
There might be
Just invested in the Vogelsang.
a job in the old commentary booth for Vulgaris if
Yeah, you know. this
crypto
guy
and
who
football
always,
don't work out for him.
fucking turtles up and
I wouldn't go betting the don't on
did
that.
one of those. There. Instantly all up to the nose.
Well, aces for Mirmo now. It's back to back.
280.
He loves that. The blinds have just gone up. Jason staying disciplined. Matt's uninterested on the button, understandably so. I think we're going to see quite a lot of this. You know, people now less incentivized to limp, given that the big blind has gone up, average stack has dropped down. And there's
Turn over. What's the big deal?
Ace, king, jack 10.
Just aces. Just aces. But no suits. What the hell?
and there is a lot of ICM coming into play now.
Yeah, let's see. Buckles were
10 left.
I don't know that.
7 players will make it to the final table. It's going to be a bit grindy from here on out, especially given that everyone's ICM aware.
double suited.
5 deuce. Yeah, but the 5, one of them was a flush for his 5, I think.
Yeah.
Great shape. Good hand, good hand.
That is the annoying thing about poker, is when you play against good people, good players, you kind of all know what's going on, you all know what the deal is.
How much is it to raise? Pot. What is the pot?
180. Oh, we have blind drop.
240. 240? Okay, 240.
Bob potting it up, blind v blind.
I call.
He's been called. King 10, 8-8. The inspiration, double suited and paired. 5-5-4 and a couple of hearts. Made him unpaired, but he does have a host of overs and the heart draw. And the follow-through for Vulgaris, even though he has no hearts in hand, and just plays the 8s. 9s, jacks maybe, you know, that are dusty, could find the bin in the face of big follow-through there, potentially. I'm not sure just how much more Bob had back, but
it definitely wasn't a great flop for my double-suited cards.
it's tough, right? You don't want to seize up and get too gun-shy.
Put a 500 on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just proving, by the way, how close equities run here, and also how you just get to deny equity by betting close to pot.
You talked about PLO being a game of exactly that. Here's Elis Parsonen as we flip it back over to Daniel Dvoris and company, your chip leader. Pictured there on the right. Limp from Sean in the cutoff.
Limp makes a lot of sense, especially with ICM and the chip leader on your direct left. Like, the last thing Sean wants with a hand as playable as Queen Jack 10-8 is to raise it up and then face a 3-bet, and all of a sudden there's like more than $1 million in the middle going to the flop.
Ace, Queen, 6, all hearts. Top 2 for Ivy, the straggler out of the big. Not really what Winter had in mind when he opened with a limp. Does have a gutter. Checks it over. Dvoris, Broadway gutter as well, no pair. But he's got that big stack.
He's going to check through.
Fourth heart, rolling off the deck on the turn.
I feel like Sean has to take a stab at this. Now has a double gut shot, has the 8 of hearts as well. Has boat outs. We can see, obviously, Queen be a disaster for him. I would put the likes of Ivy in a rather precarious spot. Yeah, I like this from Sean.
$120, 1/3 pot. Clears Devoris. Now, those 4 flush boards actually provide a measure of comfort with respect to the likelihood that we're up against a flush, and perhaps this is factoring into Ivy's decision to stick around.
That's very true. Also having the 10 of spades as well, blocking King 10, which could potentially be a thin value bet from Sean.
6 pairs on the river. We don't tend to think a 6 factors in to Winter's kit.
That's a rather spicy river card, though, because it counterfeits Sean's 2 pair-ups, but he is now blocking in a very top of value range queens and jacks, as one would assume would hear from aces pre-flop. If he can find a sizable bet here, something just north of half pot, he's going to get the better hand to fold.
$450K, that which Ivy faces after checking over. Oh, you caught that?
Yeah.
Wily old school live pro stuff. But it does work from Sean. Gets the better hand into the muck.
That made me flinch from the booth, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, if I'm out there at the table, it's like, oh, is he, oh, mucks? No? Oh.
Yeah.
He's still sharing, look, he's still staring him down, man. He just, it's like this effing guy just got one through on me, didn't he?
I mean, the optical dissection that is Ivy's eyes just draped around you there. No, thank you.
There are a few people at the Triton series that if I shared a table with and faced a stare down from, I don't know if I wouldn't just be the biggest tail box in the room. Just quivering with fear. Foxen comes to mind, Ivy.
Sure, sure.
Chidwick has one of those, you know, glossy kind of stare downs.
Did you catch that bottle that Winter took that head there? I'm fairly certain it wasn't tequila.
I know.
But
I know what you mean.
It looked a lot like it, didn't it?
It's like
I
pirate. He's just a pirate, man. Just bringing out the hard stuff. Pirate Winter.
Front.
There'd be some really fun voyages aboard that vessel, by the way.
I'll tell you, a few people wouldn't be coming back, that's for sure.
He has plundered plenty throughout the course of his career. No doubt about that. Uninvolved in this one, as Parsonen, out of the big, finds himself a pair of tens and a gutter on an ace-high board, checking over Devoris with ace magnets, but he does have king-high hearts.
Depending on size is basically going to depend on whether we see a turn. Devoris has a nice hand to check back with as well. Right on cue. Well, there is the 100% check mark for Daniel. So now wants to start building the pot. He's unblocking all of the pairs as well. I want to try and get value from 2 pairs and sets. Weaker flushes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, this is really sneaky from Daniel. Really sneaky. Just letting all of like the gut shots and straight draws potentially get there on the river.
Jack on the end. Unclear what, if any, appetite Parsonen's going to have for this one. Given the 2 checks out of the pre-flop limper, Devoris. Parsonen showing no interest. Now, of course, activation imminent.
Yeah, Parsonen's trap detector correctly sensing what's luring, and Daniel's holding. Eli's just thinking like, hey bro, you could have saved us 2 minutes by betting the flop. Daniel just, you know, staying balanced, mixing it up as one needs to.
But also, I would imagine trying to get more hands in than anybody else, just given the clear advantage that he enjoys.
Curse.
Yeah, I mean, he
Yeah, it's a
almost
curse
has
sometimes.
2x.
always
Second,
thinking
oh, not
like-
2x, but
What a,
like 60% more than second in chips. He's really enjoying himself right now.
Whoa.
JK, I think, is on short stack duties over here.
12 bigs, sub 1 million.
Aspen's got a legit hand on the button.
Ace, Jack, 8-5, hearts and spades, and Kuhn
Let's
has
go,
his
man.
heart smothered, and he's got Ace, King of clubs. Prophecy from Kilbane that the money will be flying forward.
Yeah, small blind versus button. This is going in. There's the pot from the 10-time champ.
I think it's all of it, actually. Let's see.
Does have 5K back after the 3-bet.
Let me see. Oh, I got 5K back. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Are you just calling?
Oh, then,
Okay. Let's do it.
Go. You have 5K?
We got 5K to see. We got 5K to see the flop with.
Okay.
Good luck, boys. We got 5K to see the flop. Maybe I'll find a fold. We'll see. I got a good one. Thank you. I got a good one. I'd say 58.
Oh boy.
Trap you.
8-4 tray. Kuhn with 8s. The hearts are covered.
God, he has got the worst hand against yours.
Mirmo, same 8s and a free roll.
Both have ace, and he has enough left draw and the gutter.
It's okay. We got some stuff. We can like just
You
turn
have backdoor
clubs.
clubs?
Yeah, I got backdoor clubs.
Just chop it up.
That was a great
Yeah,
shit.
you have outs for sure.
Come on. Find me in the club, baby.
I just say chop it up, boys, you know? Don't even bother running it.
That'll work.
Oh,
Hello.
here we go.
That'll work.
Backdoor flush draw acquisition
Can I
for
sweat
Jason.
It? Can you throw it to me so I can sweat it? Right now?
I think he's quite interested to sweat too.
2 million chip pot. Can Kuhn stick around?
Right.
Ooh.
Oh no.
You calling
No.
for deuce?
I said clubs.
Deuce.
GG, mate.
The
Good game,
wheel
guys.
gets there.
Nice playing
Mirmo
with you.
did it the hard way, vanquishing Jason.
Double suited, double
It's
suited.
not an easy opponent to dispatch of.
It's quite impressive.
I'm quite
JK
excited by my big
showing
blind.
us he knows how to get it done in the 4-card streets
As
as well as the 2-card streets.
7-handed? Yeah.
10th place finish. Gonna yield
GG, bro.
$184,000.
GG, mate. Nice playing with you.
Nice playing you, Triton.
Yep, you got it, bro.
And we'll leave the remainder of the field
Wow,
sewing up
tease. Fucking club on the turn, too.
Call
231K.
for deuce. That was a bit of a
Did he say a deuce?
deuce of clubs, he said, but
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
you know, you can't put it out there.
No, just ask for like a king of diamonds.
Too greedy.
Jesus Christ, guys. Let the guy
Yeah, I guess
at least walk away from the table.
So it's just me and these.
Careful doing the stairs while on the phone, by the way. Easy. Okay.
Guys, here we go.
Say it, Bob. Say what you really mean.
14, 14.
Yeah.
63. The Divorces had like the chip lead for the entire tournament. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's been cruising.
No limit is also 80, yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I really wanted Bob to finish that sentence.
I'm not so sure I did.
You did great. You got me for
He's
the
just
math.
like, it's just me and these, and just hesitated.
I think for Bob's sake, and you know, for everybody else's at the table. Good thing we stepped away when we did, as Kuhn involuntarily stepping away there. Victimized by Mirmo, who now sits 30 bigs, 2.4 million. We play on 5 and 4. Final table is reached when we get to 7 players.
Brutal seat draw for Elis, by the way, not to state the obvious, but if he was over on the blue table, he'd be having the time of his life. He's currently 4th in chips with more than average, 4 of 9, and he has 1st and 2nd in chips on his direct left. Oh, hello. Very pretty looking ace 10, 8, 7. What do we think of the high school quarterback LV jacket that Elis is rocking?
I mean, he looks flavorful from where I'm sat.
He's always got the drip on, man. He's like...
But it's the blue Burberry fuzzy that
Yes.
with the finish kind of
Strong,
motif.
Very strong. I've seen it.
That's the one for me that screams Parsonen.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
And he's shouting with this double suited ace 10, 8, 7, 200,000 if you do. Dvorak says, okay. Ace king and a couple of threes turns into a Broadway draw. As the pace at which Winter hydrates begins to alarm me.
What is that bottle all about? It's like he found a bottle in the ocean. Like an old bottle, and then just pulled it out and said, that's mine.
Well, you can't start building a ship inside until it's dry. Double gutter for Parsonen. Backdoor spades. Follow through of a $250,000.
It's close for Daniel. Getting laid 3-1 on a call. We're out of position. It's annoying when, say, a club rolls off and then Elis pots and we don't really get to realize that. That's an annoying turn card, actually, because I think Elis probably finds a way to win the hand if the ace of hearts doesn't roll off. Now that he's turned top pair, perhaps decides to just check this one. See a river. Going to throw out a time extension, really just chewing on this one. Understandably so. 9 left. Final table of 7. There's some pretty disgusting ICM stuff coming in.
Yeah, the current pay ladder is $80,000 between 9th and 8th. Not quite a buy-in, but not negligible. If you ever wanted to know what Sean would look like shampooing his hair, now you can see it.
Come on, man.
380 says Parsonen, by the way. Bring in the conditioner.
Wow, Sean just went to Valhalla and back. That was wow. That was strong.
I'm a bit more relaxed just from having observed it.
Like the ear tug, arm stretch.
Well, hang on, though, because all that relaxation gives way to some tension here. Dvorak making the call, and then on the river making top 2, but that's the card that gives Parsonen Broadway.
Elis has set this up for a perfect river SPR. Just less than 1. Wow, Sean's really going for it. Let's call the masseuse over, bro. I'm going to send a masseuse over to his table. I mean, I'll pick up the bill, you know.
Careful with that, Henry. There, you know, don't want to leave the tab open. We could be here a while.
I'm sure Winter's good for it. Honestly, I feel like I owe him a decent chunk of change. All the entertainment he's put on over the years. This is sick from Elis, by the way.
Yeah, chunk of change being sought. 325,000. The Milkman has entered the arena.
So we went, what, B40 on the turn, and now 18% on the river. He's such a sicko.
The thing is, you feel that you're being solicited. And Dvoris, credit to him, top 2 there, even with the math, just steps away. And he's got a big stack too, and when one does, you kind of can kid yourself into thinking, well, let me flick in call, I'll be all right, but every chip precious.
Well, that's now first, second, and third in chips, that little corner over there on table 2.
We're talking Dvoris, Parson, and Winter in that order?
Correct. Sorry, no. Dvoris, Winter, Parsonen. As Parsonen has done a fantastic job at closing the gap on Sean Winter. Just a big blind difference between the two now. And then, yeah, it's a pretty big drop-off, you know, to the rest of the field. You've got Mad Zammer on 34 bigs, Espen Murdemer on 29, Bob on 26. So they're in a bit of an ICM conundrum. And then an even bigger drop-off to the bottom 3. Foxton on 16, Ivy on 14, Cronwitter on 12.
Well, Ivy's put some of that 14 out here, courtesy of King, Queen, Queen, 6 double. Now jacks, spades, and a 3-card rundown for Dvoris. He announces pot. I don't think he anticipates Ivy to have all too many raise folds here, does he? At that stack depth, 14 bigs coming in.
Yeah, really interesting decision here from Daniel. Kind of surprised by it. If he can force folds, then obviously fair play to the guy, but I just don't see Ivy getting... I mean, the 6 is really bad, obviously. I think, you know, King, Queen, Queen, 9... King, Queen, Queen, 10, you know, with fist bump, getting it in. C'est la vie, what will be, will be. But with the 6, it's kind of rough for Ivy. Does make the call, though. And he's in fantastic shape to double up here to more than 2 million, assuming that the additional 410 finds its way in at some point. Oh.
Ace, 9, 7. Dvoris has found a spade draw and a gutter. And with the ace on board, this is just a snap fold out of Ivy.
Oh. My word. Dvoris back up to 5 million. And Ivy just down to 5 bigs.
That was a very punitive exchange for Phil.
That's the thing about putting in like 60% of your stack there, where you could have the best hand and then a board like that rolls off. Perhaps it's even worse is Ivy's having to put in 2 of his 5 big blinds now. Now the big.
Wait, we are dealing or?
I mean, Dvoris has not seemed to put a foot wrong on the day, Henry. Chip leader coming in, just worked his way up to that 5 million range, very briefly came off it, and it's just had his way with the field. A field which is now only 9 strong and 2 away from the final table, and Dvoris potting it from the button. Ivy in the big.
GL.
Says, let's run it. 330 in total. The extra $130 plunked in. And we're off to the races. Advantage Ivy considerably. 24% edge in a 780K pot. King Jack 5. Ivy. Top 2. Top and bottom for Devoris. Just 2 outs to fade for Phil. And when he finds Jack's full on the turn to ice it.
He's back. Not out of the woods yet, though.
Chat loves it.
330, right? Yeah.
I know we're supposed to remain impartial in the booth, Ali, but would love to see a Phil Ivy FT hit in this one.
Few would disagree with you, and it's not as though we're suggesting it come at the expense of any particular 2 players.
No, we are. We are.
Oh, there's somebody you're anti-sweating right there, Henry? Wow. You on the wrong end of a last longer of some sort?
Cross-booked up to my neck in this one. I joke. But no, just huge morale seeing Ivy run deep in anything.
Kronwitter.
They gambled with you.
Feeling this double-suited king-queen with a couple of 6s. Note the 6 of diamonds busy.
Not that big a deal, but it's just so hard to win those.
And the 6 of spades as well. No takers.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Best case, I'm fading the whole board. Worst case,
All right.
dead.
Yeah.
Oh, so Jonas has found out about the queen on the river, right? It's been enough time.
I like to flat.
I don't know. Did we hear the discussion?
I think we're on the other table, but I want to say it's been an hour. Yeah, producer James is saying that the delay's only 40 minutes, so he would have found out by now. I love how it took Bob an hour to ask everyone their names.
I mean,
that's the highlight for me.
He's like, all right, you're Norway, you're Finland, where's Denmark? Iceland, Sweden in the building somewhere out here. Full Nordic representation. I do find it peculiar just how robust the enthusiasm for the game is
Were you
from
one of these? Did you grab
that
one?
specific part of Europe.
Take another one.
Yeah, I remember
For you. Put that
reading
come
some
on.
insane
That's
statistic
for you. Come on.
from, I want to say it was like, yeah, like the Norwegian nursery article, whatever it is, newspaper.
Easy one. You like that one.
And
That
like,
was fucking
I think
okay.
it's like
Look at that.
86% of Norwegians' first word is pot.
Yeah, you probably still want the fold, probably.
Yeah.
And it's
I mean,
actually
Look at all this extra
more
money
in
you get
Finland. I think it's closer to like 91%.
Beautiful.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's actually part of the curriculum in elementary school.
Yeah, that's right.
In Nordic
Before
countries.
learning how to count to 20, they actually learn how to run Sims in Monke-Solver.
Yeah. It is funny when you see those Sims on like a Fisher-Price laptop, you know, my first laptop sort of thing. There's Duplo blocks, then there's Pio, and
there's no like playing in the sand or, you know, let's
no,
head
I mean,
and
these kids are machines, Henry. They're being bred to conquer Triton in droves.
in most countries, the first word is like, you know, mom,
Feels like a raise over
maybe
here
dad.
from, Martin Cabral of Scandinavia.
Stop, if you're an unlucky child.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Queen 10-10 forward with a couple of spades.
And up goes
Mods
the Sultan.
limps the button.
There's a special place in hell, I'm telling you, man.
There it is, right there, yeah. Careful with the microphone, you can poke your little eye out. Let's take a look and see what we got here. My 2 homies.
Oh, man.
What is that last one? I'll check it.
Oh, Vulgaris just needs to be at every feature table
Oh,
ever.
he's so funny.
I like that you're not hiding. You're not hiding. You're not hiding nothing. I like this guy.
2 sevens, 2 diamonds, and a jack. Kronwitter with both the flush draw and a 7.
Oh, take a look, see if you got what you think you got.
Vulgaris has the gut shot
You take
straight
this out a
flush
little
draw,
bit.
but the 10 of diamonds is occupied.
Okay, interesting.
Round the knuckles. Now the jack pairs. Nobody has a hook.
Oh, go on, Bob. Bob gonna get busy. Just knows that like King High has no showdown. Try and fold out some pairs like 10s, some high cards like Ace X.
Kronwitter now needs to respect the prospects of Jack X having check flop and now activated on this turn. Diamonds have arrived on the river, and Bob finds the improbable path to victory at Showdown. Will value be on his mind? I mean, 9 high diamonds?
No, I think he knuckles this back, especially given that there was a button limp and Jonas completed from the small. His range is going to be wider than,
Guys
say...
can play the river perfectly against me. That's the problem.
Oh, wow. He's going to lead here, Henry. It's just 5 high diamonds.
Won't be anything. 275. Okay.
Don't think Bob's folding after.
I'm not so sure. The way he's holding his cards.
I'm just very curious by nature.
Okay.
It's just my shtick is kind of curiosity, to be perfectly honest. Is that like a big thing? Do you like it when they're curious? More often than it's not. 275? How am I gonna beat this guy here? It's too good.
Oh, flush. Small flush.
Yeah, you saw Bob perk up.
You saved money. I would have bet more. You would have to call more.
And immediately acknowledged that Kronwitter was able to get to a showdown at a cheaper price point than perhaps Bob had on his mind.
Yeah.
And you heard Bob before the bet came in, he said, great, this guy's going to play the river perfect against me. And even though the chips are transiting away from us, I think Kronwitter can take some comfort, even though he appears unamused.
Oh, it's just an annoying hand.
You should pull up you should just have it up the whole time.
Or just keep it maybe. It's quite uncomfortable.
To keep it up or down?
Up.
Yeah, just keep it up the whole time.
No, it's very uncomfortable.
Vogelsang puts it up on the flop.
Huh?
Vogelsang.
Yeah.
Puts it up on the flop.
Yeah. Both flops.
That's the most Norwegian response ever.
It's
too tight.
It's a lose-lose no matter what. You put it up, you get a little bird.
Not going well either way, you mean?
Yeah, it's just not working for you.
You know, there is a reputation for being somewhat matter-of-fact. It's the part of the globe that brought us
Definitely doesn't look good when you
flat-pack
limp and then pick
furniture.
up the hood. That's a bad thing.
No, stop that. Go.
Oh, man.
Double-suited jacks limp. Kronwitter takes us up.
Yeah, beautiful looking hand. Queen Jack 9-7, double suited, run down with a couple of gaps.
Now, specifically, limping this kit is designed to allow for opportunities to find the flop in the face of a raise.
Yeah, he has to be mindful of the SPR though, because typically that's okay when you're playing for more than pot back.
Did you say the
360?
Yeah, there's a lot more to win.
Or no?
Here, Jack 4-3 double.
Yeah. 860
It's close.
It's
close.
For glory, what do you mean?
I'm playing for both glory and money.
Money.
But right now the ladder is not a big deal.
See what Mads comes with. It's
Could be.
It's a close spot.
It's 80 grand right now. By the way, it's like almost double from 9%.
That's hearts dominated, by the way, which is nice.
Not the time for laddering now.
No.
To build a stack.
Got to build stacks. Gotta build stacks.
So Mod's going to hang around.
Give yourself a chance to win. Good to know.
What about you?
10,
I'm on
10,
this
8.
is my case buying.
Going in.
Kronwitter with the wrap, backdoor clubs.
I got lucky. If I didn't cash this tournament, I'm going to be able to make my hotel bill. I got to tell these guys to make my Luxon payment. I got to borrow some Luxon.
Mods checks.
For the hotel?
And faces the full $500,000.
My Hotel de Paris.
How much is in the middle?
900.
Ah, yeah.
My room service bill is probably at least 35K.
Yeah, that's solid.
At least.
Then you got a ladder or something.
Then on a ladder, yeah. Hope I'm able to pay for mine.
I mean,
did he just say his room bill's 35K?
He said his room service bill was 35K, and as much as I love caviar, I can't do it breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is probably the requisite to light it up like that.
I mean, I know the Hotel de Paris is expensive, as Mads calls it off. Good, but behind in terms of equity.
And might this be an expensive
Little queen's nice.
and perhaps final pot
I'll
for
take a
Jonas
queen.
Kronwitter?
Just end it with the queen, yeah.
49% of the time, the deck says yes.
6.
It's a hard queen. No, hearts no.
6 through queen needed. Oh.
10 is the iceberg,
See ya, bro.
which pierces the hull
we're doing good. Like
of the German.
That's rough.
Basically, we've played one less game than the top 6 teams, and if we win this game, we'll be in third
Well,
with 1 point. Exactly, yeah.
one less U-boat.
So close, but my point is
Couple of really annoying hands there.
Is it three?
The hand where he
Two
flop
direct,
trips, the
22,
turn
three
was a
features
jack,
like last.
pairing the top card and just means that he doesn't get to play lead.
Yeah, it's fun.
Pretty
We
much
played
any
a
other
little
card in the
more,
deck,
yeah.
he just gets the lead on
But we
and then loses the pot, obviously, to Bob in that spot.
You know, he definitely got the short end of things in this one. You know, you kind of highlighted Jonas as being a strong candidate to punch a ticket to the final table as we find an altercation here between Dvoris and Ivy. 660 ahead, bringing us to King, Queen, 9.
Wow, Dvoris very live.
With the ace 10, which now claws back and wrestles away the advantage. But as you touched on, Dvoris very live with the heart draw. Could just hit a cheeky 8, 6, or 5, and instead the 10 on the end will keep Ivy in his seat. So there will be no consecutive bust outs after Kronwitter snatched $231,000 for the 9th place effort. Final table bubble remaining intact. All parties assured $311,000 and $100K pay jump, let's call it, if you can make that FT.
I'm going to backtrack a little bit before we had, you know, a flurry of hands to call the action on. Someone asking if I can explain cricket to Ali. I can't. Honestly, I have plans of getting out of here before 4 a.m., so...
It's super simple. I got this one.
Go for it.
You flatten a baseball bat. You grab a ball off a snooker or billiards table.
How many hands are we in?
You invite 30 of your closest Indian and Pakistani friends to a big pitch, and then you say,
You
let's
got
play.
yeah, fair. You got to throw in a couple of South Africans and Aussies.
Yes, that's right.
And then, yeah, you've got yourself a
Yeah.
really good
And then
cricket
play
game.
the match across 19 days, too. That's the other thing, right? 19-day test, is that a thing? Producer James, by the way, I think looking at me with a measure
Scandinavian
of
battles right
concern
over here.
over, you know, the ethnic identifications there that forewent the Brits,
you're from where?
you know.
Norway.
Do they play a little
from
cricket?
Norway.
I think they do. James, I'm sorry that I didn't mention them.
English are pretty good at cricket, yeah.
Does the government
But
of Norway
the
have
Indians
like
and
a group chat
Pakistanis
for you
are
guys
much better,
and
I'd
they give you all
say.
the hand history in the middle of the hand?
There's some Netflix documentary about like a cricket betting
They make like that. They make the most money in the
scandal. I
tournament.
mean, there's a lot of money
They
wagered
get
on
like
cricket.
60% of the win.
There's this one Indian cricketer that has 150 million followers, and I didn't know this until recently.
But I like him.
He has
He's a
more
tell box.
followers
Bring
than
him up
Messi.
here. This guy's
I mean, like, this guy is just like, and I'm doing him a massive disservice here by not recalling his name.
Oh, and look at this. The opposite of a disservice.
Can't do that, huh?
Would not be fair
For
to him.
Parson
Like, he
and-
won't, he's covered up now. He put the sunglasses. He's going to put the hood on. I guarantee you. He's gonna be very,
Maybe this is that
Hey.
dream come true for him. Is
Bring
he?
on another Scandi. Bring him over here.
Bob's dispatching of the Scandies.
He hasn't even sat down yet, and he's getting the earful. But you talked about how brutal the table draw was for Elis, right? Now, here he
what's
is,
going on, bro?
46 bigs,
You got a lot
parking
now,
his
no?
bones amongst these three
right.
as a chip leader.
Struggling. But actually not that bad anymore.
Loves that seat move,
Mm.
for sure.
Wouldn't need from him.
A final table bubble. That's how things stand. Average stack has gone up to 34 bigs. Only 4 minutes left of the big blind 80k level before the blinds go up to 50k, 100k. That will really change things at the top. Who wants it? Come get some. 2.27 million up top.
3 7-figure payouts.
Foxen, Ivy, Herolobos, Espen Murmo, Mad Samot, Shoal Winter, Elis Parsonen, and Daniel Dvoris.
Double suited 10s for other Espen. The one you're more likely to be familiar with, of course. Gained glory in the World Series of Poker main event, Jorstad. And here, Mirmo making a name for himself.
Aspen's going to be in trouble here. This is button v big blind. Middle pair, 10 high clubs against top pair, king high clubs. Again, note how people aren't looking to build pots with these types of hands.
Board pairing 9, now giving Mirmo trips. And the lead. Clubs wasn't going to do it, given that draw was smothered. See Parsonen checking again. Mirmo with the check back. And now the club rolls off, and it's the ace, which assures Elis the nut flush. This is... Oh, and this is extra brutal, is it not? Parsonen, third straight check in front of us.
Just extending the rope, man.
It looks like such a normal apple here in this PLO orchard. Only we know it's poison. And Mirmo can't resist as he sinks his teeth into it.
I don't expect Elis to raise here, although this was limped and it did check through on the turn, so maybe...
And the flop before it.
Oh, wow. He's just such a boss.
I think he's got the king blocker.
Yeah, that's very valid.
Right. And we expect aces to chirp pre.
I'm also thinking of like a king 9 that pot controls flop, turns a boat, or an ace 9 that backs into a full house.
Take it, sir. That's how Parsonen's feeling about it, if that happens to be what he's up against.
And this is what makes him so good, is that he can just get value from these types of hands.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. He gets paid, Ali.
And what a way to announce oneself. Certainly not an ingratiating exchange, but a very profitable one.
Good river.
And Parsonen taking us to new heights of 59 bigs in front of them.
Yeah, pretty exciting.
And that's going to be good for the overall chip lead.
Is it really? Wow. Well, you know, Brian and I were talking on several occasions throughout the series about how much we wanted to bet on some of our favorites. Brian was up in the late nights over on BetACR, getting some action down, as you can too. Check out the exclusive sportsbook of the Triton series and bet on some of your favorite players at the Triton series on BetACR. You can get a 15% free play up to $250 your first deposit. I mean, this final table would be a fun one. You look at the names, you've got Elis, Daniel Dvorak, Sean Winter, Mads, Bob, Espen, Phil Ivey, Alex Foxen. I mean, good luck to whoever it is that has to create the prices for the lines on players that good.
Yeah, that's a tall order. Ace King 9-8, double suited. Nothing difficult about this assignment. On the button, up we go. Parsonen will sit this one out.
Yeah, easy decision for Bob.
Yeah. Arrivederci.
So I
I
guess
think mine actually. Yeah, I had a
break
small
it
tip.
is, Ali, as we're still not down to the final table. Still 2 tables of 4. The final table will, of course, be drawn once we lose one more player. I guess all eyes on Alex Foxen as he is on the shortest stack with just 10 bigs. But stranger things have happened, as we've seen in this PLO event so far already. Short stack spinning it up, such as Phil Ivey, who was down to just 4 big blinds. He's now got 16, Ali.
Eight remain. Final table at 7, back at the desk. Ali and Henry with you here, and a quick update from elsewhere in the room. We talked about the 25K PLO Bounty Quattro event that's taking place over our shoulders right now. Not the focal point, of course, as we are taking a break in the 100K, but China's Ren Lin is the man atop that leaderboard. 2.3 million in front of him. Still 15 remaining in that one. We'll try to keep it clocked. But right now, clock paused as the players are on a break. We're going to step aside, and then we'll come back and we'll chat a little more, shall we?
We've got a real treat for the viewers as well, as none other than Veni Vidi is going to be jumping into the booth, providing some expert analysis. So, yeah, for the real PLO fans out there, they're going to really enjoy that frame.
Don't want to miss that. Keep it close, just a few minutes. We'll be right back here to Monte-Carlo as we wind down this Triton Super High Roller Series Festival.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
shocked by that.
That is painful.
Shout out WPT, by the way. I mean, I mean, I'm trying to think of a time where I've heard of a similar free roll. I don't think I have. That's insane. $1 million for first in a complete free roll.
Listen, if business is that good over there, perhaps we inquire as to whether or not investment opportunities in that particular racket is available to us.
They're literally giving it away.
They're paying them with their own monies. Ace, queen, queen, jack.
This should work.
Jonas looking to take it away.
A very dusty looking king 7-6-6. The king really not doing much for Guerra. Kind of like a dangler.
Guerra means war in Spanish.
He does give me Elia Tupera vibes a little bit.
North of $500,000 in the middle. After the defense and bottom set acquisition versus top set. Oh boy.
Showers. It's going to come with check raise. It's such a shame we were talking about Guerra and his presence at the table. I don't want to talk as if, you know, he's drawing dead. He does have the case 6, obviously, and running 7s. But we were so impressed with his playstyle. Just unfortunate to get this set up.
Yeah, very good flop.
The old car crash, right?
I mean, you'd love to see that set over set. Like, instead of being up against like 9-8-5 with a flush draw or something, you just have 95% equity.
Right, which is so difficult to pull off in PLO.
7 on the turn for an additional out. Or a king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a touch of seasoning and hope.
Yeah.
Instead, it's the ace. And numero 6 is what Guerra needs to avoid being numero 12. Can't do it.
Hasta luego.
Well, I mean, if you can get action down, it might be a good...
I'm going to come with one of those bags, you know?
Oh, yeah. I wish you could see the motion over here.
The old shimmy of the shoulders.
The John Turturro. That was a fan. Big Lebowski is an all-time.
Yeah, great movie.
The dude. Tong Lee, he's the dude. Raising from under the gun. King, queen, couple of 10s. Now Winter. Steps aside. What's Divorce got? 9s, spades.
I mean, it's a defend, especially against non-pot. That's 2.5x. And there's the call. I really want to see Winter make a deep run in this. Oh, nice. Boris flopping a set. 390 out there.
Hoping that some of that Ace-X rundown Broadway kid is across the way. He knuckles. And Tong could certainly represent that stuff. Incredibly.
He's also blocking the strongest Ace-X, like Ace-King, Ace-Queen.
He's only got 440 back with 390 out there, though.
Desperate to take this down. Unfortunately for him, he's drawing very thin.
Ouch. That is not the word he wanted to hear out of Divorce. Who knows? Tong not going anywhere after potting. Just a few chips more, and we're on our backs. And we may lose another player here in the 100K PLO main. Lots of paths to equity, immediate outs to the 10. None of the back doors show up. That is a deflating development. And that will seal the deal.
GG, sir. Always a gentleman. Just giving an old nod of the head. Thank you. Well played, Tong Lee. Did manage to secure that Little 18K ladder out in 11th for 184,000. Does only show up for the PLO stuff. Had a good run of it in Monte-Carlo last year. Out the three as 2x. Second, oh, not 2x, but like 60% more than second in chips. He's really enjoying himself right now.
Whoa.
JK, I think, is on short stack duties over here.
12 bigs, sub 1 million.
Aspen's got a legit hand on the button.
Ace Jack 8-5, hearts and spades, and Kuhn
It's
has his
going
heart
in.
smothered, and he's got Ace King of clubs. Prophecy from Kilbane that the money will be flying forward.
Yeah, small blind versus button. This is going in. There's the pot from the 10-time champ.
Yeah, I think it's all of it actually.
Does have 5K back after the 3-bet.
Let me see. Oh, I got 5K back. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Are you just calling?
Well then,
Okay, let's do it.
Go. You have 5K?
We got 5K to see. We got 5K to see the flop with.
Okay.
Good luck, boys. We got 5K to see the flop. Maybe I'll find a fold. We'll see. I got a good one. Thank you. I got a good one. I'd say 58.
Oh boy.
Trap you.
8-4 Trey. Kuhn with 8s. The hearts are covered.
God, he has got the worst hand against yours.
Mirmo, same 8s and a free roll.
Both have ace. And he has the flush draw and the gut one.
It's okay. We got some stuff. We can like just.
You got backdoor clubs.
Yeah, I got backdoor clubs.
Just chop it up.
That was a great
Yeah,
shit.
you have it out for sure.
Come on. Find me in the club, baby.
I just say chop it up, boys, you know? Don't even bother running it.
That works.
Oh,
hello.
Here we go.
That works.
Backdoor flush draw acquisition
Can I
for
sweat
Jason.
It? Can you throw it to me so I can sweat it right now?
I think he's quite interested to sweat too.
2 million chip pot. Can Kuhn stick around?
Right.
Ooh.
Oh no.
You calling
No.
for deuce?
I said clubs.
Deuce.
GG, mate.
The
Good game,
wheel
guys.
gets there.
Nice playing with you.
Did it the hard way, vanquishing Jason.
Double suited, double
It's
suited.
not an easy opponent to dispatch of.
Situations. It's quite impressive.
JK.
I'm quite excited by him.
Sure.
And welcome back to what has now become a 3-man booth here in the $100,000 pot limit Omaha, Maine. And that, of course, is courtesy of both the efforts and, in turn, the grace of Henry Kilbane, who reached out to none other than the one they call Veni Vidi, Dirk Geritza. And hopefully I won't have to say that surname again as we do welcome you into the booth. Henry, I want to kick it off real quick because I know you two have known one another a bit through your time. And just ask you, Dirk, how has this first Triton Festival been for you?
It's been phenomenal, really. The first Triton for me. I haven't had any big cashes, but the way you're treated here as a poker player and how everything is set up has been a crazy good experience. Yeah.
I'm sure you're looking forward, Henry, to being able to bounce 4-card strat off of this particular mind.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I have to ask, you know, for someone in your shoes, like, what is the motivation to come to a Triton and, you know, play against what seems like to be some of the best PLO players in the world?
Partly the prestige. I mean, winning here is, I guess, the biggest win you can have money-wise and also prestige-wise. So coming here and showing my skill is one of the biggest motivators here. Yeah.
That seems to be the case, right? With like a lot of poker players,
Sure.
It's like, I want to come and compete against the best. It's the place where if I want to be known as one of the best in the world, I have to come here and earn it. So Yeah, good to have you here, man. Glad to see you venturing out to the Triton series for sure.
And
appreciate the invite.
Those ambitions very consistent with that moment in all of poker when people stopped whatever they were doing and began to watch you take on one Phil Galfond, and you were so close to taking him down. Obviously not looking to open up any wound of any sort. It was just a PLO match, but I think I speak on behalf of a lot of people. That had to have been an extraordinary experience for you.
Yeah, obviously after going 1 million up against Phil, I was kind of counting him out already, and he made the comeback. It was like a movie story, and obviously I was on the bad end of the challenge, but it came with a lot of good things that came out of the challenge. I was never challenged that hard in poker. I learned a lot, and after that I've been more successful because of the challenge for sure, so I'm still thankful.
Well, success is on the minds of our 8 remaining players here in this 100K PLO main, the extra large trophy, the Triton Epic X-Watch, and one of 3 7-figure payouts, namely the 2.27 million up top. That is what these gentlemen are chasing from here in Monte-Carlo. Penultimate event as that 25K pot limit Omaha Quattro bounty also takes place at present, but far from the focal point as the blinds have ascended to 50 and 100,000. This look brought to you by GTO Wizard. Neelis Parsonen, just before the break, announced himself, had a table change, and made quick work of Dan DeVoris' chip lead. As we will start things off at Camp DeVoris, this table 4-handed, along with the other final table bubble. And you were out there for a while, Dirk. You played a couple of events out here. Anybody in particular caught your attention that maybe you were less familiar with as you got out there and played, eyebrows raised, perhaps?
Not really. I know most of the guys that are playing in these events, either from playing online with them or from watching them on television. So it's a good mix between a couple of the online crushers and a couple of the people that have been playing these tournaments for a couple of years now.
Are you surprised at all to see some of the older school characters like Haralabos Vulgaris, Phil Ivey in here with the newer school 4-card crushers?
I mean, the beauty about poker is that anyone has a shot at winning a tournament like this, and these guys have been around for a reason. So I'm not saying their game is bad, but I do think the online guys have a small edge on the old schoolers.
Well, Alex Foxen has a 10% edge on Dan DeVoris as they're on their backs here. Early in the frame, 1.9 million in the middle. And Foxen hoping not to get shut out of this FT. Flop will help bring things further into focus. DeVoris sat 4.2 million, 900 of it required. King 9-7-4 turning into a double gutter, is it? Single gutter, forgive me. Ace Jack 10-8 turning into top pair. There you see the King 9 or 6 that Foxen wants to ward off of the board. Turn is a 7. Additional routes to disaster now unlocked by the deck. Can Foxen hang on? Yes, he can. Board pairing 5. And that stack's going to hit the Xerox machine for duplication.
Actually really shifts things up there. I mean, Foxen was the short stack on 10 bigs. He's now up to around 21. So he kind of enters that, cagey kind of territory with Haralabos where they want to avoid playing pots out of position against the likes of Elis or Daniel. How do you approach these, 2 table of 4 kind of situations here, Dirk, with, the ICM that these guys are under and the kind of stack distribution, average stack of 27 bigs?
Yeah, it's very tough because every pot that is being played changes the dynamic of how you should be playing. So the only thing we can do is try to prepare for a couple of spots and then take those spots and figure out yourself what you should be doing, but it's impossible to run every spot. So sometimes you just have to go off your gut.
And a theme that we've been seeing, I want to say, over the last 2 days has been that the chip leaders have just been getting involved, even with hands that to the naked eye or perhaps to the untrained PLO eye just seem like a fold, but they're just in there mashing the pot button or the raise button.
you can get away with a lot of aggression, especially if the rest of the table is not really fighting back. So what we saw on the 50k with Ben Todorine going from a million in chips to 3.5 on the Stone Cold Bubble is something that happens.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I've got some advantages with you.
We
Normally I would
saw it
three-bet
here
you, but then I'm
earlier
like, okay, now what do I gotta
with
do?
Forrest
Now
running up to like
now we got
5.5
perfect
million at one
information.
point. Now it's that man, Elias Parsonen, with the chip lead. Bob's been mixing it up, by the way. And I want to let you know, Dirk, when these guys were at the table with Bob just before the break, Bob was kind of letting them know that, hey, listen, I know you're all online crushers, okay? Like, I know you're from like Norway or Finland or, you know, wherever it is. Like, I don't care. I'm old school. I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to play big pots. I'm going to make it uncomfortable for you. Case in point.
What he's doing exactly now, yeah.
Yeah.
Putting Elias in a very tough spot.
425k. This one was cutoff versus button.
Not. But I got it wrong.
Almost impossible for Elias to continue. He's holding the King of Diamonds, so a lot of the natural Haralabos bluffs are eliminated.
Wasn't expecting that one.
Comes
That's
with the
different.
call.
Now you got me guessing.
Parsonen doesn't find the front door flush. Vulgaris now picks up the heart draw.
Okay. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
He's a great guy at the table.
He's good fun.
And the check back puts the 6 of spades out there. This was a raise to 350 from Elias and a flat from Bob. There are certainly combinations that could contain an ace, which would bet in position and then check back on the turn. Parsonen checking one more time. Vulgaris knows King High is not a winner at Showdown.
What do you think about this hand, Venny, in Bob's shoes?
Whenever I'm sitting in position with air in my hand, I tend to push all my chips forward, but it's a tough combo to bluff with for sure. Wow, amazing. I really
Finds
like it. Small bet though.
550 though, yeah. Sizing wise, is this enough to get rid of Elias with kings?
He's very good and picks up bluffs quite well, so we're gonna see.
There was a lot of chattiness between Bob and Elias before the flop was dealt, and then on the flop, even Bob saying that he didn't expect to see Elias check call the bet on the ace 9-9.
Boy, you hate to see this. Just go away, please, Elias. That's what Bob's thinking.
I have a really good hand here, but something smells.
You block the busted diamonds. You also have a heart in hand. What you don't block is an ace, but somehow the sizing here does feel more credible from my perspective in terms of Vulgaris just thinking, okay, it's safe to bet strong ace here, but do you think a check back would be more likely from most in this spot with that hand?
I mean, once you're at the bottom of your range in position, you want to bluff a lot. Elias is holding the kings and the 8, so he's blocking the straight and the ace-king. So in a way, he's blocking the hand that Haralabos Vulgaris is representing at the moment.
That's a great point, actually. Didn't think about him blocking ace-king.
Because ace-queen would be less likely to fire here?
I think so, yeah.
Man, would love to see Elias put on the cape here, make an epic hero call. Where do the bluffs come from? I guess these types of hands, right?
Exactly.
Busted hearts, Broadway cards.
Live tells being sought by the Finn.
If you were a betting man, Venny, which you are, is Parsonen going to call or fold?
I feel like he's gonna find the call. He found it against me online many times, so.
What about you, Henry? What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like the longer he tanks, the more likely he is to fold.
You know what I love is that there's nowhere the man would rather be. Even though he's in a bit of a blender right now, he relishes these situations. This is a love of the great game on display.
Wow.
But not a love of two kings.
Oh, well played, Bob.
He's pitched it.
One more. You can turn them all over. It's fine.
Oh, no. Choose your own destiny.
So fucking close. Thank you. But I will say I didn't think you were as strong as you pretended to be.
I had you dead.
Oh, how could you have me dead? Come on. You folded.
You don't get this as much in Hold'em, do you? Yeah, this kind of...
The table banter seems to be quite a bit better on the PLO tables.
For sure. Certainly feels that way.
And Haralabos is one of the chattiest guys in the game, and he seemed very relaxed even though he was at the very bottom of his range.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin's at 90k. Bob's team are doing really well in the second league division out in Spain. He's living the good life.
He is living the life, yeah.
Pot Limit Omaha, difficult enough game under normal circumstances, as we see Bob not finding any difficulty opening the 350 with this kid. But then make it four-handed, add ICM, 3 7-figure payouts, and exponentially tougher to navigate here.
If Haralabos is tougher to navigate, you mean? Because
of the game in general.
The game in general.
We bring it down to a four-handed affair with all of the ICM, 3 7-figure payouts.
Of course,
this lineup. I mean,
it's impossible to solve basically.
This is the problem right here, isn't it? No, I didn't bet enough. When you said 1.8, I was like, oh, Jesus, this guy's going to figure out a way to call.
Has flatted. What he hasn't done is make anything more than a pair of 5s versus these kings.
So this is a spot where in a cash game you happily get it in as Aspen with your hand, but then in the tournament it becomes tough because you have to worry about the pay jumps as well. I'm pretty sure he's going to find a call, but...
950. This is almost all of it.
Good sign that he's thinking. This is good for me, I think, in general.
Bob's hilarious, man. You think Espen's going to call this off here?
I think so, yeah.
Can't be bad.
He's got 1 million behind, so he needs 33% equity, and I think he figures out that he has more than enough.
Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Okay, so the full million delivered. And
go ahead, give him the hand. I don't want it. This is too much. No. We turn him over?
Fold there. What? What do you fold there?
Now they're authorized.
Jeez. I had a king in my hand too. But you have no hearts though. Hearts were good for me. Fucking
Haralabos the only guy in the tournament that loses more money by playing this tournament than if he does win money.
That's true.
Opportunity cost?
Opportunity cost, yeah.
And this could be costly for Mirmo unless he finds that card, the Ace of Hearts. And that 43% equity has vaulted up to 95. Bob needs a king. Instead, the deck delivers an 8. And credit to Espen Mirmo. Finding a double.
1 million? It's a lot.
At the right time.
That's brutal. You do not want to give Espen chips. He's been so impressive over the last 2 days.
That's my money right there. Hey, you gotta come and get it. He earned it. He called. He wasn't afraid.
Elis got an air tag on his stack, tracking it around the way. And the good people over at Jacob and Company, our official timekeepers, well, they help bestow the honor of a Jacob & Co. Triton Collab Epic X Watch upon main event winners. Which of these 8 will it be? And which of those timepieces would you want to see around your wrist? So many complications, so much creative inspiration, all packed in to one little case. That's Jacob & Co. Genève. Check out all they have on offer online.
You into watches, Dirk?
Yeah, I mean, I really like AP watches.
Okay.
But then there's been so much bad stuff regarding. Oh, look at this guy, rocking one. There's been a lot of negative stuff in Amsterdam and London about people grabbing watches.
For sure.
That
oh yeah, I mean,
people what?
I
Stealing?
wouldn't wear an Apple Watch in London, personally, unless you enjoy, perhaps, you know.
Walking down Mayfair, broad daylight, cell phone in hand, around comes the scooter, and they snatch it right out.
For sure, yeah, seen it. My own eyes, Ali.
That's because you were the man on the scooter, Henry. And I'm glad that, by the way, you've retired that racket.
Moved on to better
You're great at
things.
this. Well, 100,000. The price to limp, paid by Foxen and Ivy.
Oh man.
Devoris double suited. Sorry, double paired. Single suited.
Have you played much with Sean Winter?
I've played a bunch with him this Triton stop, and it's great to play with Sean as well.
He's hilarious,
dude.
He's hilarious, very expressive. Like looks at the game a little bit differently than other people, and it's really enjoyable. Yeah.
Well, Devoris is going to be looking at this flop differently than other people. That's because he has the nuts, and the straight flush redraw. One side of it,
both
sides of it. Forgive me, blocked out there. So.
Yeah, super strong hand, and it really hits his range, or the check back range, quite well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lead here from Daniel.
There it is, right on cue. Comes out just shy of half pot. Then Foxen shoes, clean out to the gut shot, queen high spades. What are your thoughts, Benny?
Yeah, clear call. And if Phil has a tough spot with the 2-pair and the gut shot, I think it's a clear call whenever you're in a heads-up pot, but once you play a 3-way pot, you really want to draw to the nuts, so he gets rid of his hand quite quickly.
Yeah, fair play to Ivy, just quickly bowing out. 850 out there. 5 of hearts on the turn does pair the board. And I have to ask, you know, when you're in someone's shoes like Foxen's with 18 bigs back, it just gets a bit too dicey if we face a double barrel now on this turn and we just don't really get to realize our equity.
Yeah, it's quite tough if he starts betting again here. Then our outs are not really clean anymore except for the 9. So we'll probably get away from our hand. But the 5 does hit the range of Foxen better, so sometimes Devoris might be checking here. It's a very tough size for Alex Foxen, I think. He still has the 9s for showdown value and a 7 for a high straight, 9 for a full house.
Facing 275, trying to chart a course forward. Comes understandably with the flat, growing the pot to 1.4 after Ivy gets out of the way, and the spade on the end. Even though Devoris improves to a flush, he hates this.
Yeah, I'm expecting a check-check.
Talk about a change in momentum. I mean, Forrest was the overwhelming chip leader, was up to 5.7 million at one point. Was kind of running away with it. 12 left. Now, final table bubble. It's going to drop down to like 5th in chips, 4th in chips after this hand.
Yeah, my chips are in this stack as well, so...
Jesus. The self-burn. Foxen chewing on this one, but it does feel like the check is coming behind.
Tight check declared. And that's not what you want to hear if you're Devoris. Didn't have to happen in spade form. 5 or 9 would have gotten the job done as well. And Foxen outperforming Daniel, who, as you touched on, Henry, is trending in a southerly direction after being the chip leader for the bulk of the day.
How much you got? Is that a lot? Seems like a lot.
Got some questions in here for Fenny. I want to make sure I'm not getting trolled. Do you want to?
You
Is that a question we can read out for you?
No, it's okay. We'll skip on that one.
I felt like there might be some troll questions in there that I'm not too familiar with. Yeah,
with the digital vetting process there. Kilbane, bravo.
But yeah, we do have Veni Vidi in the booth with us for hopefully 30 more minutes or so. 30, 40 minutes. As I understand, you've got an early morning flight tomorrow. Have you packed yet?
I think most poker players pack 1 hour before the cab is leaving to the airport. So
can confirm.
I'm part of that group.
That's true.
Ivy wants to be part of the group with Jack 9, 8, 8 plus clubs. Sean Winter is perhaps going to be parked at a urinal for a really long time in the near future, just based on the sheer volume of liquid we've observed, taken in. And you know, I mean, we're not going to stop the tournament for you, Sean, if nature calls. So
I've seen him doing a couple of 80-yard dashes here from the table to the toilet. Yeah.
We got a bit of a nothing burger going on here, I guess. You know, Dvoris, bottom pair, and an open ender. Want to kind of take the opportunity, perhaps, to figure out if you're going to be coming back to future Triton stops. I know you've been streaming, if I'm not mistaken, spreading the good word of the 4-card game.
Exactly, trying to build up the good game of Pot Limit Omaha.
And where can people watch that stream?
I'm streaming on the Veni Vidi 1993 on YouTube, and it's the Veni Vidi 1993 on Twitter as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congrats on your challenge, by the way. I never got the chance to say. You went from, was it 100K to 1.1 million?
Exactly.
PLO challenge?
I actually started with about 60K.
Okay.
Struggled for a couple of months, had to deposit 40K extra, and then from the 100K we went to 1.1 million. Yeah.
Sick. And you raised 100K for charity in the process?
10% of the proceeds are going to be donated to charity. Yeah.
Wicked, man. Have you got any charities in mind off the top of your head?
The Ali Najad PLO sort of starter fund?
AP collection?
Yeah, that would help.
There's a couple I can tell you about. You have Big Brothers and Sisters in
fantastic.
Yeah, in Amsterdam. I guess it's very international as well.
It is. Yeah, that's a fantastic charity.
Yeah. So they find Big Brothers and Sisters for children who are having a rough upbringing.
Yep.
At the Special Social Club in Amsterdam, they host parties and sports events for people with a disability. Those are two charities that I've been working with for years, so they're going to get part of the 100K.
Wicked.
And then I'm looking for a couple of new ones in the places that I'm living in.
Good on you for that.
Fantastic, man. Yeah, I mean, especially given that, you know, poker can be kind of self-serving, you know, in order for me to win, you have to lose kind of thing. So, yeah, fair play, man. I respect it.
Taking some of the zero sum out of things.
For sure.
We saw Ivy win that last one with that 250K bet on the flop. Here he is involved with Dvoris and Foxen once more. 6, 7, 8 board. We got ourselves top pair and the gutter, let's call it, with Jack 8, but an open ender for Foxen. He checks over. Ivy, just the 7, checks as well. Now Dvoris, having flopped the 9 high straight, contemplates and checks back with 400 in the middle.
Yeah, so in general, in position with the lower end of the straight, you want to pot control. Usually you can get one big bet in, so you have to decide if you want to do it on the turn, the river, or the flop.
You also want to protect against developments such as this, where the front door flush does arrive. Nobody's got it, hence 2 more checks in front of us. But just because that's the action doesn't mean hearts don't lurk.
I tell you what, Venny, one thing I've noticed a lot of the elites doing over the last 2 days is there seems to be a lot of this pot controlling going on, and perhaps to add a caveat on top of that, I've seen a lot of limping, which has kind of thrown me off at like sub 30 big blind stack depth. And I mean, any insights that you could provide as to why that would be the case would be great.
So with the 1 big blind ante in play, you want to V-pip way wider than without the ante.
Okay.
And by limping, you allow yourself to play way more hands than by just raising. So I think the the people just have been running the sims and seeing that you can get away with limping a lot of hands. Also, when you're a good PLO player, you want to play as many hands as possible, so it makes sense that people have been starting to limp more than before.
And then with the pot control stuff, case in point this. Look at this, by the way. Foxen's trying to steal it on this river. Ivy's made the call. That could end up getting Dvoris to fold the best hand.
Ace is up for Ivy, by the way, is the reasoning behind his flat.
So for Dvoris, it's
it's
tough to call, but a very impressive call. He's blocking 0 of the pairs, and he doesn't have a heart, so I'm impressed that he found the call there.
Well, Foxen showed heart. Ivy shows aces up, and Dvoris wags a big finger in the face of that. It's not a call, it's an over call that makes it so much tougher with that 5-8.
That's very impressive stuff.
By the way, for those of you that are watching us live on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, Twitch, or the Triton Poker Plus app, first and foremost, good to have you aboard. Second off, if you have questions for Dirk, Venividi, who's going to be here for just a short while longer, by all means, do send them to us in the chat. And
got me off the hand, Fox.
if you're enjoying this coverage, whether it be today or across the 13 days that preceded it, do us a small favor and let us know by clicking the like button and clicking subscribe. I don't think anyone can argue that is a small price to pay in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment. A7-7 deuce, dusty clubs, and yet Dvoris takes us up.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it open here. He's holding an ace, which is very important at this stage of the tournament, but I myself wouldn't find it open.
Well, there's more than one in the deck. Foxen didn't like his, even though it was suited and paired with a little wheel rundown. Winter now, jacks, king high clubs. Let's take a peek. And that peek delivers top pair to Winter. Well in front, checking over.
Feels like it's inevitable that Dvoris gets himself in a spot of bother here, Venny.
Sorry again?
That he gets himself into some trouble after opening from the cutoff.
I think so too, yeah. Sean is holding a great hand to bluff raise with as well.
There's the bet of 200k, just shy of third pot. Let's see if Sean finds that bluff raise you're alluding to. What's the merit for bluff raising rather than just coming with check call?
By bluff raising, you win the hand there and then. Obviously, the forward still has 27% equity with a very marginal holding.
Oh,
so bluff raising is a great option.
You know, you're pretty good at this PLO thing, Benny. I don't know if anyone's told you.
Anybody that can spin it up from 100 to 1.1. Listen, I'm going to have a chat with my financial advisor, and I'm ready to deposit, by the way, into the Venividi ETF.
You're more than welcome at my tables.
More of those bankroll challenges. I guess many people do deposit into that ETF, by the way, but more as customers.
Well executed by Winter. There is a question in the chat, not for you, Venny, actually, it's for Ali. Have a question, please, for Ali. Could you have another go at pronouncing Dirk's last name?
Now, I found it interesting, Henry, that you because I saw this question, avoided mentioning from whom the question comes. Our very own producer, James, who's impishly seated back there and was present when I attempted the first time to pronounce
I think you did a
surname.
fantastic job. I think you should remind us.
Well, I said Gerritse. How close are we, Dirk? Say it one more time.
Dirk Gerritse.
Dirk Gerritse.
You're pretty dialed in, man. I mean,
for a non-Dutchman,
yeah,
I'd
to
like to
these
say,
uncultured ears over here, that sounds
Take
pretty
that
good.
back,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I did all right?
Well, sounds good. Sounds good.
I only got a fist bump from Henry, by the way. Dirk's fists were not present
down low,
in that moment there, so maybe he feels differently about things. If you just say it fast, speed skate your way through it, that works.
Well, now you're just describing how to speak Dutch in general, right?
That's catnip for the Dutch speed skating.
What do you do the rest of the year, poker-wise?
Florida and
I first started playing poker pretty seriously in Leeuwarden, of all places.
Leeuwarden?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my friends went to uni there, and I'd regularly fly over from the UK to Holland and just crash at their uni pad, and we would just grind online, man.
To play online.
Yeah.
I thought we might have a live.
There was some live stuff, some small live stuff, but yeah, I remember. I mean, I was only like 20, 21 years old, but very early in my career, spent some time out in Leeuwarden.
Well, as I hear the word live, Roy Ston in the chat has asked Venny, will you play more live poker, or are you just going to focus more on the online streets?
This Triton experience has been amazing, so I'm for sure going to try to visit Triton more often. And then maybe some other stops as well, but for sure the Triton events is something that I want to add to my schedule.
Well, that's music to our ears. Certainly welcome that. As Ivy welcomes Kings and Hearts with 3 Broadway cards to his button and takes us to 350. Divorce double suited. In spite of all the ICM pressure that we touched on, pay jump right now, I believe $100,000 at last check. Yeah, roughly between 8th and 7th. You're going to see, well, first we're going to see top set for Ivy blocking his own boats. Unfortunately, Divorce does have a straight flush draw here, but range is broadening, given four-handed.
So Phil Ivy is opening this hand, and Daniel, by completing, is having the option to kick out Phil. So there's not that much pressure on Daniel Divorce.
He can just actually pot here.
Exactly, put some pressure on him.
Yep.
But yeah, Phil is not going anywhere.
Single decision point. Ivy snap calls. And he is vulnerable. Just look at that equity for Divorce, 36%. If you're wondering why they're not on their backs yet, we are protecting the integrity of action at the other table by waiting for it to complete before giving them a sense that we have an all-in and calls situation over here. All right, showdown authorized. 2.15 million in the middle.
I don't want to state the obvious, but if Forrest loses this, which he's going to 64% of the time, he's down to 2 million chips, man.
He was sitting 5 million for most of the day. Boss stack.
He was cruising. He was cruising along.
This is foreign territory potentially, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. The bigger concerns rest with Phil Ivy, who's in the lead and stays there, but has to fade plenty. You see the outs. 4 Divorce, spades, 9s. Those are the evil spirits, the boogeymen, and Ivy wards them off with a clean 5 of hearts. Further soiling Dan Divorce's last frame.
That's brutal. Forrest is down to 7th. 7 of 8 after being overwhelming chip leader throughout the bubble and final 2 tables.
Yeah, I'm trying to feel for the guy as well, but then I remember that he kicked me out of the tournament.
Vindictive lack of empathy. It's allowed.
How's the hand?
The hand
Standard?
against I would play it the same way. Yeah.
And you have you know, obviously results orientation aside, you feel like if you played it well, that's all that matters, right, when it comes to these things?
Yeah, it stings when you make a play and then you ask your fellow poker friends and they tell you, okay, this is not how you're supposed to play this hand.
Sure.
But I asked a couple and they felt like they would do the same thing. So then it's just the cards that decide that you're not in the tournament anymore.
No, 100%. I think that's a mindset that we've been exposed to by quite a few of the elite pros here, where once the money's all in and the play's been made, you know, it's just really up to the poker gods to decide whether you continue in the tournament or not.
And there's a deeper feeling as well. Some people, they lose money with poker, or I mean, they're winning poker plays, but they lose a big pot or a big spot. But they forget that they have been super lucky being able to play the game that they love for a living. So if you handle it that way, it stings less than it does. Yeah.
Would you mind recording that last 20 seconds and just voice noting that to me on WhatsApp? I may need that from time to time. I really appreciate it if you could do that. Meanwhile, Ace King Jack 6 versus King Queen 6 tray. Hearts for Mods not coming on this flop, nor the clubs for Mirmo. This was 350 from Mods pre. Gut shot straight draw here, plus top pair for Espen.
Mads is sick. You battled a lot with Mads online?
I've played a bunch with Mats and also with Espen.
Mads is so cool, man.
Are we at liberty to disclose their online handles for those that might be seeking opportunities to rail the greats, or is it under wraps?
I'm not sure about their online handles. I'm so bad with the screen names.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I played on PokerStars.
Yeah, GG, they're real names, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, on Stars, I believe Mods is Venny Who. That's that's his handle. Venny Vidi Who? Not true. Jack does connect with Mods after he did check back. Finds the Broadway gut shot and second pair. You see the caginess. Both parties checking. 9 fills in some straights, none that are present.
The hand makes sense. I mean, after Mads turns second pair, just wants to try and get this one to showdown. Interesting on the 9 of Diamonds River.
Yeah, both guys have decent enough showdown here, so I'm expecting 2 checks.
Oh, Espen Mermo up to second in chips. He's been impressive, man. He's been impressive.
I've watched him on the stream after finishing the day 1 of the 100K, and I was very impressed by all of his plays.
Yeah, I was in here with Brian Rast, and Rasty was really enjoying it. It really just felt like he didn't put a foot wrong. So, final table bubble looms. I mean, we've had a couple of all-in situations. Still remain 2 tables of 4. So we work our way down to a $2.2 million first prize payout. Bob's too rich to just flat this.
King, King, 10-5 with hearts. Mindful of ICM, but as often stated here on the Triton Super High Roller Series, it's for poor people, Henry.
ICM is for poor people. Confirmed. Is it the same in Holland, Dirk?
we care about ICM a lot. We made a name for ourselves in the world, so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Raise pot.
There we go. Bob's just gonna wag the finger.
Yeah, that's it.
In the chip leader's face.
Ace Jack 9-6. Parsonen asking for a count. It would be
he's
another
not going anywhere.
850.
I think he's just making sure that it's not more chips than.
And the idea being just because equities run so close.
Yeah.
We have to call off here.
Exactly.
What's the pot laying us? How well do we think this holding is performing?
Clubs.
Yeah, he's calling, so he needs 33% equity, and he has it against most of Haralabos's holdings.
So once more, just waiting for the hand on the other table to conclude between Foxon, Ivy, and Voris.
Pretty sure Harala is going to show it anyway, but exactly.
There we go. Showdown. To get us to the final table, Parsonen needs to convert this 42% equity to shower Bob on the bubble of the 100K PLO main event.
275 in the middle. Nervy moments for the Kings. To the flop we go. Jack 7-4 Rainbow. Parsonen still trailing the Kings, but threatening. Can hit two pair in any way. Oh, wow. Now he's got straight and flush draws.
Is that too many outs, Sturk?
Elis seems to be pretty good at hitting all-ins as well, so it's going to be a tough one for Haralabos.
Parsonen, the favorite, and he finds the ace.
Good game. Yeah, good game, guys.
Good to play with you.
Yeah.
Good game.
On the river.
Playing with you. Yeah, bro. Good luck, man.
Bob promptly springs up with a GG. And
like
Zarast was on the rail sweating him.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's got to do it, unfortunately. Bob just wagging the finger in front of the chip leader, taking the spot that he deemed profitable, rather.
$311,000 will go to Haralabos here in what will be his last appearance at this festival. And with that, the field will consolidate into a single table of 7. Bob with a total of almost $2 million cobbled together across 4 events. 4th in the 125K main. And now 8th here. Well, there it is. The payouts. The bulk of the $8.7 million collected here in this $100,000 buy-in pot limit Omaha main event. Second to last one being held here at this Triton Super High Roller Series Monte-Carlo, brought to you by WPT Global. Chip leader overall will be Elis Parsonen, and it isn't particularly close after he brought us to the final table by showering Haralabos, $5.8 million in front of him, $3.45 in front of Espen Mirmo as new faces emerge toward the top of that leaderboard. All fairly standard, nothing too particularly cinematic, I would imagine, from your perspective.
Nothing crazy, a couple of nice calls. The overcall by Daniel was quite nice, but nothing crazy, no.
I'm going to put Venny on the spot whilst we still have him. That's your final table of 7. Who's your champion?
Ooh.
I mean, there's only one guy I can pick, actually. It's Elis Parsonen. He's been crushing the PLO tournaments. It's one of the best PLO players in the world, and it's a likable guy on top of everything. So
wonderful, man.
That's my pick.
I get the sense.
The props.
I get the sense, Dirk, that even without that big chip lead, put him down mid-pack, average stack, you would tend to hitch your wagon to him. Yeah.
I would still like him. Yeah.
That's a huge endorsement and obviously a huge gift to have you here in the booth, albeit for a short period of time. We know you have travel early tomorrow, so we'll say goodbye to you and Henry, to you as well. Randy's going to be popping in to the booth. Stay close, however, because the final table of this $100,000 pot limit Omaha main event comes your way momentarily.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Chip leader coming in, just worked his way up to that 5 million range, very briefly came off it, and it's just had his way with the field. A field which is now only 9 strong and 2 away from the final table, and Dvoris potting it from the button. Ivy in the big.
GL.
Says, let's run it. 330 in total, the extra $130 plunked in, and we're off to the races. Advantage Ivy considerably. 24% edge in a 780K pot. King Jack 5, Ivy. Top 2, top and bottom for Dvoris. Just 2 outs to fade for Phil. And when he finds Jack's full on the turn to ice it.
He's back. Not out of the woods yet, though.
Chat loves it.
330, right? Yeah.
Fact. That's the part of the globe that brought us
Definitely doesn't look good
flat
when you
pack
limp
furniture.
and you put up the hood. That's a bad thing.
No, stop that. Go.
Oh, man.
Double-suited Jack's limp. Kronwitter takes us up.
Yeah, beautiful looking hand. Queen Jack 9-7. Double-suited. Run down with a couple of gaps.
Now, specifically, limping this kit is designed to allow for opportunities to find the flop in the face of a raise.
Yeah, he has to be mindful of the SPR, though, because typically that's okay when you're playing for more than pot back.
You say the
360?
You know, there's a lot more to win. Here, Jack 4-3 double. It's close. It's close.
I'm playing for both glory and money.
Money.
That's weird. Right now, the ladder is not a big deal.
See what Mads comes with. It's
Could be.
It's a close spot.
It's 80 grand right now. By the way, it's like almost double from 9%.
That's hearts dominated, by the way, which is nice.
Time for laddering now.
No.
To build a stack.
Gotta build stacks. Gotta build stacks.
So Mod's going to hang around.
Yeah. Give yourself a chance to win. Good to know.
What about you?
10,
I'm on
10,
this is my
8.
case buying.
Going in.
Kronwitter with the wrap, backdoor clubs.
I got lucky. If I didn't cash this tournament, I'm going to be able to make my hotel bill. I got to tell these guys to make my Luxon payment. I got to borrow some Luxon.
Mods checks.
For the hotel?
And faces the full $500,000.
My Hotel de Paris.
How much is in the
900.
Ah, yeah.
My room service bill is probably at least 35K.
Yeah, that's solid.
At least.
Then you got a ladder something.
Then on a ladder, yeah. Hoping you'll pay for mine.
I mean,
did he just say his room bill's 35K?
He said his room service bill was 35K, and as much as I love caviar, I can't do it breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is probably the requisite to light it up like that.
I mean, I know the Hotel de Paris is expensive, as Mads calls it off. Good, but behind in terms of equity.
And might this be an expensive
Little queen's nice.
and perhaps final pot
I'll
for
take a
Jonas
queen.
Kronwitter?
Just end it with the queen, yeah.
49% of the time, the deck says yes.
6.
It's a hard queen. No, hearts no.
6 through queen needed. Oh.
10 is the iceberg,
Yeah, bro.
which pierces the hull
We're doing good. Like
of the German.
That's rough.
Basically, we've played one less game than the top 6 teams, and if we win this game, we'll be in third
Well,
with 1 point. Yeah.
one less U-boat.
So close, but my point is
Couple of really annoying hands there.
Is it three?
The hand where he
Two
flop
direct,
trips, the
22,
turn
three
was a
free
jack,
hits like that.
pairing the top card and just means that he doesn't get to play lead.
Yeah, it's fun.
Pretty
We
much
played
any
them
other
all
card in the
tomorrow,
deck, he just gets the lead on
But we
and then loses the pot, obviously, to Bob in that spot.
You know, he definitely got the short end of things in this one. You know, you kind of highlighted Jonas as being a strong candidate to punch a ticket to the final table as we find an altercation here between Dvoris and Ivy. 660 ahead, bringing us to King, Queen, 9.
Wow, Dvoris very live.
With the ace 10, which now claws back and wrestles away the advantage. But as you touched on, Dvoris very live with the heart draw. Could just hit a cheeky 8, 6, or 5, and instead the 10 on the end will keep Ivy in his seat. So there will be no consecutive bust outs after Kronwitter snatched $231,000 for the 9th place effort. Final table bubble remaining intact. All parties assured $311,000 and 100. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, just a few frames away, perhaps, from crowning a champion here in our penultimate event, the $100,000 PLO main. Ali Najad alongside now Randy Liu. And Randy, as I say penultimate, that means that there's another event going on in the room right now. So before we get to the main, what's going on in that 25K?
Well, there's 6 players remaining at the moment. Renlin is the chip leader with 4.8 million in chips. Also got Dan Smith at the table, Ronnie Kaiser, Isaac Haxton, Michael Dweck, and Artur Martirosyan rounds out those 6 remaining players. And yeah, it's a PLO, Turbo, Bounty, Quattro, so every player day bust out. Another extra little payday.
Talk to me about those paydays.
Oh yeah, it's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
$345,000 for our eventual champion. Right now, they guaranteed $78,000.
All right. Well, that may feel like it pales in comparison to other paydays, and that's for good reason. A $100,000 buy-in event, 4 times as big, and 3 7-figure payouts as follows are awaiting our new feature table. 2.27 million, 1.563, and then 1,029,000. There's your dive inside the Triton Poker Plus app. Now I want to wipe away these payouts, and I want to look now at this final table, Randy. Just get a look at the PLO talent that we have compressed across these 7 seats.
And the name that stands out for me is Parsonen. You know, people always saying he's one of the very best PLO tournament, might be the best PLO player out there, and he's sitting there pretty with the chip lead.
Yeah, also present, though, some older school characters. You got Phil Ivey there. Vulgaris just got showered. Sean Winter, I'm not so sure. He kind of straddles the fence for me in terms of old school and new school. But let's send it down to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who is standing by to bring out the final 7.
The biggest 100K PLO event in history drew 87 entries. We're down to a final table of 7. They're going to compete for gold, glory, Jacob Echo watch, and more than $2.2 million. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Seat number 1 from the US. Please welcome Phil Ivey.
No introduction needed. I'll just tell you, this man's got 13.3 million in Triton earnings across 5 titles and 29 cashes.
In seat number 2 from Norway with 3.5 million. Please put your hand together for Espen Mirmo.
Played the 50K, finished 7th. Here he is with at least a 7th place finish in the 100K at his first ever Triton Festival.
Our C3 is from Canada with 2.4 million. Please welcome Dan Forrest.
Also a member of the $13 million Triton Club, just like Ivy, 2-time title winner. This, his 39th career Triton cash.
In C5, we are a chip leader from Finland with 5.8 million. Please put your hand together for Ellis Parsinen.
Never one to leave empty-handed from a Triton Super High Roller Series PLO program. Didn't cash the 50K. Here he is with sights set on glory.
RC6 from the US, 2.1 million. Please put your hand together for Alex Foxen.
Foxen first joined us all the way back in 2019, back after a long hiatus, and here to add to his 2 million in career Triton earnings.
Our C7 with 2.5 million from Norway. Please welcome Mads Umut.
Mads, hailing from that corner of the globe that brings so much PLO talent, looking to outshine.
Last but not least, in seat number 8 from the US, 3.4 million. Please welcome Sean Winter.
Winter, the American, just shy of $5 million in career earnings coming into this one. 11 cashes, this number 12.
Our button has been drawn on Sean. We still have 10 minutes remaining of 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Yannick, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thanks, Luca. So, there's a look at the final 7. Midfield is Mads Amot, by the way. Wanted to mention that he did finish 6th in the 50K PLO. Minimum of 7th here. A specialist. Plenty of praise being sent his way from Veni Vidi, who was here at the desk earlier. And now into the office we go. Lines of 50 and 100,000. There's a look at the minimum. $409,000 assured. All players a 109K hop if you make the top 6. Well, Veni Vidi's prediction, and I don't think it was a particularly bold one, Randy, was that Parsonen would reign supreme here. Mirmo, Sean Winter, both above the average stack, may have something to say about that, let alone the rest of this field. Dvoris, of course, the man now sitting in 5th, unfamiliar territory as he was the chip leader most of the day. Trying to turn things around.
You know who my pick is? Phil Ivey. That's my man.
Listen, yours and many other people's, in particular the chat, always a fan favorite. He and Alex Foxen do have their work cut out for him. Sitting 21 bigs deep as we get things underway. In terms of seat draw, by the way, Randy, we don't love being direct right of Elias Parsonen in terms of Dvoris' prospects.
Yeah, I think that's the absolute worst seat, is being out of position against Parsonen, who knows how to play this game perfectly. He's got chips to play with.
Not going to play this hand, though. Suited ace. Some coordination for Winter. Flicks in a flat.
Kings with 7 deuce.
Also happy to just call. Minimal double suited. Let's see 3. So our first pot of this final table will be a 3-way limp. Jack 10-8. Overpair for Ivy. Diamonds plus the gutter and top pair for Mirmo. He too will check.
Yeah, Espen's got the best piece.
Winter, second pair. Open ender. Makes the request at half pot sizing.
Gets the 2 kings out immediately.
Yeah, not Ivy's board texture. This request gonna get denied.
Yeah, Espen's got a just reasonable hand to continue and see what develops. Flush draws, backdoors, top pair.
9 rolling off now. 2 pair for Sean. Boat outs, but of course that card does give Mirmo the straight. The bad end of it, with the 4-liner out there.
Nevertheless, it's still straight. Flush draw, redraw in case he is behind.
Checking. Winter with the check back, and that is a board pairing card that does not fill him up.
Sorry.
Not a great card for Espen. A lot of the check back range on a turn could contain some 2 pairs or sets that now boat up.
Fortunately for him, not on this occasion. He checks, and let's see. Sometimes the not so full houses like to convince themselves that they're there.
Yeah, he blocks the full houses with 10-9, which is good, and Espen hasn't shown strength on the river. And it would be a tough spot if Winter does bet for Espen, you know. Like you mentioned, it's not a nutted straight.
Oh, here we go. 475, Randy. Is this enough?
I'm not so sure. Just because of the price, it may get Espen to call.
I mean, Espen falls to the queen high straight. He falls to the boat.
Yeah, I think the boat is what he's worried about the most. Those are calling chips.
Ooh, he keeps Sean honest.
Nicely done from the Norwegian.
And that's a showdown that has caught the attention of Winter and has captured some of his stack. Poor way to start things off for Sean. Quite the opposite, of course, for Mirmo. Second in chips is Espen. Winter now falls below the average stack, which is currently 3.1 million.
Not the greatest kings, but it is suited.
$350. Full pot. Ivy bins jacks.
Oh, and aces for Devoris. Seems like a mandatory repop off of 20 big blinds or so.
They're not the best aces. He does have spades, but aces nevertheless in the big. Does announce pot. Note the spade coverage over Foxen.
A big part of Foxen's, Devoris's repopping range from the big blind against +1 is aces.
Yep. Not lost on Alex.
Single suited. Doesn't feel too great.
$1.1 in total to Rich.
That seems right.
Good decision, as we could see.
Maybe if you put those hands in later positions, we'll see a collision. But Devoris is just not messing around there, especially from the big blind. He's got a lot of incentive to just take the cheaper price with speculative hands from the big blind. Rundown for Foxen. Single suit. Starts with a call.
Ivy double suited queens. Pot announced.
Yeah, the strength of your hand goes way up when you're double suited. Really helps, especially in post-flop situations. Foxen did limp. Looking to limp call, I would imagine. Quite the dog against this hand specifically.
Doesn't know it, of course, and as you mentioned, the limp wasn't with the intention of stepping away in the event that someone potted behind him. Did have to bin the kings when he potted and got repotted, however. King, 3 deuce, and a couple of spades. Not a spade in hand for Foxen, not a pair either. He'll check it over to Ivy. Looking up at that overcard.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad board for both, but Ivy is a pre-flop raiser, hoping to just take it down with this $250,000 bet, and he will. Nice result. Ivy's moving up the chip counts.
It's so funny because anytime Ivy's on the table, numbers just go up. And the minute that he busts, numbers go down. That is the star power that he carries in poker and has for the better part of a couple of decades now. Still out here playing the game, holding his own against the greats. And over, you know, the latter part of his career, there definitely were whispers, maybe even louder voices that were questioning his aptitude, questioning whether or not the game had passed him by, as many do with the old school greats. And, you know, his presence here at Triton has been a fruitful one. This is not a slouch. This is a 5-time title winner.
Yeah, no, Ivy is still one of the best in the game, and the other legend is Patrick Antonius, who shipped that invitational, so these two come to Triton every single stop. They won't miss it. You know, we talk about all these young guns coming in who are supposed to be very sharp, and they are. But you know, there's a little bit of that life sense which Ivy and Antonius can really take advantage.
Well, Devoris taking advantage of the button and a double-suited King-Queen 10-6 to make it 300 to go. Parsonen, single-suited 4-card rundown. If you wonder what the players are looking at just off to the side of the feature in either direction, there are tournament clocks that have plenty of information that they may seek to use in order to navigate and inform decisions. He does make the call, and that is a very ragged looking board that shouldn't be interacting with either of these holdings.
Yeah, it's bad for both players, but Devoris is the pre-flop raiser. He can just announce himself with a bet. Just take this away. A very weak hand.
$250. Follow through and take it. Always a relief because you know there are some paired hands that might have flatted there from the small.
Yeah, but if it's a pocket pair, it needs to be decently sized. Otherwise, there's not much prospects in this game with weak holdings without backdoor flush or straight draws.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You're rich.
51.25, 125 now. 300 dimes in orbit. Shaved right off your stack.
Trying to trick us.
Creating some urgency in particular for Foxen, who sits 11 bigs.
Trying to get shorter.
Less than that now. 9 bigs, forgive me.
I've seen you on the ACR.
Wait for 100 actually.
Hmm?
I think short is quite big.
Double suited kit here for Winter.
It's a bit disconnected.
Yep. It's just so animated, man.
He just gives like the laser eyes.
There's nobody like him in the field, you know? Ren Lin's kind of a different version of the same level of animation, but nobody does it like Sean. Devoris says pot with ace-9, h7. Just the middle-sized spades here.
Yeah, 3-card rundown.
When Vinny Vidi was in the booth earlier, he touched on just how important having an ace in your hand is in terms of the blocker effects of somebody waking up with aces, let alone a strong enough hand in terms of one that contains an ace to call you. 2 kings for Mods, folded around to his big.
Blinds are up, so Mods is starting this hand with 20 big blinds.
No, by the way, the Parsonen did fold that ace-10-9 deuce with hearts to the open, and Mods will announce pot.
1 million. 325.
How much did you start with, do you know?
2.5.
This is getting dicey. More than half of Mod's stack is in there as a 3-bet. Devoris, look at that.
1,325,000, right?
Finds himself playing for more than I think he intended to. 1.3. 2.8 in the middle. Massive commitment already made, as you pointed out, Randy, by Mods, and that is the card he didn't want to see find this flop. The ace of spades. And even more than that for Devoris. He's got the spades to boot.
There's just so much in the middle. There's only 1.1 million back, and Mods even has a wheel draw.
6 high straight, whatever. Same.
Yeah.
He's going to keep a little bit back, but most of it's going to get in there. I would imagine Dvoris is going to ask for the rest quite quickly here. Just going to take a peek back down to verify.
Yeah, once he got that flush draw with top pair, seems like you can't go anywhere.
Yeah. Last 50 is frustratingly flicked in there by Mods. He knows he's in bad shape, and he's on his back now. A lonely king. And one of 3 5s. The only things that stand between Modzamot and elimination. 5 million chip pot. Turn. Doesn't change matters. And the river doesn't either. A swift and robust wrap of the felt there from the Norwegian, who can't even make it one orbit, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's going to be our first finisher at this final table, winning $409,000 for 7th place. First showed up in Monte-Carlo last year. Played 2 events. Got a 6th place for $216,000. Then played Montenegro 2024. Only PLO. Didn't cash there. And now here in Monte-Carlo, this is his 2nd cash.
2 for 2. Not a bad resume. Trip worthwhile. As you see Jonas there, giving him a fist bump, a shake of the head, as he is the first eliminee, now assuring the remainder of the field an over $500,000 payday. And I would imagine we're going to take a quick peek at these chip counts, because they have shaken up in a familiar sight for most of the day, despite the fact that we're not going to show it to you visually, is the restoration of Daniel Dvoris up at the top, Randy.
Yeah, he's sitting on 5.825 million in chips, surpassing Elis Parson, who has 5.3 million. Perhaps Elis will have to be a little bit careful, although he does have position on Dvoris.
Foxen still with the crosshairs on him.
Yeah, only 9 big blinds for Foxen. Big separation between him and Winter and Ivy. Difference of about 12 bigs.
Parson
oh my god, I'm big blind?
showing some of the luxuries of
small one.
a Dvoris-free environment. Daniel folding, 10-9-7-6. Chosen as a pot open.
There you go, thank you. Is there a lemon in there?
No, I'll come with the lemon.
Oh, you come in with lemon? Okay, thank you.
We asking for lemons? Are we doing that lemon rind thing again?
Randy, are you asking to do the Kulev Lemon Challenge?
The Kulev Lemon Challenge.
I won't give you ones with seeds.
No, I think I'm good, actually.
Now,
I've already checked that one off my bucket list.
Maybe there's something else on the table over here I can make you eat.
What am I, a baby?
It's like Fear Factor. Though I don't know if you saw that show in Australia.
I know what Fear Factor is.
Back before Joe Rogan was rich.
You know how they got the crazy food challenges?
You mean like mukbang?
325?
No, in Fear Factor, they make them eat weird foods.
Okay. Yeah,
they make them eat durian as one of them. And in this, I remember watching an episode, and this Asian person goes on, they're like, wow, this is good, give me more.
Yeah, that was a misread by the producers there. Dvoris reads Ace Jack 10 Deuce with 3 diamonds as worthy of an open to 3 1/4. Ivy defends his big. King Queen 9 6 with clubs, 8 1/4 in the middle. There are clubs on this board, 2 of them to be precise. Gut shot straight draw as well for Ivy. He checks to what is now top pair. Top kicker.
Yeah, but it doesn't have that much other prospects. No backdoor spades, no flush draw. It's a bit dicey.
Oh, he does announce pot, though.
Well, he's looking to commit.
Not himself, but rather Ivy.
Gets Ivy's hand down. That's great.
You know, Ivy sat 4th out of 6 runners right now with 21 bigs. Sean Winter keeping him company with 19 bigs, but the presence of Foxen, perhaps, that which DeVoris was able to leverage to get a king-high flush draw and a gut shot to bin it.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's what's nice about a pot-sized bet is you're telling your opponent, are you willing to risk it all now when Foxen's so short? And Ivy's draws weren't very nutted. You know, you kind of want to draw to the nut draws.
Yeah.
He just had a king-high flush draw. Ideally, he would want the ace-high flush draw.
Straight draw, I think, was to the nuts, but points remain for sure, and $150,000 in pay ladder lurks. Ace, queen, jack, 8 now. Back to work goes DeVoris. 350.
This is where DeVoris does his best work. Chip leading, raising, putting ICM pressure on everyone else.
I mean, the setup is just nice for him, right? In particular with Foxen, as we mentioned, sitting there sub 10 bigs and 150K in pay ladder. ICM applies whether we're in the 2-card streets or the 4-card streets. Nobody looking to get into some sort of inflated confrontation with DeVoris for the time being. It would take a whole lot of hand. And the thing is, even when you take way the best of it up against DeVoris, let's say, hypothetically, and he gets lucky, and you find yourself as a 2nd or 3rd place stack walking out the door, looking back at Foxen there, nabbing that 150K pay ladder, you always shake your head and go, what did I just do?
Reminds me of that Corzine versus Sam Greenwood hand.
Sam lived with it. You know, he had made a decision. For those that are wondering what we're talking about, just go back and watch that 150K final table, which was perhaps the greatest we've ever had at a Triton.
Fun. But yeah,
sure.
Lived with it, but died with it.
Elis Parsonen lives with Queen Jack 10 8, 3 diamonds, made it 400,000. DeVoris is going to peek down at a hand that can apply pressure, but Parsonen, 2nd biggest stack here. You've got to be a little careful. Hence, nothing heroic on his mind, just defense. Ace, Jack, 7. DeVoris improving. Checking. Parsonen, gut shot, 2nd pair. No spade in hand. Going to follow through for another 400. Sub half pot.
And Parsonen was the pre-flop raiser seeking clearance.
From under the gun, no less.
Yeah. Still, though, he is one of the bigger stacks, so can have some loose openings. Check call from top pair, top kicker. There's the jack for Parsonen.
Trips, no waiting. And this is where it gets uncomfortable. A lot of draws that could find excuses to barrel again as we see Dvoris checking. Dvoris blocks the nut spade draw, blocks the king high heart draw. These are inconveniences in terms of finding excuses to proceed, which in that sense are actually serving Dvoris well, given that he is behind now.
Yeah, and Parsonen's going to go for more value. 625,000 is a smallish bet. Puts Dvoris in a tough spot because he's getting laid a better price. Try to keep his opponent honest. Nice sizing from Parsonen to get this 10% to hang around.
6 1/4. Dvoris can't step away. The 7 now pairs as well. But none of the draws got there. And these are facts not lost on Parsonen, both in terms of the comfort of barreling once more, but also in terms of allowing himself to make this hand look like a busted draw, potentially. Unclear how he deems that effort best achieved, whether it's something small or something big or not at all.
Checks it back.
back, yeah.
Didn't think he could get called by worse once more.
Yeah. And, you know, if you get cheeky with a small sizing and all of a sudden Dvoris rises up behind you, it's just devastating.
Yeah, I think maybe if he had King Jack, he would consider it. Queen Jack, didn't think Ace King was going to call once more. Back to the chip lead for Parsonen. 1/3 of all of the chips in play, with 6 players remaining.
Hey, you probably would have been all in by the river.
My blood with 980.
No interest being shown all the way around to the big stacks. Dvoris giving his man a walk there in the big.
Yeah, once you're out chipped by a decent margin, you're not really looking to limp and play big pots out of position. Blind versus blind. Really does feel like Dvoris has got the worst seat.
Especially now with Parsonen reclaiming the chip lead by a reasonably wide margin, sitting 18 bigs deeper than Dan. Becomes a more pronounced reality.
6655.
What?
Ace, queen, queen, jack. With hearts. We go up. 4 1/4, full pot. Under the gun open, plus the fact that Foxen is light on chips. The rest of the field does consider Sean to be credible and presumably strong.
Foxen gonna try to take a flop here. He's got most of his stack in the middle. 0.5 SPR remaining.
Ace, jack 10, aces up in a Broadway gutter versus better aces up and the same Broadway gutter. This is a horrific spot for Foxen. 9%.
Yeah, and he's got 2 pair.
I mean, he didn't defend
525.
with the thought of stepping aside ever on his mind.
Cards on our backs.
Here we go.
Up.
Foxen looking for the chop. King would do it.
You got 6655.
10, a clean winner, of course. He'd prefer that.
I would have bet the river with that. So that's why I value bet my jack. I don't care. You got your
655 and the jack.
I don't care. You got your GTO lab patch. Still fucking value bet.
Yeah, at least I'm playing the right game.
$5 on the turn, 6 on the end.
You're good.
GG Foxen.
And a somber exit as Sean delivers the GGs. I don't know if you caught that.
You bet from 29% pot. I mean, how strong is your range, you know?
Sean and divorce.
At ace, king, king.
I'm just trying to get him to speak up.
Getting after each other a little bit as Foxen will get after a payout here. Randy, 6th place.
First time he did show up in 2019 in Montenegro, got a 2nd place. Then he revisits us here in Monte-Carlo years later. This will be his 4th cash for $518,000. But the highlight was the win in the 50K for $1.47 million.
Yeah, can't overlook that. Title under his belt.
The fans, they want to know why you're the best.
It's one turn now. 27 bigs deep. Gets the trolls going. Aspen's going to get it going with ace, ace, king, 8.
Oh, yeah. Probably going to pot it.
Yeah. Pot declared. Eight, 7, 6, 4 clubs. Not supposed to interfere. It is somewhat pricey, but got the small blind and big blind ante out there.
Dude, I don't think it's coming. I'm going to fold. Big hand.
Sean. Gonna fold, he says. Make sure the RFID gets a glimpse of that, quote, big hand.
I mean, if he doesn't think it's coming, why pay and see you miss?
You know, I believe it was Sean Winter.
I made a pretty big fold too. Seriously.
Coined the term deck reads as you see DeVoris asking for insights as to what.
Diamonds, something?
It's not great for me.
Sean thought the
You
flop
think so?
was going to be.
Oh no.
Hello, the divorce is indulging.
It's Winter's delivery that really gets me every single time.
Oh, he's so funny to me. And to many of our regulars, by the way. It's not exclusive to us here in the booth. They get front row seats.
Yeah, they get to listen to him off stream.
Yeah, I wonder what he's like when the feature's not. I think he's identical, by the way, right? I think he's just that guy all the time.
He still got that UFO parked in the valet.
He's not a ham. This is just who he is. And this is just aces again for Mirmo. Believe it was he who had them.
Yes, it was.
Ago.
Back to back.
4 1/4 being contemplated by a very pretty one here for Parsonen. Chip leader. Ivy now the short stack, 17 bigs elsewhere.
Elis flatting in position. Double suited, pocket jacks.
Blinds melt away. Mirmo goes up and under. Two hearts, two deuces, and a 4. Mirmo aces up, nut flush draw. Note Parsonen has an overpair and a flush draw of his own. Backdoor clubs as well.
Parsonen can get into some trouble here.
How much is the pot?
Espen just covering in two ways, like you mentioned. The flush draw and the pair. Such a clean board as well. Deuce dangler, so unlikely. $700K C-bet. Seems like a bit too much with a flush draw and a backdoor nut flush draw and an overpair, which could be good against, say, ace, king, queen, jack, something like that. That would probably raise.
700 a man, bringing us to this very innocent turn, although Mirmo has paired that 7.
Yeah, but it's good for Mirmo just because you block a little bit of pocket 7s, which could be relevant.
2.5 million and a tickle in the middle.
1250.
Barrel number 2 inbound. The rubber sort of meeting the road here on this street. 1.25. Hefty chunk of 3-1. You consider the SPR on the river. See how Parsonen feels about it. Guy's so good, Randy.
Yeah, but it feels like his hand is getting a bit marginal right now. Not drawing to a nutted flush draw. He's got a pair of jacks, but he could be up against a bigger pair. Definitely not thrilled.
How much in the middle? How much in the middle?
There's the fold.
And yet another illustration of the soundness of the procedures from the Finn, who does send a balanced transfer. over to Mirmo. We could certainly use it. And what those of you at home can use is a 10% off promo code on Triton merch for one more day. During the Monte-Carlo festival period, we are offering that discount on all of our apparel, our accessories, and the sharp-looking gear available at the Triton shop, or Triton Poker Series, shop.tritonseries.com, rather, with a hyphen in there somewhere. You saw it. Don't make me repeat it. Head on over. Show your support for the Triton Poker Series in style.
So I'm allowed to use that promo code? Because, you know, the shop's not here this time in Monte Carlo, and I was looking to pick up some new gear.
You know, that's actually a good question, Randy. And
I know I can't enter the free rolls. Can't
You guys
bonus
have any
hunt.
history?
But can I use the code?
In him?
15 years.
Really?
I guess you could try.
Yes, I guess, yeah.
I mean, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, has sort of been the way I've navigated life.
Okay.
It would really suck if you got fired for doing it, though.
Okay,
Randy.
What's your name?
you mind if I put your name in?
That's been a part?
That would be so brutal. I get a pink slip. I'm like, what'd I do? They're like, you used the promo code. I'm like, but I didn't. Like, but it says your name right here. I'm like, that says Melbourne, Australia. I don't live there. That's Randy. Parsonen. Gonna live with ace 10, 8, 5. For the time being, cut off. 400 if you do. No one does. It seems like a strange time for Illis to be grinding his phone. I'm willing to bet it's the Triton Poker Plus app that he's got his eyes trained on.
Yeah, so a lot of the online guys really like to know the stacks of all the other players. It helps them make good decisions post-flop on how to bet size, things like that.
Parsonen. Making it 400. Ace, queen, queen, 4. Dvoris. Not seeking altercations. Especially when he's going to have to be out of position, and so he will bow out. By the way, question from the chat from Irv the Grinder. He says, where can you get a Triton Poker pin badge? They're not in the shop. You're right, they're not. Those pins are not for sale. Only available to Triton staff.
But just
here at
check
our
out
festivals.
check out my eBay account. I've got extras.
Is that why every time you guys show up without pins and I have to hand one over, that's what you're doing? You fencing them? The secondary market, Randy? Hey, you're playing with fire, by the way. You know, first the promo code, now you're fencing pins. I don't want to have to report you to our non-existent HR department.
Go ahead. See what they're going to do about it.
Also, just in case you were wondering, it appears that efforts were made to experiment with other iterations of the Triton 10 promo code for discount, like Triton 50, and that doesn't work, Randy.
All right.
Fold. 9655 Dvoris. Fold it around to him. He's going to limp. And look at Parsonen. He just wakes up with it. Aces. Neither of them suited.
Yeah, but he's got position.
Yeah, let's play for more.
And the thing is, it looks like Elis is picking on Divorce. Instantly raising this blind versus blind spot.
5 seconds.
Divorce, though, he's not gun shy. He's in there.
Boy, this is a significant investment, let's call it, to tussle with Parsonen. Jack, 8, 2 spade board.
Not much of a texture for Daniel. Aces and jacks for Parsonen. Bit of pot control.
Queen on the turn. Now, Parsonen picking up a hard draw. Along with the gut shot. Ace of spades remains relevant. Fives are
still
all
fives.
that, yeah, all that Divorce has got.
Pretty trashy. Checks it over.
Hello, hearts. Unfortunately, it comes in the form of a 5. Parsonen, I don't know how proud he's going to be of this flush after 2 streets of checking, but Divorce looking up at this magic on the river.
Yeah, he had just 2 outs, and one of those outs gives Parsonen a flush as good as it gets.
5 seconds.
Could see Parsonen pay off a bet.
650,000. 875.
650,000 fired. And it gets awkward here for Parsonen. Clearly, we fall to the boats. Maybe with some frequency, Divorce takes the 2 check line with something such as that, unafraid of what might come. But with a 10 high flush, Parsonen decides it's time to take a peek, and that is another changing of the guard. Divorce reclaiming the chip lead, and he's got company at the top of that leaderboard. Parsonen sitting 3 bigs back of him after making that call, and then just 1 big back of Parsonen is Mirmo.
Yeah, but it feels like all of the battles have been between Divorce and Parsonen. Mirmo is just kind of grinding upwards quietly.
What food is that?
Ivy's double suited action on him.
Raise to 400,000. Folds.
Takes it up to 400. Appeared concerned about inbound dinner.
It's kind of late for dinner, isn't it? It's the next day.
It's 4th meal. Randy, you remember Taco Bell? I mean, I don't think that's what he ordered.
He's getting Taco Bell from Monte-Carlo?
No, no.
How much does that cost?
Yeah, good point. Well, looking at this flop will cost 400. And ace king 3 deuce, but no suits. Sean lays it down. Phil gave him a little look there.
Oh, there's the delivery.
That does look like a to-go box of some. Can we get a shot of what exactly is on the menu for Ivy here? Would love to find. You think this is out of house? Because we do have a nice menu.
Yeah, there's no
for
way.
The players here, but that. You think he Uber Eats it?
Well, if you did, it's not Taco Supreme.
Hang on, but they did. If you ordered 6 tacos, it used to come in kind of a box like that. If I'm being honest, I don't see the typical logos. There is Sexy Tacos not far from here, but that's closed at this hour.
Sexy Tacos.
That's just what it's called, Randy. I didn't name the restaurant, but
So-
yeah. Didn't we eat there together?
Last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that great?
Wasn't that sexy?
This is pretty sexy for Mirmo. King Jack 10-6. Plays it as a limp, of course.
Thank you.
With those 2 other big stacks directly to his left. Elis on the button. Jack 10-10 deuce.
Yeah, it seems like the theme is for Parson and try to play as many pots as he can in position.
Winter, queens, 3 diamonds.
Winter also looking to try to take cheap flops because he does have a decent lead on Ivy, who's the shortest. 4 ways.
Jack 9-4. Only one player sitting this one out.
Looks like the queens are best for Winter. Three players with the Jack on the flop.
Yeah, but the King Jack 10 has a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, I would say that Mirmo has the best piece.
4 1/4. On account of it. Not that he knows.
He also has backdoor clubs working. Added equity.
Parsonen's got 2 other people behind him to worry about potentially, and so even though he flopped that top pair and did block a lot of the straight draw stuff, he just steps aside.
That's a pretty good point. You know, you got to be very careful not to get sandwiched post-flop in PLO where players often just check pot. And then if you got a marginal hand, you're just kind of bleeding a bit.
That's a packed house on the rail. Some of it contains the dearly departed, including Kronwitter, who was at this not final table, but final 2 tables.
Kronwitter did make the money.
Yeah.
9th place, 231,000.
All spades.
4 to flush?
Nah, doesn't work like that.
So the power of ace king.
Yep. And the boss stack. Actually sitting 3rd behind Dvoris and Mirmo right now.
Yeah, but 42 big blinds is pretty strong.
Yeah, it's bossy.
Just not the boss, the mini boss.
That reminds me of Aaron Zhang with the mini race. Missed that guy, by the way. He's in the cash game streets in Jeju, but hasn't spent much time in the tournament streets with us of late. Will Sean Winter spend time with Elis Parsonen and pack Jack 10-9-9 for the trip? TBD. No thanks. You know, Winter 7 blinds clear of Ivy, 4th of 5 runners right now. Ivy the shorty. Just looking to make sure he doesn't miss out potentially on what is now a $170,000 pay jump, let's call it, between 5th and 4th. Not at all negligible. And Mirmo waking up with the aces out of the big blind, pushing back.
Yeah, trying to get as much stack in there pre-flop. This 4 to a flush is very questionable in terms of calling a 3-bet, so bins it.
You squeeze if I flat?
Yes.
Bad news for Ivy and Winter specifically. Lines up 75-150. Thinning them out. Inflation.
Inflation always happens with time.
You know, we could raise interest rates to try to fix it. No.
Yeah, cool. That's cool.
You don't watch a lot of CNBC
No,
or
no.
Bloomberg or...
Yeah, in one ear, out the other.
Yeah, when you're at the hotel room, there's no other channels in English. Ace King 7-7, Ivy making noise on the button, recognizing that at some point or another he needs to make a move. Divorce with a pretty one though here. Jack, Jack, 10-9 double. Says pot.
There you go, Divorce.
Swift binning from Ivy, by the way.
Yeah, Ace King 7-7. It's kind of like two hold'em hands. Not much interaction. You like to have that 3-card kind of connection. Really helps.
Over a quarter of his stack. Dusted off pre-flop there, by the way. But tried his best. Ivy. Once again, potting it. This time a little bit more durability, but from the cutoff, King 10-9-6 and Divorce has club coverage, 3 to Broadway, single suited. This time it's 500 of a leaner stack than it was moments ago. And yet Divorce will say pot one more time, ready to go dancing. I don't think Ivy raised to fold.
You're right.
And sure enough, this time the money gets in.
This is a pure coin flip.
It's pretty impressive to have that much equity when the clubs are covered. Obviously, having all clean cards helps greatly for Phil. And let's see if the deck will get him across the finish line in this one with $3 million in the middle and his hopes of sticking around in the PLO main. Resting on Queen 8-5. Advantage Divorce. Growing. Courtesy of top pair, top kicker. Ivy does have a double gutter. Board pairing 5. Doesn't deliver the needed 7 or Jack. A king would now do the trick. And instead it's a 4.
GG, Phil.
Game, Phil.
See you in Bahamas.
You hear Divorce say, I'll see you in the Bahamas. That'll be our next festival just a few short weeks away. But for now, this Monte-Carlo festival comes to an end for the great Phil Ivey. Out of here in 5th.
Winning $667,000. This is Ivey's second cash of the festival. Prior cash was 11th place in 100K for $255,000. Bringing his Triton career earnings to about just shy of 14 million. 30 cashes now, but still just 5 titles.
Yeah, number 6 is going to have to wait. Not sure we can call it a trip saver, Randy, but obviously it goes a long way to softening any of the financial pain of not having the best festival ever. Breaking everything but the 100K 8 max. And then this PLO main.
So now we are down to 4.
Guaranteed payout now $836,000, but the 7-figure club is only bestowed upon those who make the podium. $1,029,000 for 3rd or better. So we're talking about just shy of a 200K pay ladder, 2 buy-ins. That which is on tap. Now, Divorce, button. 9, 8, 5, 5, 2 spades, limps. Parsonen does the same. Winter. Happy to get a free peek with ace-10, diamonds, and 3s, which turn into bottom set. But unfortunately for him, Parsonen lurks with middle set. They both check.
Wow.
Divorce with dust.
This winter is cold, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Set over set on a dry texture with no flush draws present.
And look at Divorce. This is unbeknownst to him. A 200K barbecue.
Yeah, it just seems like he's paying for a little bit of catering. Check raise incoming.
Yeah. And it's Sean Winter who's on the menu right now.
He didn't come to this banquet to just fold bottom set, did he?
Here's the thing, man. Aces would make noise pre-flop, and this one was limped. You have to imagine. Maybe there's some really bad aces that for some reason wouldn't from time to time. But very infrequently, if ever.
Right.
Yet 200 turning into 875. It's not particularly comfortable, hence the time bank. I just don't know that we're in the business of folding bottom set. We are the short stack. Something's got to happen, and this feels like the time to try. Even though, as we can see, it's more the time to die.
Yeah, it just seems too strong, and if he wants to play it, he likely just repots it to kind of kick out Divorce, in case Divorce has got some decent draw.
You know what's crazy to think, Randy? Is if there's a dude that could do it right now, it would be Sean Winter, but nobody going to get on his case about this jam. Parsonen does announce call. And all of a sudden, a 5.6 million chip pot breaks out with the short stack of Sean Winter squaring off against Parsonen, who's sitting 3rd of 4 runners, but could work his way well up the leaderboard if he can haul this one in.
Gonna be tough. There is 25,000 chips remaining.
That ace, by the way, is so important for Winter because without it, it doesn't turn into aces full when the board pairs, and he's hopeless. But it gives him this 13% equity. Oh, now, interestingly, I overlooked that Winter left 25K back. Parsonen choosing to just call. I don't know if that was with intent or inadvertent, but here we are now.
No, definitely with intent, because he doesn't mind leaving Winter in there with just 25K and try to steal some blinds on a later straight.
Great point. And you can see
Sevens.
Winter just checks it all the way down, and that does preserve his tournament life. His backdoor hearts did arrive as well. The 10 was actually a nice card for him, so it gave him another pathway to a better hand.
And sure, Winter's down to crumbs, but that's why he left 25K back, because his opponent going to let him live. He technically still has a chance despite having 0 big blinds and 0% of all of the chips in play.
Now I feel compelled to say a couple of things in response to that, Randy. You said crumbs, which is plural. As I see it there, it's crumb, singular. But now Winter's in his comfort zone. This is where he shines. Randy grinding the... All right, this is not the time.
No, when he's grinding with the short stack, he usually has an option, right? Like he's got 2 blinds, 3 blinds, maybe he can limp. Now he's...
I know, that was bad. I apologize.
I don't think he appreciates that.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's happening, by the way.
Freeze.
Sean
6 outs
already forced all in from the small.
Yeah, really nice technical play from Parson. And you see how he's potting it now.
I call.
Since Winter's got 25K back, this was very smart from Elis to leave that 25K back last hand.
It's the little things, Randy, that separate great from good.
Think about it, because the big blind is put into big blind and big blind ante in there.
But is never going to want to take a spin for full pot when you know that Winter's fate simply hangs in the balance. You can secure a 200K ladder. Let Elis do the dirty work.
That's right.
7-7-5, and once again, trip sevens in different form. Leave Winter in dire straits.
It's got a
Drawn
chance.
live, yeah. Gut shot.
He's at 8.
Huh?
I'll tell you after the tournament. I had 3-3 ace 10.
You game.
You game.
After the tournament, unfortunately, came in a hurry. As Parsonen's Inquisition satiated, but perhaps Winter's ambitions left unsatiated in this one. Out of here in 4th. And that'll be the last of the 6-figure payouts. A healthy $836,000. Not a bad performance.
Not bad at all. Winter first showed up in Cyprus 2023. Had a huge amount of cashes, a nice score of 1.6 million and 200K invitational. Showed up late here in Monte-Carlo. Played just 4 events, and this being the largest cash this festival.
Raised to 450,000.
We're down to 3.
$450, says Elis. Not the chip leader. No, he is. By a blind over Dvoris. We had them all. Flatting with kings, Dvoris with queens. Could have ourselves a three-way affair.
Yeah, and we're actually very deep.
Yeah, walk me through it, Randy, in terms of depth.
To start this hand, Mirmo had 40 big blinds, Dvoris 52, and Parsonen 53, so this could be quite grindy at this point.
3 blinds apiece. Look up at ace-6-3. Parsonen outperforming both of the pocket pairs. Which check?
Best hand's gonna c-bet. Divorce, just a pair. Not much other prospects, although he does have backdoor flush draw, straight draw. What a turn card for Divorce.
You know, this ain't the first time he's found a spicy one. Granted, it was 5s full on the end earlier against the hearts. This time, an out of left field queen. Parsonen drawing dead. Won't be any second barrel. As he pumps the brakes after the 4 1/4 on the flop. Deuce on the end. 4-5 arrives.
It arrives, but Divorce's hand is so strong. Set of queens, and given there wasn't a turn bet, probably needs to do the betting himself to try to get Parsonen pay off.
5 seconds.
Hot.
Huge bet.
Remember that Divorce closed the action by defending his big in the face of the Parsonen pot open on the button and then a small blind flat from Mirmo. So perhaps the broadest of ranges available to him?
Yeah, but it's not unreasonable that Divorce could have, you know, the straight, could have ace-queen, top 2 pair that would go for value. Parsonen doesn't really have too much, just a pure bluff catcher. Pair of aces, jack kicker. Not much else.
You know, Elis has shown us heroism on many occasions. It's just most of those occasions he's right. This one he would have been wrong, and so he finds the fold button properly, as per usual. A look at the final 3. Broken apart. After that one, Divorce back on top. 61 bigs to 48 to 37 in that order. Parsonen second in chips. Mirmo in third. Everybody guaranteed $1 million and change. $1.5 million. And even more change if you make second place. A $500,000 pay ladder. A lot of distance between these rungs.
That's definitely something to be excited for. 5 buy-in pay jump. Top prize though. 2.27 million and that Jacob & Co. watch. That's exclusive.
Don't forget the exclusive extra large Triton trophy, delineating itself from all the other side events given to our main event winners.
Would you call the side events elf-sized trophies?
I would not, Randy. But the fact that you ask suggests that perhaps it's within you to do so.
Dang, you spun that back at me. I didn't expect that. All right, tapping out.
I had to parry the attack.
Parry.
450, says Parsonen, as he just attacks. No parry. Devoris is limp with the double-suited 10-8-6-6. Has adequate durability. $1 million in the middle. Mirmo doesn't mind these developments, by the way, as he sits short stack. Hopes that maybe somehow Parsonen can work his way out of the door, courtesy of Devoris, and give him an extra $500,000 in the pocket. We see spade draw, and 6 is up for Devoris. Checks it over. Parsonen with kings up. Checking back.
That turn card gives Devoris an open-ended straight draw now to try and overtake the kings. Equity is still very close with 1 card to go. 37% for Devoris. Devoris trying to blast his way through this one.
700,000.
Starts to get uncomfortable for Elis. Still though, he has 2 kings, but needs to dodge spades or straightiness.
$1.4 million more into the middle, and there is the front door flush as Devoris gets there both ways. He's going to take a big bite out of Parsonen, regardless of the action from this point forward.
Yeah, it's a baby flush, paired board. Might be hard to get paid by worse, unless you want to go block. Targeting, you know, aces and kings.
$650.
650K.
It's a nice find with this small flush. See if he can get a crying call out of Parsonen. There you go. Nice fold.
No. Ässä korkea.
Elis just finds ways to minimize losses and maximize gains. It's really remarkable to observe. He's just tidy out there. Not sure I can come up with a better word for it.
It's a winning strategy that he executes to perfection.
By the way, there's some execution going on elsewhere in the room. You did tease it at the top of this frame, Randy. What's afoot in that 25K Bounty Quattro?
Now we have 5 players remaining. Ronnie Kaiser busted out in 6th place. Tournament chip leader is Dan Smith, followed alongside Ren Lin, then Isaac Haxton. Artur Martirosian still in 4th, and Michael Dweck rounding the 5 players remaining, trying to win. 345,000, guaranteed 100K.
We'll keep tabs on that one, much like you can if you download the Triton Poker Plus app. Just a few clicks away from all of the information. As Devoris clicks pot. Now this big chip lead. Parsonen and Mirmo separated by 2 big blinds. Elis is flatted. Aspen will stand down. Guess who? King 8-4. Dvoris is flop top pair and a gut shot here. Parsonen with a gutter of his own.
But not much else.
No, no spade on board. Check back from Dan. 8 pairs now.
Yeah, not much for Parsonen to rep as played. Checking to Daniel once more. Check, check again. River card to 3. Parsonen. Wow. Bets out 900,000. Figures that Dvoris' checking down range is very weak.
You know, we've seen a lot of pot control-y things from time to time. Venny Vidi at the desk did unpack this as being just fairly high-level standard protocol. But when we do this, from time to time, we do open doors for the opposition to rise up in this manner and create discomfort. The 3 of hearts is not the card that concerns Dvoris. He does lay it down. I mean, he would much sooner pass 450 over to E-list and click call and be wrong.
That was a pretty nice bluff. Stole that one.
You know, theft is allowed.
It is?
Not outside of the FT, Randy. I don't need you going klepto on us.
I'm like, wow, I'm in the Monte-Carlo jail today.
Randy, you ever steal anything, Randy?
In my life?
Huh? You had a little pack of gum when you were a kid?
When I was a
at the
kid.
Candy store. Did you really?
Stole something.
Well, you're a bad person.
Ah.
Did you feel bad about it, Randy?
Had to return it.
You got caught?
Parents didn't like it. No, my parents didn't like it.
They found out?
Yeah.
Oh, so you were smooth.
Yeah.
You could have had a career in gum theft. But then you found poker.
Yeah, now I just steal chips.
Yeah. Sometimes you win them fair and square, I'm guessing.
No, I'm not just taking them off people's stacks and putting them in my own.
Limp pot, 150 a man. Let's see, 3. 600,000 in the middle. 4 bigs. 7-5 tray and a couple of clubs. How about this for Dvoris? Nuts with a 10-eye flush redraw. Note that the club would be bad news given Mirmo has jack high.
But I suppose it's nice that he blocks outs for bigger clubs.
Yeah, it is weird. Your flush draws turn into flush draw blockers
Yeah.
when they're not so good.
PLO for you.
Mm-hmm.
$300K. Fire out from Dvoris in the big blind. Got that. Over pair and club draw.
So here we are down to heads up. As Mirmo, predictably the only man to stick around, and not only has he made jack-high clubs, but in case of emergency, he can fill up as it comes in top set form. Where do we find them?
That's the best turn card that Mirmo could ask for. Hits the flush to redraw. Above average card.
Yeah, I would say it is. So Dvoris, 10 high flush now.
Yeah, out pip by 1.
Finds the check back. And the board pairs. So problem solved in the event that Espen was up against bigger clubs. Unclear as played whether or not he has concerns about that being afoot across the way.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that Dvoris has got like queen high flush or king high flush. This makes him feel very comfy with this boat.
How much do you know?
And again, Dvoris finds himself, after having approached things conservatively, not across 2 streets, but 1, facing a question. And 400,000 does get paid.
Wow, that's right.
Dan realizing he's beaten every which way. So Espen now working his way back up to a level stack with Elis.
I like that, though. You can just ask the dealer what's in the pot. Means I don't have to do any calculations.
See, you're the mouse in hand guy,
Yeah.
Randy. It's all, you know, you got quarter pot, half pot, 3/4 pot, full pot preset buttons in front of you all the time. All the heads up kind of in the actual client information that's there. I didn't cut my teeth that way. Back when I was young. Queen, 8 deuce here for Espen on the button. Oh. He'll take us as a limp, rather.
No, we've been playing 3-handed for a little bit, but still no short stacks amongst these 3.
No, you're right about that. And in fact, we may end up being here a while unless the deck creates collisions.
The deck gets created Elis Parson with a straight. Not the nut straight, but still quite strong. Queen's blockers for Espen. That could be problematic for him, as he thinks it's unlikely that Elis or Dvoris is holding a straight.
Seven on the turn, second heart. You see, Mirmo now could have added excuses to put more chips forward with this flush draw, Randy.
Yeah, I believe he probably will. You know, he's got added backup. He still has blockers to the straight. And PLO is just one of those games where blockers kind of dictate your action on most streets.
750, 750. How much is it?
$750,000. Parsonen asking for the count. Now remember that Mirmo limped the button. And so what Elis is asking himself is at what frequency would an ace-queen combo do so? It's non-zero, I would imagine. But Queen 9 is Queen 9, and Parsonen is going to find a river here. Another 1.5 million into the pot, and a board pairing heart could be a reason to get out of here now for Parsonen. He was best, of course, on the turn. Minimal's made the flush. Granted, he may not love the board pairing either, though.
No, but I mean, at least he backed into something, given he just had queens on the turn. Actions on Elis.
Do you feel as though there's ever a reason to turn this into a bluff? That particular hand composition versus the button limp?
In terms of properties, he's not really holding the key cards to turn his hand to a bluff. The thing is, the board pairing river is more favorable to Elis, I would think. Because if Espen's got like some 2 pairs, the King Jack and stuff like this, they might not bet the turn.
This is going to be kind of gangster if it comes in, Randy. I totally agree with you. The 2 pairs would be much more inclined on that coordinated board to pump the brakes on the turn, so that second barrel actually emboldening Parsonen to activate here. 1.2 million into 2.5. It feels milky at sub half. We've got the second nut flush. We're blocking the straights, so we don't expect that to be what's going on. Wow.
That is such an advanced play from Elis Parsonen, showing you why he's one of the best.
You know, I'm sure that there are circles in the absolute upper crust of Pot Limit Omaha that look at that move and then they think it's standard. Mere mortals like ourselves here in the booth, especially when it comes to the 4-card streets, we can celebrate things like that. And I would imagine, just based on a quick glimpse at the YouTube chat, that there's some impressions being made there as well.
Ollie, that did not look standard to me.
That was sexy tacos.
That was sexy Parsonen. Wow. That was sick.
He's so good.
I mean, to do it without properties that block some of the holdings?
You're exactly right. You know, we walked down that path and we didn't feel as though there was cause for it, but it was, oddly enough, the fact that the barrel came in on the turn that allowed Elis to remove sets and 2 pairs from range and then rep that kid himself, which his line definitely felt like it could contain.
Yeah, it's actually crazy that that river card made him have the range advantage, which is very cool. That was one of the greatest hands of PLO I've seen.
I don't want, well, you know.
I mean, I've only seen so many this trip.
Right.
It was nice.
It was nice. It was nice. As is this wrap here for Parsonen, which is actually up against the made nut straight plus the nut flush redraw. I don't think this one ends as a fender bender, but we've seen KG procedures. $400K lead from Parsonen, limped pre 3 ways.
What a beautiful hand for Mirmo.
And then he's got...
Those aren't calling chips.
850,000, 1,050,000. Audio stand.
Well, Parsonen's getting a good price to try and hit his hand.
And as we just saw, he doesn't necessarily need to hit his hand to win.
In this case, yes, but I know what you're saying. Not much reason to re-raise bluff. This opponent is pretty nutted from the big blind to put in a small raise.
$2.2 more. Slide forward in the 7. Rolls right off to give Parsonen the nuts.
Such bad news for Mirmo.
Note, by the way, that he does make 2 pair. So he could fill up. Plus, he's got the nut flush draw. I don't know that escape is available.
No, I don't think so either. And he has so many possibilities. Like you mentioned, 2 pair, nut flush draw. He has a straight. Parsonen probably just leads out. Charge the maximum. There we go. 1.2 million.
I mean, this is just... I can't go anywhere. I don't love it.
But I have to go. You just have to. 1.2 million. Lots in the middle.
So the call gets made. Parsonen loves to see it. Pot grows to 5.1. What does the river have in store for Espen? Is it salvation? No. It's a super clean queen of diamonds for Parsonen. And they're playing just north of 0.5 SPR effective.
All in.
There's the jam. And this... Sometimes you just feel like he's got it, but am I really going to fold a straight? Mirmo, deep in the tank for his tournament life.
Click call and exit stage left. Click fold and fight on. And by the way, he's thinking click call and maybe chop if we're lucky.
Possible though.
I confess I don't know what the bluffs would be here. I mean, Espen's blocking nut flush. He blocks a couple of the sets. He himself has the 2 pair. I mean, this is a brutal blender to be stuck in here by one of the game's absolute best. There he is.
With hearts.
You heard the speculation. 7-8 with hearts, which Espen thoroughly blocks.
How much is in there? Yeah. Super. Is the fourth one now?
Oh my
Makes the
goodness.
call.
There it is. You just got to feel for Espen, and in particular, given that he understands,
Tough one.
even though
Good game.
he ended up on opposite ends of things where he could have called and won the last one, and instead called here and ends up bowing out as a result.
What a great battle amongst these three. Espen Myrmo of Norway finishing in third place for $1,029,000. This is his very first festival, Ali. Played 2 events, cashed both. 7th place in the 50K PLO for $193,000, and now this score.
Well, he may not have hit his preferable target, but he certainly drew blood. As one of the PLO snipers here at his first ever Triton, as you mentioned, manages to nab the first of the 7-figure payouts. 1 million and change going to Espen. And we are down to heads up here in the 100K PLO main. It will be, perhaps as many would have predicted, long before we got down to the business end of this one. Elias Parsonen of Finland. No Triton title under his belt, 65 big blinds. He will be squaring off against Dan Dvoris, and we got one on our hands here.
We've got a good one, and we've got a lot of big blinds in play. Parsonen, one of the best PLO players of all time. He's up against Daniel Dvoris, who's very well versed in PLO. He even has a PLO Triton trophy under his belt.
You know, I'm not going to be so selfish as to keep myself here at this desk. Our own man, Henry Kilbane, standing just off to the side right now, absolutely chomping at the bit for the chance to get in here and observe more of Parsonen and, of course, Dan Dvoris as they battle for a title here in the very last event. I'm going to bow out, bring him back in. Keep it close. We're going to get cards in the air in just a few.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.